always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
And then I just looked at the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, want to talk?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Good morning. Happy Monday. Hello. Good morning. I started about 5 minutes early because I'm here and I'm ready. Why not? I have been outside in the backyard with Lucy this morning as she is chasing birds. I posted a video on Twitter and Instagram and I think Facebook, because it went automatically from Instagram to Facebook. But she's out there on the dock this morning, chasing all the seabirds. She was not happy that we had to come in. She has not caught one yet, and she felt like she was just so close. So she was not happy to come in, and now she's over there pouting. But she'll be over here in a minute, I'm sure, when she's done pouting. Moody little heifer, that thing. Good morning. I hope everybody had a wonderful weekend. I did get to see some of you this weekend with, I did like a little, for those of you who missed it, I did a little last minute surprise stream on Saturday just to go over a crazy story that I'd seen where a girl was suspect in a murder, kidnap, and she was on Facebook Live as the SWAT team was coming in her door, it was nuts. And she was like giving her address to the Lord to come save her. It was crazy. Lynn in South Carolina, hello, new member, welcome to the family. You live here now. This is where you live. Good morning. Report here every day, daily. We have a big week this week. We have a lot going on. You're not going back out. You can quit your pouting now. You got your breakfast. You can come say hi, or you can keep pouting, you little heifer. She is just the sass on that child. Whew, the sass on that child. I did take my medicine. I will only be unmedicated Brandi for about another 15 minutes because I took it about 5 minutes ago. And then you'll see me calm down. Sassy Southern Law Nerd. Hello. Welcome to the green side. Glad to see you. Sharon Ken Sharp. Member for 6 months. Happy anniversary. Wow, that SWAT video was good. It was crazy, wasn't it? It was crazy. When I saw that, I was like, there's no way I can't share this with my juror friends. So I was glad to be able to come on and just do a short little stream and watch that with y'all. I'm glad I did too, because I waited to watch the actual SWAT video or like the Facebook Live video, and I waited to watch it until we could all watch it together. So I was like, I don't know what's going to be on here, but it hadn't been removed from Facebook, so I figured couldn't be too bad, right? So, but it was good. I was glad to get to watch that with y'all. Good morning. So we have a lot going on this week. So let's talk about it. We have today we are going to finish up with the speed trial that we started on Friday. We are going to watch the rest of Lori's, the defendant. She took the stand in her own defense. We are going to watch the rest of her testimony and anniversary. Sassy Southern Law Nerd, happy anniversary, 4 months back in green. I love that when the things expire and you join back, it'll still give you your anniversary for most of them, I think. Don't they? I think most of them do. So happy anniversary. We're glad you're back. I wish y'all could see her over there pouting. She's literally sitting with like, and her little fanny looks so fat when she sits like that. It's like this little round, little bitty fanny. But she's sitting there and she's like, she keeps like looking over her shoulder, like to make sure I'm looking at her pouting. This child, y'all. Come on. Ain't nobody paying attention to you pouting. Come on. Little brat. Sassy Southern Loner, happy anniversary. Chrissy Bacon, member for 4 months. Happy anniversary. Thank you for being so awesome. Love my 13th fam. Yes, Chrissy Bacon, we are loving you right back, and we are glad you are here. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Good morning. Everybody's still filing on in. Come on in. Get your seats. Get your seats. I did start a couple minutes early today, so good. Oh, 31 degrees. 31. Oh, that's so cold. Not a cold weather fan. Not a cold weather fan. It's been like mid 70s and 80s here. It's been wonderful. But we do get like, it gets a little chilly at night. It's been like 60s, mid 60s, I guess, at night. So it's nice enough to like put on a sweater or a hoodie in the evenings, but still hot during the day. Love it. Let's see. Oh, I feel like I'm going to sneeze. Patches, member for 6 months. Woohoo! 6-month anniversary. Happy anniversary. I'm going to sneeze. I'm allergic to y'all. Happy anniversary. 6 months. 6 months flies, but that's half a year, Patches. Half a year we've been together now. Half a year. Crazy. Oh, you done pouting? Nope. Okay. She's going to go pout in a different direction so she can make sure I see her. This child. This week, oh, we got more anniversaries. Maria Moss, our official statistician, member for 5 whole months. Wild rides, sometimes 185 miles per hour, but grateful to still be around. I definitely live here now. You do live here. You have to live here because who would count if you're not here? We need you. Happy anniversary. We are glad to have you. She is over here going, like doing her little, she has got attitude this morning. Don't think because you're changing positions, I'm suddenly going to care about you pouting. You want to come say hi to your friends? They can see you with your sassy pants on. Come on. Nope, just go stare. Okay, you're not chasing any more birds right now. I'll take you out at lunch. You were out there for over an hour. Oh, she is a brat. A brat, I tell you. Get a dog, they said. It'll be fun, they said. Just joking. She is fun, but she sure does have my attitude. Okay, so this is what we got going on this week. We have today we are going to finish up with, like I said, the hit and run trial. We are going to start. That's Lucy. That's the dog. It's the dog child. The actual child is 20 now. He's no longer a child. So when he pouts, I just send his butt home. But yeah, dog child. But sassier than any human child I've ever seen. Okay, so this afternoon, so the jury selection starts in our new trial this morning. So what we're going to do is finish up with the hit and run trial. We're going to watch the rest of Lori's testimony where she took the stand in her own defense. And they did have the verdict. They stayed late Friday night and had the verdict, so we can watch that. So we'll kind of like just watch some of that until our new trial starts. They're starting the jury selection this morning. They are expected to have opening statements this afternoon is what they said. They don't think that jury selection is going to take that long. So what we're doing is, actually, before I even get started, let's say, Happy Monday. First in the tailgaters. I appreciate y'all being here. Okay, so the new trial, I have it it's in the description of the video, and it's on the thumbnail and everything, but I can tell you a little bit about what it is. We have, let me pull up the Ivan Brammer. So, they're calling it strangled girlfriend murder trial on one channel, and I think one of them is calling it the dead in a ditch trial or whatever. But anyway, this is what it is. So, oops. All right, so this is Ivan Brammer. He is charged with tampering with a corpse, theft, and second-degree murder in the death of Ilene Gowan. Ilene was his girlfriend at the time. He is, and I guess he goes by Sam. Sam Brammer is charged with those things. So the girlfriend, and if you see her picture on the thumbnail of the video, she was like a, loving mom and grandma, and her family is, I've seen a couple interviews with them over the last couple of days. I've been looking at some stuff, and it was sad. I think she was missing for 2 weeks before her body was found, and then they charged him with tampering with a corpse and theft, and then after that they added the murder charge. So let's see. So she was reported missing on February 15th by her daughter, Nicole. Nicole told police that when she reported her mother's disappearance, that her mother had in her possession a personal safe containing $1,200. After days of searching, her body was found on February 26th in a ditch, partially frozen. Gowan's clothing was intact, but her purse and safe were gone. While temperatures had been above freezing the day she disappeared, they dropped soon after, and investigators said that they believe Gowan was in the ditch the 11 days that she was missing. They quickly focused their attention on Brammer, whose relationship with the victim was described by friends and family as volatile, with much verbal fighting and alcohol involved. 2 witnesses who spoke to police said that before her disappearance, she had been kicked out of the apartment that she shared with Brammer, and he had been holding her personal safe, which contained $1,500, until she paid him $300. And then police noted that on February 15th, which is the day that she was reported missing, he deposited $1,500 into his bank account. So thank God for idiot criminals like doing stupid stuff, because this is how this is how we get justice and how they get caught. In an affidavit obtained by Court TV, detectives said that they interviewed Brammer 4 times between February 15th and February 24th. He initially told officers that he picked Gowan up at 8:30 a.m. and took her to a house where she was staying with a friend, but he quickly changed his story. Detectives said this was proven to be a false statement, and each interview after, when presented with inaccuracies in his previous statements, Brammer would change his story to conform to the facts presented. Who does that sound like? Well, it sounds like multiple criminals, actually, but changing the stories. These people. On February 25th, the day after his last interview with police and the day before Gowan's body was found, Brammer sold his truck to a salvage yard. It was crushed and shredded the same day. If that don't sound guilty, I don't know what does. When police looked at the video from city and private cameras on February 13th, they began to put together a timeline that, y'all know I love a good timeline, that showed when Gowan may have died. 8:30 a.m. to 9:28 a.m., Gowan is seen walking, acting normally, and sitting upright in Brammer's truck. At 10:28 a.m., he is seen driving his truck, but detectives note that something is different with the way he's sitting or positioned in his truck. At multiple locations, it appears Gowan is awkwardly slumped in the passenger seat. awkwardly slumped in the passenger seat. So 10:56 a.m., police note that Gowan does not appear to have moved or changed positions. 11:06 a.m., she is no longer visible in Brammer's truck. Gowan's initial autopsy revealed bruises, cuts, and scrapes to most of her body, as well as head injuries. None of the head injuries were believed to have been severe enough to cause her death. The medical examiner who conducted the autopsy said that due to the level of decomposition, they could not determine the cause or manner of death, which were both listed as unknown. Brammer was initially charged with tampering with a corpse and theft of the $1,500, but prosecutors upgraded the charges after getting a second opinion on the cause and manner of Gowan's death. Dr. Baden, a doctor in New York, consulted the case and offered his opinion that Gowan's cause of death was traumatic asphyxia due to neck compression, and the manner of death was homicide. So jury selection begins this morning and is expected to last 1 week. So that is what we are starting. They are saying that they are expecting this to be already to get going this afternoon. So they're not expecting the jury selection to last longer than just this morning. Oh, are you done pouting? Okay. You ready to be good? Okay. You're a lot cuter when you're not pouting, you little brat. She's down here laying in her bed now, like, I guess we're okay now. You're cute. You're trouble, but you're cute. You want to say hi? You want to say hi to your friends? Say hi. Say hi. I'm a little troublemaker. I'm very angry because I could not chase birds all day. Say hi. Say hi. Look, she's still pouting. She's still like, I'm not going to say hi. I'll just stand here and let you look at me. You got bedhead. Look, she's still mad. You say hi. Give 5. Good girl. Okay. You lay down there. Oh, this dog. All right, so that's what we got going on today. We are going to continue with our speed trial and try to wrap it up while they're doing this. Also, this week we have on Thursday. Thursday's a big day. We have the sentencing for Ferreter, and that's going to be in the morning. And we have in the afternoon, we have our Murdaugh stream that we're doing to go over all of the upcoming stuff with Alec Murdaugh. So I have Mark Tinsley and Liz Farrell are going to be joining me on that one. Any questions that you have about any of the Murdaugh stuff that's happening, like we're going to go over all of the filings, the request for new trial, the allegations on jury tampering, Becky Hill's response to it, the upcoming Satterfield trial, asking Newman to recuse himself, like, all of this. We're going to go over all of the things. Any questions that you have on any of the Murdaugh stuff, send it to me, to my email. I'm going to get a list together and we can go through, and then we'll take questions too as we'll be live. So we'll take questions too. But any of the questions that you have for Mark Tinsley or Liz Farrell, you can send them to my email and I'm going to get the list together. So Brandi at brandichurchwell.com, and you can send them and make sure to join us that day. That's going to, I'm excited about that one. That one's going to be a good one. Liz is incredible. Yeah. She's a wonderful writer and journalist, and she's so funny. I love that she's got like that perfect level of snark, I think she's fantastic, and she's so smart. And then of course, Tinsley he's awesome. Seeing him in the Murdaugh trial was he was one of my favorite witnesses. When he was up against Phil Barber, and he told him, when Phil Barber was like, oh, well, I thought, he said whatever. And Mark Tinsley was like, well, you thought wrong. There's a lot of papers there. Maybe you got confused. And he whipped out those receipts. Oh, one of the best moments of the trial. Loved it. So he's he is a smart cookie, and he is not afraid to stand up to that Murdoch mess. So I'm excited about that. So Thursday, because we've got a big day Thursday, we've got the Farrader sentencing on Thursday morning, and then we've got that on Thursday afternoon. We may end up playing catch up with some of the Thursday testimony from the new trial on Friday, which is fine. We can, we love our speed trials, being able to skip through all the breaks and stuff anyway. So we might miss some of the Thursday stuff to do our other stuff, but we'll catch up on Friday. So, but this trial is expected to last for 1 week. And then, of course, next week, is next week the week before Thanksgiving? Or is next week Thanksgiving already? What's next week? Everything's running together. Let's see. Let's get out our handy dandy calendar. Oops. Holy crap. Next week is already Thanksgiving. How's that happen so fast? This year has flown by. It has flown by. I have to have I don't know if we're going to have to play Monday by ear. Thursday and Friday, there will be no streams because it'll be Thanksgiving and stuff. Monday, I'm going to have to play by ear. I have to have a PET scan done. So I don't know exactly how long that's going to take or if I'll be back from the hospital in time. So we'll play Monday by ear, and then Tuesday and Wednesday. We'll have to kind of play all of next week by ear and see how it goes. We might be on verdict watch by Monday. So we'll have to see. If we are, then if I'm back in time, we'll do it. If not, then we'll just play it by ear. All right. So let me get now that we have our plan, now that everybody knows what we're doing, let me get Lori's testimony pulled up, and we will finish watching her. I think, look, I've even got it.
Okay, so what would cause?
Calm down. I've even got it saved to where I wouldn't have to look at me go. I think this is at the right spot.
Cause the camera system to alert in your experience?
Any passing by, any, what's the word, sorry?
So motion.
Motion, thank you.
And were you able to control the settings of the camera on your cellular telephone?
Yeah, we were. I know that Mark had changed they were like cats and stuff that could walk by and set it off. So he had just changed it a little bit so it wouldn't be so.
You were looking for cars and people?
Yes.
All right. Did Mark have a preference as to whether or not the cameras remained on and functioning when you were home and he was on the road?
He wanted them on at all times when he was on the road.
Was that something that you were personally aware of, Lori?
That he wanted them on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about the time frame leading up to February 21st of 2019. Was there anything going on that was causing those cameras to alert in any respect?
Yeah, okay. So Mark was actually leaving. Hannah was almost correct. Mark was actually leaving on Sunday. I want to say it was Sunday. So we were actually selling things out of the house, like in the marketplace. So we had a number of people coming in and out buying things.
What's the marketplace? What does that mean?
Sorry, like Facebook Marketplace. So we were selling like furniture and stuff like that.
So it's like Craigslist, but on Facebook?
Correct.
And at some point, did that cause the camera system to start alerting frequently?
Very frequently, yes.
Are you aware of whether or not somebody turned the cameras off as a result?
Mark did.
All right. Now, Lori, did you have anything at the home in preparation for your move during this time frame?
Yes. So there was a big trailer that was parked by the 1-car and 2-car garage. Parked.
I'm pointing with the laser pointer here. Is that the approximate area where the trailer was parked?
Correct. So it would have been facing the house. So all along the garages.
And let's talk a little bit about the setting in February 2019. Had it snowed at all that year?
Yes.
How did you and Mark take care of snow whenever it snowed on your property?
So Mark hired somebody, but he also, I know his brother helped us once in a while, and I know that when Mark was home, Mark would do it, but when he was gone, he hired somebody to come through with a plow.
Okay, it's a large enough driveway, obviously, where you weren't hand shoveling it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Where did the snow go once it was plowed on that driveway?
On each side of the driveway.
Into a large snowbank?
Correct.
All right. So I want to talk a little bit about February 22nd of 2019. You and Mark had plans that evening?
We did.
What were those plans?
We were going to meet my friends Hannah and Adam out for dinner.
What was the occasion for that?
It was like it was a meal before, well, Mark was leaving, like I said, on Sunday, and I was leaving actually Thursday.
Okay. Were Adam and Hannah friends that you were close with?
Yes.
So what was the plan then for dinner?
We were meeting, I want to say Mark and I got there early. I want to say we got there at like 4:10, and Adam and Hannah maybe got there around 4:30, so early.
Is there a reason you went out so early?
Well, I thought it was because Hannah was meeting up with her family at 7.
Okay. But it was to accommodate plans that Hannah had or that you're aware of?
Yep.
All right. Where did you go to dinner at?
Sloopy's.
How did you get from your home to Sloopy's?
Mark drove the truck.
Was that typical that Mark would drive the truck whenever the two of you would go out together?
Yes.
Was it typical for you to drive at all when you and Mark were going out together?
No.
Hi, Tara. We just got started.
So let's talk about the dinner at Sloopy's. Could you describe that for us a little bit?
Well, I know that we had wings and pizza. I don't know how they forgot that.
Anything of note happen at the dinner?
No.
No drama?
None.
Did anybody have anything to drink at the dinner?
Yes.
Was Mark drinking that you were able to recognize?
Yes.
At that point, at the end of the dinner at Sloopy's, did you believe that Mark had been getting drunk?
No. I mean, I knew he was drinking, but he was fine.
Sure.
I was just singing that.
And Lori, I want to clarify something. When you spoke with Investigator Leinfelder, do you have a distinction, I guess, subjectively between drunk, buzzed, intoxicated?
Well, I mean, I would say buzzed. I mean, if you're asking me with regard to Mark, I'm not sure if that's what you're asking or not, but like
Yes.
buzzed Mark is a fun Mark. Drunk Mark is not a fun Mark.
Okay. There is a distinction between those, at least subjectively, right?
Correct.
Okay. So at some point, did you decide that you wanted to go to another location? Let me rephrase. At some point, did you and Mark end up going to a different location?
We did. We went to a place called the Dive Bar in South Lacrosse.
How did you come to that conclusion to go to the dive bar?
That's where Hannah and Adam were going. Hannah was meeting her family there, so we decided to tag along.
Was there any particular reason that you decided to take along to the dive bar?
Oh, yeah. Well, there was a drawing, so we were all over that. It was like for $1,500 or something.
Okay. How did you get from Sloopy's to the dive bar?
Mark drove.
Had you ever been to the dive bar before that point?
I'd never even heard of it before.
All right. Once you got to the dive bar, did you notice whether or not Mark was drinking alcohol?
Yes.
At some point, did you notice that Mark appeared to be getting into that zone where you would describe him as drunk?
After a conversation, yes.
And did it concern you, Lori, that Mark appeared to be getting drunk?
Of course.
And it's going to sound like a redundant question at this point, but I have to ask you why.
Because Mark turns into a different person when he's drunk.
All right. Now, after you got to the dive bar, did anything happen that caused you concern?
Yes. I saw Mark talking to a guy named Scott Cundy.
Who's Scott Cundy?
He's just a friend. He's somebody that we both know.
How long have you known Mr. Cundy for?
Oh my goodness. 30 some years probably.
Okay. And what about Mark's conversation with Scott Cundy caused you any concern?
So when he was, so I walked over by them because I'm like, is that Scott? And he said, yeah. So I walked over and talked to them, and Scott said, oh, hey, he said, Terry LaFleur is coming. I'm like, oh, okay. And then he's like, well, I knew you'd know him. And I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. What does that mean? I said, I've never been with Terry. What does that mean? Because I knew immediately Mark was on high alert.
Okay. So let's back up and break that down a little bit. Who's Terry LaFleur?
Again, just somebody I know from being born and raised in La Crosse.
Did you ever have any interactions with Mr. LaFleur when you were younger? Let me break that up. Did you ever work with Mr. LaFleur as a part-time bartender?
I guess I didn't realize it at the time, but yes, that's how Scott was referring. That's the reason I knew him, correct? Just because we used to bartend together at Ghost Chapter 2.
How long ago was that, before 2019?
Oh my goodness. So it was before I was pregnant. My son's going to be 30 next month. So before I was pregnant with him.
Okay, so a long time before that evening in 2019 is when you and Mr. LaFleur worked together?
Correct. And I didn't even realize that we worked together. So I don't know. I mean, he just said he was a bartender at Chapter 2. I don't know that he was when I worked there, but
So, Lori, were you and Mr. LaFleur ever romantically involved?
no.
So when Mr. Conde said that he knew you would know Terry LaFleur, you described your reaction as, whoa, 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 what does that mean? Why did you react that way to an innocuous remark about Terry LaFleur?
Because I knew that Mark paid very close attention to that.
Did you notice any changes in Mark's demeanor when Mr. Conde mentioned Terry LaFleur?
Well, yes, but I don't know that it wasn't because he mentioned Terry. It had nothing to do with Terry, I wouldn't say. It's the fact that Mark became jealous over somebody he thought was coming to see me.
So at some point, or after going, whoa, 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 what does that mean? I've never been with Terry. Did Mark accept your explanation and move on from the subject?
No.
What happened instead?
Well, instead, he started making a scene and, of course, calling me names again. So
when you say he's making a scene, what do you mean by that, Lori?
Well, he was just like yelling and, again, like calling names. And when he yells and stuff, he's using, he makes a scene and he doesn't care that he makes a scene.
Is that something that's easy to calm Mark down from when he starts making a scene over things like this?
No.
What kind of things was he yelling during this initial time frame when he was making a scene?
It was like, oh, you just love all this attention. You just want to, I apologize. You just want to fuck Terry.
Was he saying this in a joking manner or some other way?
No, he was not. He was not joking around.
How was he saying that? What was your impression of Mark's mindset at that point?
He was pissed. He's like, you just want to fuck Terry. I know you do. He's coming here just to see you. Like, again, my fault.
Was he calling you names during this time frame too?
Yes.
What kind of names?
The normal slut, whore.
Now,
Yes.
during this time frame, what were you trying to do with Mark when he was calling you a slut and a whore and saying that you wanted to fuck Terry LaFleur?
I tried to tell him that there was absolutely nothing going on, that there was no way that he was coming to see me. He heard Scott say that Terry was coming. So Mark's mind went to, Terry's coming to see you. Not that they had already had plans. That is my impression, that they already had plans and Terry was coming. And Scott, just plain as day, just happened to say Terry's coming, and that he knew that I knew him.
Is this the typical type of misunderstanding that could happen when Mark was drunk and jealous, that he would assume an innocuous reference to a man like Mr. LaFleur meant that he was coming over there to have sex with you?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's in his mind. That's where his mind goes, yes.
Now, I do want to show you a couple of clips of video from the dive bar here as to when Mark was making a scene.
Good morning, those of y'all joining us.
Can I ask, is this 507 that you're using?
Yes, it's labeled dive bar video. This is the bar room facing camera. All right, and the camera stopped at looks like 24 minutes and 1 second. Lori, it's a little bit difficult here to see, but am I pointing at where Mark is right now?
Yes, yes.
And would you be the blonde head of hair hidden behind the woman over there?
Yes, I'm in front of Hannah with the head on.
And that's my next question here. Who am I pointing at right now?
That's Hannah Klinsky.
And we have some other people at the edge of the table. Who are these people?
So that's Hannah's family, and I guess one family friend.
All right, and I'm going to play this or have this video played from 24 minutes and 1 second to 27 minutes, and then we'll talk about it when the clip is over.
So this is dive bar. Or, yeah, the dive. Looks like a dive bar. Oh my gosh, it does look like American Legion and what's the other one that's like American Legion? It does look like those. It does have a school lunchroom feel. VFW, yes, that's what it is. Yes. His hoodie says $14.99 on the back of it. I wonder what's $14.99. Or Moose Lodge. Now, every time I see a beanie, though, I'm going to think about it being a bike helmet because of y'all on Friday. Thinking in that interrogation that she had on a bicycle helmet. The dive bar has weekly drawings to attract people. Oh.
All right, we're stopped at 27 minutes. Lori, do you see Mark, I guess, gesturing and talking during that video?
Yes.
Does that appear consistent with when he was, as you described it, making a scene?
Yes.
And do you recall what the topic of conversation was when Mark was gesturing and speaking during that video?
Well, I mean, it would have been Terry LaFleur.
All right. And during that time frame, it appeared that Mark was yelling as he was coming towards you. Is that your recollection as well?
Yes.
We had somebody arrive in the table in the middle of that clip, a gentleman wearing a ball cap there. Who's that?
That's Bob Klinsky, Hannah's dad.
And we have, looks like Mr. Stevens arrived as well. Is he the gentleman sitting next to you?
Yeah, he came from the bathroom or something, and he's sitting next to me.
All right. Now, is this one of those moments during the night where it was described as everyone was kind of trying to ignore what was going on between you and Mark?
I mean, that's my impression, yes.
And the gentleman who comes up to you, who did you say that was?
Hannah's dad, Bob Klinsky.
And what's your recollection of what happened at that moment?
I don't remember what he said, but I think that he wanted to make sure everything was okay. And it seemed to me that he looked at Mark like he wanted to be like, hey, but let's cut it out type thing. But I mean, that's my perception. I don't remember. I mean, he could have just been, I think that Bob was really just trying to help.
Okay. Did Mr. Klinsky's intervention end up causing Mark to drop the topic of Terry LaFleur at any point?
No.
All right. And since this is a difficult to manage video, I'm going to jump ahead to another point here in a moment. But Lori, was this the last time during the evening where Mark was yelling and screaming at you at the bar about his impression that you wanted to have sex with Terry LaFleur?
No, I don't think so.
Did that happen throughout the night?
It did.
All right. The same clip from 2 hours, 18 minutes, 00 to 2 and 10 seconds. Let me know when it's queued up. Now, Lori, this is, just to clarify, this is, the next clip is going to be after the two of you returned to the dive bar after initially leaving, okay? So not to throw off your timeline here, but Ms. Witzke, let me know when you're ready. All right, let's play that clip.
I feel like somebody else is watching this and they're like, wait a minute. And they see somebody who is meeting up at this dive bar that shouldn't be. I always think about stuff like that when they show bar videos. Yeah, this is them. And you can see he's still like gesturing and stuff. Like they look like they're fighting. Right here and here.
Thank you. And we
He
are
just
stopped
walked
at 2
off.
hours, 20 minutes, and 10 seconds. Ms. Phillips, was this another encounter where Mark appeared to be upset with you during the evening at the dive bar?
Yes.
And did it look to you like he was yelling and screaming at you?
Yes.
And was his hand gestures and his expressions similar to how Mark was behaving that evening when he was upset and angry with you?
Yes.
Now, we can take the video down. Thank you. Lori, let's talk a little bit about.
Wait, I want to hold on.
The,
I just want to see
first
something real quick.
4 hours.
It says yelling and screaming. I just want to see the other people. This is them. I want to see the other people's reactions.
Thank you. And we are stopped at 2 hours, 20 minutes, and 10 seconds during the at you.
Yes.
Behaving that we can take the first time that you left the dive bar. And I'm going to preface this by saying that it's almost 5 years after the fact. Do you remember how many times you went in or went out of the dive bar that evening?
No.
But
So this is one thing that just a random thing. When he's saying that he was yelling and screaming, I've been yelled at and screamed at in a bar before, and people turned around and looked, but nobody really seemed to turn around and look. The people at their table were looking, but all of the other people didn't seem to be reacting to it. And anytime I've been in hostile situation in public before, and people turn around and look, at least initially.
at some point, did you and Mark talk about,
Strange.
or at some point, did the two of you decide that you would leave the dive bar and go someplace else?
Yes. So we had talked about getting out to Holman. Holman had
Patricia.
Features had another drawing as well. So I was like, well, maybe we could just go there to get away from all of this stuff here.
All right. So did anything noteworthy happen while you were leaving the dive bar?
Yeah. So when we were leaving the dive bar, we went outside and Scott Cundy was out there. And he said, come here, I want to show you something, and walked us over to a car.
Who was in the car?
Terry LaFleur and what I believe to have been his wife or girlfriend. I don't know who she was.
There's a woman out there.
Yes.
And what was your reaction to Mr. Cundy taking you over there and showing you Terry LaFleur?
I mean, it was awkward. Whereas I was like, hi, it was just an awkward encounter.
Was Mark with you at that point?
He was until he said, I'm going to go get the car. I'm going to go get the truck.
Okay. How long would you estimate that Mark was gone for?
He just walked right around the corner. He was in the parking lot still. So he just got the truck and came right back. So, like 30 seconds. He wasn't gone long at all.
So what happened when Mark got back with the truck?
When Mark got back with the truck, then everybody, like Terry and his friend, got out of the truck as well as Scott, and all walked over to Mark's truck.
Okay. Anything happened at that point when everyone walked over to Mark's truck?
I think they were just talking. I think they were probably even talking about the truck. It was a guy thing.
How long would you say that you were out there by the truck for?
Not long.
What happened next?
We left.
Now, as you were leaving, did you say anything to Mark?
Yeah. Well, I said, well, tonight was fun, type thing like that. And he completely disagreed with that statement.
Why do you say that Mark completely disagreed with that statement?
Because he was angry.
How do you know that?
Because all he wanted to do was fight. He was angry and wanted to argue about the whole Terry LaFleur thing.
So what kind of things was he saying about Terry LaFleur during this car ride?
That he knows that I want to fuck him.
Was he continuing to call you some of the same names?
Yes.
Did he appear to be angry throughout this encounter?
Yes.
And did Mark calm down at all during this car ride?
No.
Lori, was Mark's anger at that point, did it scare you in any respect?
Absolutely.
Did you take any action in response to being scared of him?
Yes. I actually asked him if he would take me back with my friends so that I could get a safe ride home with them.
Do you recall calling Mr. Stevens on the way back?
Honestly, until I heard Adam say that, I had forgotten about that part.
Okay. Now, why did you want to be brought back to the bar?
Because I didn't feel comfortable with my, yes, I can say my husband at that time, because I didn't feel safe with my husband.
Okay. Did Mark agree to take you back?
Yes, I was shocked.
So let's walk through this step by step by the when you come back. Where did Mark park when he brought you back to the dive bar?
Front row, very first spot when you will come out the door.
What happened once Mark parked the truck?
He jumped over on top of me.
Describe that. What do you mean that he jumped over on top of you?
He left his seat, jumped over on top of me, and jumped on top of me and put me in a chokehold again.
Well, let's break that down a little bit. You said that he's actually physically on top of you.
He was actually physically on top of me, yes.
Did you feel part of his body on top of you causing you any pain?
Yeah, well, I ended up realizing it later, but I believe it was all of his weight on his elbow is what caused the bruise that would have been seen only by the jurors.
The bruise on your breast?
Correct.
And was Mark saying or doing anything when he jumped on top of you?
Yes, he was calling me all kinds of names and did the same thing over and over all night long, that he knew I wanted to sleep with Terry.
And you said that Mark put you in a chokehold. Describe that for us.
It was like an arm bar. So it wasn't like this. It actually wasn't with like his hands. It was he was doing his arm bar.
So you're indicating with his forearm. Was that forearm across your windpipe?
Correct.
And did that make it difficult for you to breathe when Mark had his forearm across your windpipe?
Yes.
Is that something that he's done before with you?
Yes.
And how did you feel, Lori, when Mark was on top of you, on his weight all on top of you, choking you, and screaming about Terry LaFleur?
I was scared. I was terrified of him.
Had you ever seen Mark get this aggravated about an innocuous comment about some other man?
Never to this point, no.
So what happened next?
I mean, okay. To the point where he got off of me, or to the point?
So let's break it down a little bit here and talk about, did Mark grab your head at any point?
So he was like forcing, with the chokehold, he was like forcing, so my head was against, well, I was like in between the two seats, the truck seats. But I'm sure that's when like my earring ripped out because he was holding my head down.
So he's sitting on top of you, kind of like a position now, with his elbow down, his forearm across your throat.
Correct.
Were you able to get up on your own power at that point, Lori?
Not with it until he got off of me, no.
Have you ever been able to fight Mark off when he gets like that?
Not when he's on top of me, no. With all of his weight, no.
Now, what caused Mark to get off of you, if you're aware?
I mean, I don't remember. I don't remember him. I don't know how it ended. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember. I'm sorry.
That's okay. When Mark got off of you, did anything happen in the car before you ended up getting out?
Yes, he demanded his phone.
All right. So, did you give him the phone?
Of course.
And tell us about getting out of the truck.
So I mean, I remember opening. Every detail I don't remember, but I just remember opening the door, and I don't know if I kind of like just slid out or if I just tried to get out quickly. But I think that I think that's when I entered my leg, coming down onto the bar. That's when I think I entered my leg. I don't know if it was from Mark being on me or the bar, but I honestly think it's probably the bar that did it.
Sure. When you got out, how would you describe your emotional condition at that point, Lori?
I mean, I was like shocked, sad. I was in disbelief of what he was doing. Like I was like, I didn't understand how we got to that point.
Was he still verbally yelling and screaming?
Yes.
Where did you go once you got yourself out of the truck?
I went into the table that Adam and Hannah were at with her family.
And it might sound like another obvious question, but why did you go to Adam and Hannah?
Well, because I knew that they would be like support for me there.
Did you feel safer with the two of them than you did with Mark at that point?
Oh, absolutely.
So at some point when you got to the table with Adam and Hannah, did Mark reach out in any respect to you that you're aware of?
So I gave Mark my phone, but Mark was using my phone to call Adam Stevens.
How did you know that?
Because Adam told me.
Were you sitting right there with Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
And did you want to talk to Mark at that point?
No, but he continued to call. I want to say he called Adam like 3 or 4 times.
At some point, did you end up taking the phone and talking to Mark?
Well, I think I took it, but Adam may have also handed it to me, but I was ready to take it because I took the phone and I said, leave Stevens. I call Adam Stevens. I go, leave Stevens out of this. Quit calling him.
Was that the end of your conversation?
It was not.
What happened next?
He asked me if Terry LaFleur was still in the bar.
Was Mr. LaFleur still there?
I looked around and I found him, yes.
Did you indicate to your husband whether or not Terry was still there?
I told him he was.
What happened then?
He told me to go to him.
Did you?
Of course.
And what happened once you got to Mr. LaFleur?
What I remember Mark saying is, tell him I'm going to kick his ass.
How did you react to that? Standing next to Mr. LaFleur with your husband telling you to tell Mr. LaFleur that he was going to kick his ass.
I mean, it was super uncomfortable, but I can remember I'm holding the phone talking to Mark, and I remember looking at Terry and I'm like, he's crazy right now. You know, like, he's crazy, just, I'm sorry type thing.
So did you actually say it?
Yeah, I said he's crazy. Yes.
Oh, you told Mr. LaFleur that Mark said he was going to come in and kick his ass.
Mark was being crazy, yes.
And when Mark said he was going to kick Terry's ass, could you describe kind of the tone of Mark's voice when he was talking, when he was saying that?
Oh, he was very serious. He's like, I'm going to tell him I'm going to come back and kick his ass.
So this wasn't a joke, or?
It was not a joke. I'm sorry. I'll let you finish.
Sure. Now, at some point during this time frame, Lori, did you see Mark back inside of the bar?
Yes.
Can you describe what you saw when you initially saw Mark back in the bar?
So Mark came back in and he was like by the doorway, and he was he was making a scene again and yelling and telling me to get back in the truck. And I just remember looking at Hannah, and Hannah's like, just go to him, make him just go to him so he'll stop.
Fair to say that Mark was embarrassing everyone that he was.
Oh, I'm sure he did.
So, did you go to him?
I started to, yes.
You said you started to. Did something happen that stopped that process?
Yes.
What?
Mark said something to me when I was heading his way, and it was like, get your fucking ass over here right now. And I was like, oh shit, no. There's no way I'm going by him. No.
And you demonstrated that in kind of an angry tone of voice. Did Mark appear to be angry with you at that point?
Yes.
Why didn't you want to go to him in that state?
Because he had been drinking and he was angry.
Now, did you have any contact with Mark after that event where he told you to get your fucking ass back there?
Did I have contact with him?
Yep. Did you end up talking to Mark at some point after that?
Yes.
Was there any point in the evening when he appeared to have calmed down a little bit?
Yes.
Could you describe what led you to that belief?
So Mark had sent me a text that said, I'm so sorry, I love you.
Now, I should ask you as a predicate here, Lori, was at some point, did you get your telephone back?
Yes, I believe that there was a video that showing him coming in holding my phone, and when he came to the phone, where I was sitting at the table, you could see he set my phone down.
So that text message of "I'm so sorry, I love you," was that something that was sent to your phone then, from Mark's phone?
Correct.
What did that mean to you when you got that text from Mark?
I told Adam and Hannah that I felt that he had calmed down and realized what his mistakes for the night, so I felt that he had changed his demeanor.
And I'm going to get the Elmo up, please. Displaying Exhibit 517, previously been admitted. I'm going to scroll in here. Lori, it's in UTC time again, so subtracting 6 hours, it'd be around, this is why I went to law school instead of medical school. It'd be later in the evening, but does this appear to be the text that you got from Mark? 8:52 p.m., yes?
Yes, that's it.
Okay. And you said that was kind of a sign to you that you that calming down at that point?
Correct.
Is that something that you would look for in typical or other instances where Mark was upset with you, that something like that, a text message acknowledging that he was sorry, was a sign that he was starting to come to grips with his anger?
Correct.
So what did you do in response to receiving that text message from Mark?
I told Adam and Hannah and her family that they could leave, that I felt I was in good hands now.
Okay. Did Adam and Hannah and her family end up leaving?
At some point, I mean, I know Adam and Hannah did. I guess I'm not sure about her family.
Sure. So let's talk about when you were leaving, Lori. Did you have any conversations with Mark, or did you have any interactions with Mark inside of the bar before you left?
Oh, yeah, I mean, several. So, I mean, he was talking to somebody originally, and that person, I didn't know who he was, and him and his wife, and then they ended up leaving. So Mark and I were able to talk, just the two of us. And I remember telling him, I'm like, my boob hurts. And he's like, the fuck do you mean your boob hurts? I didn't touch your boobs. And I'm like, Mark, you had to have. He's like, who the fuck touched your boobs? Like, he got just mad all over again. And I was like, oh my God, I wish I would have never said anything.
At that point, was it evident to you that that anger from earlier in the evening was boiling over again?
Yes.
How did you feel at that point, Lori?
Well, I was scared, but I knew that I'd already had my friends going home. And I knew that we were going to go home. So I went to the bathroom and texted Hannah.
Why did you text, or why did you go to the bathroom to text Hannah?
So that Mark didn't know that I was letting her know that he got angry again.
Okay, and I'm going to display Exhibit 77 on the Elmo again. Lori, we've been over this exhibit several times in this trial, but does the top of this exhibit here represent your initial text message to Hannah Klinsky?
Yes.
Happy anniversary.
What did you mean by shit just got real?
Well, I knew Hannah would know what I meant by that, but she then would know that Mark and I were back at it again.
Okay. Why did you feel the need to let somebody know that?
Normally I don't talk. I mean, normally I don't say anything to anybody. So, but I just know that she knew about everything that happened that night. So I felt that I could confide in her.
Why did you ask Hannah to not reply back and indicate that you were deleting the message, Lori?
Because I didn't want Mark knowing that I told her.
Is that something that you would have been concerned about if Mark saw that text message?
Yes.
Now, Lori, there were a number of different clips of you going in and out of the dive bar towards the end of the evening. Is that correct?
I mean, I guess I don't remember going in and out that many times. I'll tell you that right now.
So let's talk about when you got out of the restroom. What did you do at that point?
So when I got out of the restroom, I didn't see Mark. So I got the crazy idea to just get in the truck and take off on my own.
Did you have your own key to the truck?
Yes.
Let's talk about that. Why did you decide to get in the truck and take off on your own?
Because I didn't think it would be a good thing if we were together, since Mark was getting mad all over again.
Okay.
Happy anniversary.
And at the moment, did you know where Mark was at?
I assume the restroom.
All right. So when you got out to the truck, what happened?
I put it in reverse. I don't know if I actually moved or not when I saw Mark coming out of the bar.
Okay. What did you do when you saw Mark outside of the bar?
Put it in drive and got out of the truck.
Okay. How did Mark appear when he came over to you?
I'm sorry, park. I apologize. I put it in park.
Okay. How did Mark appear when he came over to you at the truck?
He was furious that I was leaving without him.
What happened?
When I got out of the truck, he slammed me up against the truck, yelling at me like he was in disbelief that I was leaving him. And then he grabbed my arm and walked me around the truck, opened my door, threw me in, well, as much as he could as from where he was standing, shut the door and punched the window.
So you said that he grabbed you and slammed you against the truck, and you motioned with it. You motioned with both of your hands and did a pushing motion forward. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did I get that gesture essentially right? He grabbed you by the shoulders or the forearms and slammed you up against the side of the truck.
Yes.
And was he saying anything during this time frame?
Well, he was very upset. I mean, I don't recall everything he said. He was just very upset that I was leaving without him.
Still very visibly angry at that point?
Absolutely.
Did you say anything in response, Lori? Did you raise your voice at any point during that encounter?
Oh, yes. Okay. Yes, I did. There were people outside. So when he did that, I raised my voice and I said, "Stop, you've done enough tonight." And I thought by raising my voice that I would get others to potentially hear, at the minimum hear, to see that there was something going on over on my side, on the driver's side of the truck.
Was there anybody outside that you could see?
Yes, there were people outside. That's the reason I raised my voice.
Did anybody come to help you when you raised your voice?
Kathy, happy anniversary.
No, Lori, you said that Mark grabbed you by the
Roger.
arm and walked you around the truck. Did I hear that correctly?
Correct.
Could you describe how he grabbed you by the arm and how that looked?
I think you saw the bruises, but his hand was right underneath my arm, dragging me along. I mean, taking me along forcefully to the passenger side.
Did that hurt when Mark was grabbing your arm?
Of course it did.
Was he grabbing your arm, I guess, in a hard manner?
Yes.
Did you feel like you had any choice but to follow along as he grabbed you and dragged you around the side of the
There
truck?
was no other choice. I was going with Mark, yes. Yes, I had to go with Mark.
And I'm going to display what's been previously admitted as Exhibit 523. Lori, what are we looking at in this photograph?
My arm.
And it looks like there's some bruising along your bicep in the middle of your arm.
Correct.
Is that approximately where Mark was grabbing you and dragging you?
Yes.
So when you got to the passenger side of the truck, was it evident to you what Mark wanted you to do at that point?
Well, we were going home.
Did you feel like you had an option to not get in the truck at that point?
No. I mean, I wish there would have been an option, but no, there was no option.
How did the door get closed to the passenger side at that point?
Mark slammed it.
And you said that Mark punched the window.
He did.
Could you describe that? Did he punch at the window or did he physically punch the window?
He punched the window
Where was his fist in relation to where your head was?
right at my head. I mean, when I'm sitting there and he's punching the window, that's right where I'm sitting.
How did you react to that, to Mark punching the window where your head was?
Well, I mean, it was scary, and I knew that there was nothing I could do about it. I knew that I was stuck going home with a very, very angry Mark.
Had you ever seen him that angry before, Lori?
No.
So let's talk about the drive back home from the dive bar to your home in Holman. Was there any conversation during that drive?
Yes, there's a lot of conversation, and it was basically all Terry LaFleur.
Was this pleasant conversation at any point of the drive?
Pleasant? Never, no.
Was Mark still angry and upset?
Yes,
Was he still calling you names?
of course.
And was he still stuck on that idea that you wanted to have sex with Mr. LaFleur?
Correct.
Now, at any point during this, or did the intensity of that behavior frighten you at any point, Lori?
Yes.
Had you ever seen him this out of control on a car ride before?
On a car ride? No, no. I've never seen Mark that out of control in my life.
Did you do anything during that car ride home to try and have him get a grip?
I took my ring off and gave it to him.
When you say your ring, what kind of ring do you mean?
My wedding ring.
Why did you do that, Lori?
I said, I can't do this anymore. I was hoping that he would take it seriously enough that he would realize that his actions were going to end our marriage if they continued.
How did Mark react to that when you gave him your wedding ring back and said you couldn't do that anymore?
He said, please, please don't give me that back.
Did he calm down a little bit?
That's the only time that he was calm.
Did he seem to realize that his behavior might lead to the eventual loss of his marriage?
Well, yeah.
Now, Lori, had you come up with any plans of what you would do to keep yourself safe when you got back home?
I had decided that I wasn't going to stay at home, that I wasn't going to sleep in the house with Mark.
So what was the plan?
I didn't have a plan at that time. I just knew I wasn't staying there.
All right. And it might sound again like an obvious question, but I still have to ask you at this stage, why weren't you going to stay there?
Because Mark was in a mood that I didn't feel safe to be with him.
So when you got back home, what did you do?
Actually, Mark went in the house right away, and I didn't remember when I was talking to Mr. Leinfelder that I did go in the house, but I did go in the house. We had 2 seltzers that were in the truck, and I put them on the counter, and then I went to the bathroom and grabbed my contacts and contact case and my glasses.
Why'd you grab your contacts and your glasses?
Because I was going to leave and stay somewhere else.
So where did you go once you grabbed your contact lenses and your glasses?
Back to the truck.
What's the next time that you remember seeing Mark after you got back to the truck?
Mark was running out of the house, and when I looked at him, he was running out of the house like this, charging towards me in the truck.
And you motioned that you had your right fist up, made into a fist back by, I guess, your head. Is that correct?
Coming towards the window, correct.
And did it appear that Mark had his fist up like he was about to strike something?
Yes, I mean, like it was like a threat coming towards me, correct.
You said that he was running towards you. Did I hear that right, Lori?
Or moving very briskly, yes. I don't know if he was, he was moving quickly towards me, yes.
How did you react to that when Mark was moving quickly towards you with his fist up like that?
I remember going, no, 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 Mark. I remember saying that 100%.
Were you scared of Mark at that point?
Very scared.
What happened next?
It's like something clicked, and he's like, well, if you're leaving, I'm going to get all my stuff out of the truck. So he came over to the passenger side and started just rummaging through crap that was in the truck. And that's the best word I can use for the things that they were worthless things.
And what was your impression of what Mark was doing at that point?
I think that he was trying to delay me from leaving.
When you say that he was rummaging through crap, can we talk about a little bit what some of that was?
Yeah. So I mean, there were some can koozies. There was like some bank receipts. There were some beer chips. I remember seeing gum, like nothing of value.
And where was he placing all of this property when he was going through the truck?
Everything was put onto the passenger side seat.
Was Mark saying anything to you as he was going through all of these items?
Yeah, I mean, he was like, I'm just so you know, I'm changing the locks, which he always said. And then he found, I mean, he was saying a bunch of things. He was just trying to hurt me. But he also found some beer chips to a tavern in Holman. And he said that he was going to go there and go find some women.
Was this in the course of continuing to yell and scream at you
Yes.
And at some point, did Mark come upon a can koozie that you saw earlier in this trial?
Yes. Sorry, I forgot about that. Yes.
Did you recognize that can koozie?
Yeah. So Mark bought me that can koozie on my birthday. My birthday was the month prior to that. And it was, well, you saw part of it anyway, but it was a can koozie that had like they were like animated breasts. And it said, "It's my birthday" on it.
Did Mark do anything when he came across that can koozie?
Yeah. He threw it at me and he said, "Here, this is all you're good for."
What did you do in response to that?
I was like, "Whatever." And I tossed it out the door. I mean, he was like rummaging through stuff. He didn't even know it went over his head and out the door.
Was Mark calming down at all during this time frame?
No.
And Lori, was anything you were saying or doing causing Mark to calm down or reduce the intensity of his behavior that night?
No, he just kept getting more and more furious.
So as you saw Mark behaving this way at the passenger side of the truck, did you do anything in response?
When he was getting furious? Oh, yes. So I grabbed my phone because he hadn't taken it yet. So I still had my phone. So I wanted to record how he was treating me, how he was talking to me, so that he could hear it the next day to realize the crap that I go through with him when he's drunk.
So were you able to get your phone out?
Partially, yes. I got my phone out, but Mark noticed I had my phone and lunged for it. But I pulled it back and it like hit the window and dropped straight down in between my door and my seat.
What do you remember seeing about Mark next?
After it dropped, I looked at him immediately and he was furious. It's like I looked at somebody that I didn't recognize at all. And he just took off and came around to come get me in the truck.
When you say he came around to come get you, what was your impression of what Mark was doing there?
He was going to come get me and drag me out of the truck, and I don't know what he would have done. I have no idea what he would have done.
Were you scared that the physical abuse would continue?
Absolutely.
Were you scared that the physical abuse could escalate to something more violent?
Yes.
And when you say that Mark was running around the truck, describe the route that he was going there.
So he went around the door because the passenger door was wide open. He went around the door and ran around the truck.
Was he running very quickly?
Yes.
About how much time would you say elapsed from the time that Mark gave you that look and then tore off around the front of the truck towards your side of the door?
How much time elapsed, did you say?
Yes.
2-3 seconds. I mean, it doesn't take long to get around a truck.
What were you feeling at this point, Lori?
I was terrified. I was scared out of my mind. I was like, my heart was beating out of my chest. And I just wanted to be safe. I wanted to get to safety.
Have you ever been in a position like that, Lori, where you were forced to make a split-second decision under circumstances like that before?
No, not like that, no.
And you said that your heart was pumping. Are you familiar with the term fight or flight?
Yes.
Is that an instinct that you were feeling in that moment?
Yes. Well, so when he started running, I wanted to lock my doors because I didn't want him to be able to get to me. So I'm like trying to lock my doors because I was just so afraid of what was going to happen when he got to me.
Do you know if you were able to get the doors locked?
I don't know. I honestly, I don't know. I wasn't familiar with the truck.
Yeah. And you mentioned that you'd only driven this a few times before, maybe?
Right. And the doors lock on their own once you hit like 10, 15 miles an hour. So I've never had to use the door locks.
Now, at some point, did you see Mark clear the front of the truck and reach towards the side of the driver's side?
Yes. Well, I know he wasn't in front of the truck because that's the only thing I could see was the front of the truck.
How close would you estimate Mark was to the truck before you made the decision to hit the accelerator?
That he was at my side of the door. I would say he was right at my door.
And Lori, what were you thinking when you, or let me ask you this, did you put the truck into drive and hit the accelerator?
I did.
What were you thinking during that process?
To get the hell out of there.
Were you even spending much time consciously thinking about this?
No. I mean, my husband's here. He's not in. So I should say, when I see forward only, it's because it's dark out and this door is wide open. So my light is on inside the truck. So it's right inside the truck. I can see forward because of the lights, but it was hard to see anything else. But I knew that he had cleared the front because he was not in my vision.
And Lori, is it fair to characterize your reaction here as more instinct and less conscious thought process?
100% instinct.
Were you thinking about anything other than getting yourself to safety at that moment?
No.
Was this a position, Lori, that you ever asked to be in?
No. No.
Was it something that you had any time to think about and consider the pros, the cons, and the risks?
No, it was like 2 or 3 seconds.
Once you hit the gas and left the driveway, where did you go?
I took a right out of the driveway, and that actually, when I took my right, that's when that actually the passenger door shut. And then I drove down a little bit to a subdivision that ended up being, like, when I say a little bit, I guess it was approximately 2 miles away.
Okay, so let's back up a little bit. Is it your testimony that the passenger side door was still open at the time that you hit the gas?
Yes,
So it happened that quickly.
correct.
And why did you pull off in the subdivision, Lori?
I was checking to see if Mark was chasing me.
How did you assume that Mark would chase you to the subdivision?
Well, he would have gotten in his old car, the Outback, Super Outback.
Subaru. Now, when you got to the subdivision, did you have any reason to believe that Mark had been injured?
None, no.
Were you concentrating on the physical sensation, Lori, of whether or not the tires were coming up against a snowbank or how they felt on the road as you were fleeing from your husband?
Overruled. Go ahead.
Were you concentrating on the physical sensations of what the truck felt like when you were fleeing from Mark?
I mean, I don't think so, no.
What was first and foremost in your mind when you were trying to escape from Mark?
To get out of there, to get to safety, to get away from my husband.
Did you have the sense when you left that you thought you had hit Mark or struck him in some respect?
Not one time, no.
Lori, if you had that sense that you had injured Mark or you had hit him with the truck, what would your response have been?
I would have stopped. I would have stopped and helped him.
Now, once you got to that subdivision, did you send Mark any text messages?
From the subdivision? Oh gosh, I mean, I sent Mark texts that night, but I don't
Sure.
remember where I was.
Well, let me ask about the timeline a little bit here. So, any dispute that the truck was on camera leaving the dive bar around 10:09 p.m.?
No, I mean, I've heard that from Mr. Leinfelder.
And do you have any dispute with Deputy Sloan's estimate that it takes about 30 minutes to drive from the dive bar to the home in Holman?
I would say that's pretty accurate.
How long would you say that the argument outside the truck lasted where Mark slammed you against the truck and was screaming at you?
Oh, at the dive bar?
Yes.
A minute? 2 minutes? I don't know.
And did it take some time when you got home to go get your contact lens case and your glasses?
Well, yeah, I mean, I was inside probably for like less than a minute probably, but I mean, there was other things that happened in that time.
And then obviously there was some time as well that elapsed while Mark was yelling at you and going through the items in the truck.
Correct.
So if we add, conservatively 5 minutes to 10:09, and then 30 minutes for travel time, can we say approximately when you would have left Mark would have been around 10:44 p.m., somewhere in that range?
Sure.
Okay. I'm showing you what's previously been admitted as Exhibit 517. Lori, I'm showing you the middle text in this exhibit that begins with, "I wish you the best." Do you recognize that text?
I do.
Who wrote that text message?
I did.
And who are you sending it to?
Well, it's going to say boss man, but that means Mark.
Now, subtracting 6 hours from 4:57 UTC leads us to about 10:57 p.m. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
So would you have sent this text message shortly after fleeing from Mark?
Yeah. Yes.
Why did you send him that text message, Lori?
Well, because I wanted to let him know that his actions caused our basic breakup and me not going to Bismarck with him and starting a new life with him.
Were you serious about that at the time that you sent the text message?
Yes.
And when you sent that text message, Lori, did you have any reason to believe that Mark had been injured or might be dying on the side of your driveway?
None whatsoever.
Was that wish for good luck in Bismarck, was that sarcastic?
Probably. I don't know. I mean.
Did you have the impression that Mark would be going to Bismarck the following week?
Yeah, that Sunday, correct.
All right. Now, Lori, how long would you estimate you stayed at the subdivision for?
A few minutes.
Okay. Did you have a plan as to what would come next after stopping at the subdivision?
Yeah, well, that's when I was trying to figure out if I could find a hotel somewhere, I believe.
Okay. So what efforts did you make to try and find a hotel?
Well, I searched hotels near me because I really wasn't familiar with any hotels near me. And I ended up coming across one at Comfort Inn, I believe it was.
What did you do once you found the Comfort Inn online?
I probably did driving directions to it because I had no idea where it was.
Did you drive over to the Comfort Inn?
I did.
Were you able to get a room there?
No, they said online that they had a room available, but they did not when I got there.
And Lori, I should ask you, why were you planning on staying in a hotel at this point?
I didn't have anywhere else to go. I knew I couldn't go to Winona.
Did you feel like you could go home at that point?
No,
Why didn't you think you could go home at that point?
because Mark was out of control.
So once you got to the Comfort Inn and they didn't have a room available, what did you do next?
I went back to the truck and I Googled, I want to say hotels near me again, and found the Baymont. But this time I actually went online and booked the room so that I didn't have to drive all the way over there to find that they didn't have a room available.
Okay. What happened after you booked the room to the Baymont?
Driving directions to the Baymont, and I went there.
All right. And we all saw the video of you in the lobby. I'm not going to play it again. But could you explain to us what was happening in that video?
Yeah, so he had asked me for I was checking in, he asked me for my driver's license as well as my credit card.
Okay. And what happened after you gave your driver's license and credit card to the clerk?
He couldn't find a booking, so I was like, no, I just booked it online. And then I think he just did a little bit more searching and found out that I had booked it. So I want to say this was like almost midnight or something. And I think I just confused the days. So I was trying to get one for Friday night and I booked it for Saturday.
Okay. Did they have a room available for you at the Baymont?
No.
All right. Where did you go after the Baymont?
To Woodman's.
Why did you go to Woodman's?
To use the restroom.
Okay. Were you able to use the restroom there?
Yes.
After that, what did you do?
I went back to the truck and I can remember texting Hannah from the truck and from the parking lot.
Okay. And we'll talk about that a little bit. Were you using the internet at any point, either at Woodman's or at some point during this encounter where you were looking for a place to stay?
Yes.
And you recall seeing the document containing your Google searches for the evening?
Yes.
And it looked like looking for it here now, but we've all seen it. It looked like at a certain point you searched for the phrase physical abuse. Is that correct?
Misspelled, but yes.
Okay. The O is right next to the P on the smart keyboard.
Right.
Why did you search for physical abuse, Lori?
Because I wanted to find something to send to Mark to let him know that his actions were not okay. And I wanted him to know like how I felt, what I went through that night.
Is it fair to say that you were trying to figure out how to process that incident?
Yes.
After searching for physical abuse, did you make another search for physical abuse? It's spelled quite in the internet search history.
Yes, I did that.
What were you searching for there, Lori?
It must have been physical abuse quit.
And again, why were you searching for physical abuse quit?
Again, to find something to send to my husband for him to acknowledge his behavior that night.
Did you find a quote that you felt encapsulated somewhat your feelings on the matter?
I did find a quote and I did send it to Mark, yes.
And I'm going to redisplay 517. Bottom quote here starts with, an abuser can seem emotionally needy. You can get caught in a trap of catering to him, trying to fill a bottomless pit. But he's not so much needy as entitled. So no matter how much you give him, it will never be enough. He'll just keep coming up with more demands because he believes his needs are your responsibility until you feel drained down to nothing. Is that the quote that you sent to Mark?
Okay. He read it fast. And look, as much as everybody's been saying like this is you can see just by chatting here in the conversation and stuff, like how many people have been through this. I know this is hard to see. I want to pause it for a second and read this. An abuser can seem emotionally needy. You can get caught in a trap of catering to him or her, trying to fill a bottomless pit. But he's not so much needy as entitled. So no matter, that's very important. He's not so much needy as entitled. So no matter how much you give, it will never be enough. He'll just keep coming up with more demands because he believes his needs are your responsibility until you feel drained down to nothing.
It is.
And it looks like that would have been sent at approximately 12:10 a.m. and 13 seconds. You take my word on that?
Sure.
When you sent that quote to Mark, what did you hope the result of that would be?
I guess I just kind of wanted him to like self-reflect on his actions. I just wanted him to do better.
I'm going to ask you again, Lori, at this point, did you have any reason to believe that Mark was injured or dying back at the home?
None whatsoever.
You hope that he would read that text?
Right.
So you're texting with Ms. Klinsky as well, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm not going to review all of the text messages again, but I do want to go back to Exhibit 77, front page here. Lori, do you recall sending that text message to Ms. Klinsky at 10:51 p.m. about beginning with "He just freaked again"?
Yes.
Would this have been shortly after you fled from Mark at the home?
So that was probably at the subdivision.
Okay.
That would be my guess.
Did you have any reason to believe, Lori, that your text messages would one day be downloaded by law enforcement and read out loud to a courtroom full of people?
Absolutely not.
Why were you sending this text message to Hannah?
Again, I mean, Hannah knew what I went through that night, and she was the only person. It wasn't. I'm not one to tell people about things that happen between Mark and myself. Like, I think there's probably, like, my kids and stuff are a little shocked about this trial right now, of things they've heard. So, like, Hannah didn't know things before. Adam didn't know things before. I don't talk about it, but Hannah, I could trust that night because she already knew stuff.
I want to focus on the bottom line of that text message. He promised he would never touch me. He lied. What did you mean by that, Lori?
So, I mean, we've had instances in the past. And the last time he told me, he goes, that he would never touch me. So I figured that he meant again, I was under the understanding that we were going to start all over in Bismarck and start a whole new life together, a happy life. And I believe that he was going to change his ways.
Were you trying to say that to Hannah with this text message that this was the very first time that Mark had physically abused you?
No, she already knew better than that.
Now,
So is this a good time for a break at this point?
Judge, if you can give me maybe 2 minutes, I think I'll finish up this subchapter here.
Okay.
All right. So, Lori, I want to talk to you a little bit about your exchange with Hannah as well. And that you recall texting back and forth with Hannah about not being able to find a hotel room?
Yes.
And do you recall Hannah and Adam collectively suggesting that you should find a way to get to Winona and stay with them?
Yes, she actually offered her father to come get me. Her dad doesn't drink at all, and he lives in La Crosse. So she suggested that he could come pick me up and take me to Winona.
All right. Showing you, this is be 1, 2, 3, 4, page 5 of Exhibit 77. Looks like there's a text at 12:16 from you to Ms. Klinsky that states, "Me coming to Winona would only make things worse. Mark thinks that I'm coming to sleep with other guys. He's fucking crazy. Seriously, I just want to sleep. I promise I am fine." Do you recall sending that text in response to Ms. Klinsky's suggestion that you go to Winona?
I do.
And why didn't you want to go to Winona, Lori?
Because it would upset Mark.
Why would going to Winona upset Mark?
Because I have history in Winona. I have exes there.
Okay, an ex-husband?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time that you sent that response to Hannah, did you have any reason to believe that Mark may have been injured at home?
No, none.
Were you legitimately scared about what Mark might do should you go to Winona and stay with Hannah and Adam?
I would never have gone. I knew better.
I think we can take a break here, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's turn lights on. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for going a little bit later. Let's start up. Same time, 8:30, 8:45. Get here early. Maybe we can start early. I'm sorry, it's been long days, but I was hoping to see if we can get this all wrapped up tomorrow. I will forewarn you that if for some reason we can't finish,
I have to move it to this side because I can't see it on that side very well. For whatever reason. All right, moving right along.
All of them.
Why sure you would fled from Mark? So let me ask you about that.
Oops.
All right. Morning, Lori.
Morning.
I think where we left off was talking about your access to the home security system after you had fled from Mark. So let me ask you about that. At any point, did you access the home security system through your telephone?
Yes.
Why did you do that, Lori?
Real quick before she gets going again. Yeah, I think the Courtney Clinty one will be important, and actually she has a hearing this week too, doesn't she? So that we can finally get a court date. I need to check and see when that is. And then also I think that, the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial brought a lot of attention to it too, which is a good thing. But I'm glad you mentioned Courtney Clinty because she has a hearing this week.
Lori.
I was looking to see if Mark either left the home or invited anybody over.
Okay, so let's talk about that a little bit. What would lead you to believe that Mark would leave the home?
What would lead me to believe that he would leave the home?
Yes.
He had stated he found some beer tokens to a home and bar, that he was going to go to that bar and pick up some ladies.
Okay.
Hi, Susan.
And Lori, did you have some sense that Mark might also try to follow you in the other vehicle?
Oh, yes,
Which cameras in particular did you check?
all of them.
Why were you checking all of them, Lori?
Because when I couldn't tell if he had left the house or not with the vehicle, or had somebody actually even come in, I thought, oh my gosh, maybe he's in the hot tub. So that's the reason for the hot tub as well.
Okay. And Lori, do you remember exactly where you were each time that you checked the cameras?
No,
Is it something that you were checking throughout the course of the evening just to see if Mark was up and about?
yes,
Now, at any point, Lori, were you watching anything other than the live feeds from those cameras?
no,
And I'm going to ask you a question that you'll probably get on cross-examination. Were you checking these live feed cameras to see whether or not Mark had been injured?
no.
Now, let's talk about where you went after using the restroom at Woodman's. Where was that, Lori?
So after leaving Woodman's, then I went back over by the Baymont, and there was like a vacant lot type thing across the street that was dark.
Okay, what was the plan once you got to that vacant lot?
To sleep there.
Okay, were you able to sleep in the truck?
For a short time I did, I think.
Were you able to spend the entire night in that vacant lot?
No, it was too cold.
Okay, so at some point you got cold. What did you decide to do then?
I believe I actually searched to see if there were any other hotels near me. And when I didn't come up with anything, then I decided that it was probably safe to go back home.
Okay, well, what led you to believe that you were safe to go back home at that point, Lori?
Because if Mark, he would have been passed out by then.
Oh, that's something that you would have expected, that Mark was probably passed out and
Correct.
wouldn't have been up and aggressive.
Correct, yep.
Now, when you were going home, Lori, did you do anything particular with the cameras?
Oh, yes, I turned them off so that the alarm didn't wake Mark up.
Is that the sole reason that you turned the cameras off at that point?
Yes,
And what would lead you to believe that the alarm might wake Mark up?
because there's a beeping, I can't remember if it's a beeping or what it is, it's been a few years, but that it alerts your phone anytime there's movement.
Okay. Were you trying to conceal evidence of you returning home at that point, Lori?
No,
So when you're returning home, and I can get you on more, please. Exhibit 526. Lori, do you recall exactly which way you took back to your home that evening?
honestly, no, not until I heard somebody else state which way I drove home.
From the area of West Salem, coming from the, I guess it would be the east to the west.
Correct.
But you don't recall that specifically.
I honestly didn't remember that, no.
And Lori, did you see Mark at all when you were driving back home?
No,
Which driveway did you take when you returned back into the home?
so the one to the left of the house.
I'll give you the laser pointer. Why don't you point that out for us?
This one. Oh, sorry, this one.
So you've indicated the westbound driveway,
Correct.
and or I guess the western side driveway. And Ms. Phillips, correct me if I'm wrong, but is that the driveway that you typically took regardless of which direction you're coming from?
Me, yes.
Now, let's describe the conditions when you were driving back. Was it light out at all?
No, it was pitch black.
Do you have any street lights or sources of artificial lighting right in that area that would have illuminated the area of the driveway?
No. Well, my truck lights, that's it.
So other than the headlights, nothing else?
Correct.
And as you were driving up that driveway, the western driveway, where was your attention focused when you were driving, Lori?
And the driveway in front of me.
In the Dodge Ram that you were driving, were you seated differently from how you would normally be seated in the Subaru relative to the driveway?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a much bigger vehicle.
And Lori, at any point, did you look over to the right or feel the need to look over to the right as you were driving up that west-facing driveway?
No.
Fair to assume that your attention would have been in front of you on the roadway?
Correct. On the driveway, correct.
Lori, I'm just going to ask you, did you see Mark out there when you returned to the house?
No.
How would you have reacted had you seen Mark?
I would have helped him.
Now, when you got back home, where did you park the vehicle?
Right here.
So you've indicated the portico area between the back door to the house and the man cave. Is that correct?
Yep.
And am I correct in assuming that the front of the truck would be facing towards the east then in that view where you parked it?
Correct, towards the trees, right?
As opposed to when you left, the front of the truck would have been facing towards the west. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you got out of the truck, did you see Mark at all?
No,
What was your assumption of where Mark was at that point?
in bed sleeping.
Okay, so what did you do when you got back home?
When I got back home, I went inside, but I noticed right away the door was unlocked, which was very unusual, as well as the dining room light was on. But I did see my husband's shoes right at the doorway, so I knew he was sleeping.
Okay, so what was your impression then that the door was unlocked and the light was on?
I was like, wow, he must have been drunker than I thought and must have just passed out.
Okay, so what did you do once you got into the house?
I went inside. I went to the couch to sleep there, but A, it wasn't comfortable, and B, if Mark would have woke up to go use the restroom, he would have walked right past me, and that might have upset him, so I decided to go upstairs.
All right, and had you ever spent the night upstairs before?
No, I don't even know. Maybe been upstairs once or twice.
Okay, what was upstairs?
There's 2 bedrooms, but I slept in the small one right when you got upstairs.
Okay, now, were you able to get any sleep up there?
A little bit.
And at any point during the evening, did you do anything else with the cameras?
Yeah, when I woke up at one point and I remember thinking, where am I? I mean, because I was in an unusual spot. And then like everything was going through my mind of everything that happened that night. So I was like, oh my gosh, I need to turn the cameras back on so I don't get in trouble for turning them off to come home.
That's something that you felt that Mark would, that you would get in trouble for, so to speak?
Yes.
All right, so no dispute that at some point after returning home that you turned the cameras back on?
Correct. Sorry.
No, it's a follow-up question. Overruled. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, Lori, about what time do you think that you got up that morning?
I want to say it was around 6:30.
Okay. Was it light out yet? Was it dark? What was the conditions that you recall?
I mean, it was lighter than when I got home, but it was still a little dark.
All right. So what was the plan when you got up? What did you intend to do?
Go downstairs and demand an apology from my husband.
At that point in time, did you feel that Mark would be violent or aggressive?
No, because he would have been more sober.
Okay. You figured that is this the type of state that you would go to Mark in when you would get apologies in the past?
Yes.
All right. So once you got up, describe what you did.
Once I got up, I used the restroom and then went to our bedroom.
And what did you find when you went into the bedroom?
Our bed was unmade and there was like pillows everywhere.
Was Mark in there?
No.
Did that alarm you at that point, Lori?
Yeah, because I had no idea where he was.
So what was your thought of where you would look next?
I thought I would go see if he actually took the Subaru somewhere last night, and I just didn't catch it.
Okay. And when you were getting up in the morning, did you have your cell phone with you at that time, Lori?
No. Well, it was upstairs.
Oh, upstairs where you had slept?
Correct. It was in my purse.
All right. And I'm going to ask that we go to a video on Ms. Witke's computer here. And this will be Exhibit 507 from the video file, subfile video 1. Lori, do you see that exhibit up on the screen right now?
I do.
And is that you in the photograph to the left?
Yes.
Is that the position where the truck was parked after you returned back home?
Yes.
Lori, what are you doing in this video clip?
I went outside to go to the garage.
Okay. And I'm going to give you the laser pointer. I want you to point out where to the garage you were headed towards.
The door is right there.
Okay, so you're pointing at, looks like there's part of the side door visible on the garage, is that correct?
Right, it's brown.
At this point, Lori, did you have any reason to believe that Mark had been injured?
None, no.
All right, let's play the clip. All right, does that, is that consistent with what you remember initially coming out of the house, that you were walking just towards the garage to see whether or not the Subaru was there?
Correct.
And Lori, did you appear to be upset or visibly shaken in that particular clip?
No.
All right, if we could get clip number 2 ready to go, please. All right, so Lori, did you make it all the way to the garage when you went out looking for Mark?
No.
Why not?
Because I saw my husband out of the corner of my eye.
How did you react to that?
I freaked out and I ran straight to him.
Okay. I'm going to play clip number 2 at full volume, please. Lori, what were we hearing in that clip?
Me
What were you doing?
yelling, crying,
Why were you crying?
because I found my husband dead.
Is that the exact moment that you saw that Mark was out there?
Yes.
Let's get clip number 3 up, please. Lori, what did you do when you saw Mark laying out in the snowbank?
I ran to him,
And what did you see about or notice about Mark when you ran to him?
that he wasn't breathing. He wasn't alive anymore.
What led you to believe that he wasn't alive?
His hands were like purple. I could tell. It was obvious.
And how did you react to seeing Mark out there dead?
I mean, I mean,
Give me a minute.
how did I react? I mean, I was in disbelief. I was in shock. I just ran. Then I ran inside the house to go get my phone to call 911.
You didn't have your phone with you at that point?
I did not have my phone. No.
I've got clip number 3 up here. Lori, do you recognize yourself in that clip?
Yes.
All right, if we could play clip number 3, please.
That was loud. Whew.
That one takes me right back to that day.
Lori, do you need a moment?
No.
What was happening in that clip?
I was running back inside to go get my phone to call 911.
And it sounds like you were screaming or crying during that clip.
Correct.
And it sounds like a stupid question, but I have to ask you, why were you screaming or crying?
Because I just found my husband.
Now, prior to these video clips that we just showed, Lori, did you have any idea that Mark had passed away?
No, none.
After running into the house, where did you go?
I ran upstairs to get my phone to call 911.
And we've heard the 911 call. I'm not going to play that again. But do you remember much about that call, Lori?
No,
Why not?
I was in shock. I just remember answering whatever they needed me to answer and trying to do whatever they needed me to do.
What did you hope that the 911 dispatcher would do?
Bring help.
Did you think at that point that there was any point that Mark could be revived based on your observations?
No.
So, do you recall Sergeant Valencia arriving at your house?
I wouldn't have known who he was, but yes, I remember a police officer getting there, yes.
And what was your condition or your state of mind when Sergeant Valencia arrived?
Again, I was in shock.
Do you feel like you had a clear head when you were talking to Sergeant Valencia?
No,
Do you remember much of what you said to Sergeant Valencia?
no.
How about Deputy Stotinger, who took you inside?
I remember being inside with Mr. Leinfelder. I don't remember.
And let's talk about Mr. Leinfelder. Is that somebody that you had known of at the very least prior to February 22nd of 2019?
Yes,
In what capacity?
just from lacrosse. I've known Fritz for 30 plus years. Excuse me, Mr. Leinfelder.
Just from seeing him around?
Correct.
And do you remember much of your conversation with Mr. Leinfelder inside of the house?
I mean, I remember telling him, answering his questions. Do I remember everything I said? No.
At some point, did you go to the Holman Police Department to talk to Investigator Leinfelder?
I did.
And what was your impression of why you did that?
So that we could figure out what happened to Mark. So I could help him, give him any information I knew.
At that point, did you have any reason to believe that you were a suspect in Mark's death?
None. No, I thought Fritz was helping me.
And what were you trying to get out to Mr. Leinfelder when you were talking to him at the Holman Police Department?
What was I trying to get out?
Yeah, that was poorly phrased. What were you trying to communicate to him?
I just wanted him to know everything that happened and hoping that he could figure out what happened.
Lori, were you still upset during that time frame?
Yes.
Were you thinking very clearly at that point?
I'm sure not. No.
And were there details or facts that you left out of that interview with Mr. Leinfelder?
Clearly there were, because it had stated that in the video. I continuously said, I forgot this, I forgot this.
Was that because you were trying to mislead Investigator Leinfelder?
Absolutely not.
Now, do you remember Investigator Leinfelder asking you specifically about whether or not there was a history of domestic abuse during that interview?
Now I remember, yes, because I read the transcripts.
And At the time, do you recall indicating that there wasn't much of a history of domestic abuse?
No, I stated Mark's never punched me, is what I said.
Did you bring up the fact that Mark had choked you in the past?
At that moment, no, I didn't want Mark to come off as a bad person.
Or any of the other incidents with Mark?
No.
And you jumped one question ahead of me, Lori, but why didn't you bring up the prior acts of domestic abuse at that time?
As I stated to Mr. Leinfelder immediately, he was a good man, and I didn't want to tarnish what his thought process would have been of my husband.
Is that why you said that Mark was such a good guy?
Yeah.
Now, do you recall having a discussion with Investigator Leinfelder about the fact that you and Mark had argued earlier in the evening?
Yes.
And Lori, at some point, did you try to show Investigator Leinfelder an area where you had a bruise?
Yeah, I remember telling him that I felt different in different areas, but I hadn't seen anything yet.
And did Investigator Leinfelder appear to take a closer look at your neck or chest area?
I remember him saying that he thought he saw something on my neck, yes.
Did anyone offer to photograph that or document the injury?
No.
Now, I do want to talk a little bit about the injuries here. And I'm going to go back to the Elmo, please. Do you recall Hannah Klinsky coming to stay with you after Mark passed away?
Yes, she came on Saturday.
And how do you recall, Lori, noticing that you had these bruises and injuries on you the following day?
It was after I took a shower and I got out of the shower.
And did Hannah have a reaction to the fact that you were bruised?
Yes, she's like, oh my God, we need to take pictures of this.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 520 previously received. Lori, what are we looking at there?
My leg.
And this is the bruise that Hannah described as like a boot print or a footprint.
Correct.
Exhibit 522. Is that a photograph of?
That looks like another leg picture as well.
Exhibit 521. Can't quite tell if this is a shoulder or a leg, but is that a bruise?
It is.
Did you have bruising along your shoulders from where Mark had pushed you into the truck?
I mean, that picture, I'm not positive if that's a shoulder or a leg. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Well, I'm asking, Lori, did you have bruises along your arm where Mark had?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
I'll show you Exhibit 523. What is that a picture of?
My arm.
And what, if you recall, is that injury from?
Mark grabbing me and pulling me around the truck.
Did these bruises hurt Lori the next day?
Yes.
Exhibit 524. What are we looking at on this?
I see a bruise and something else, and then like that red mark.
Okay. And is that something that happened during when Mark had been physically abusive with you on February 22nd?
Yes.
This next one I'm not going to display. I'm just going to ask you to look at it. This is picture 525, the injury of your breast. What are we looking at here?
A bruise on my right, it looks like maybe my right breast.
Okay. Was that something that was sustained in the course of Mark physically abusing you on February 22nd as well?
It was.
Was that the bruise or the injury that you were talking about when you described to Mark that your boob hurt?
Correct.
At any point, did any investigator from the sheriff's department or otherwise ask you to come in and be photographed or otherwise document your injuries?
No.
Would you have done so had you been asked?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about your comments during your interview with Investigator Leinfelder. Do you recall, Lori, whether or not, what your response was to Investigator Leinfelder when he asked whether or not you hit your husband with the truck?
I said I did not.
What's your impression, or did you believe at that time that you had hit Mark?
No.
To this day, are you even sure exactly what happened once Mark reached that driver's side of the truck?
I have no idea what happened to my husband.
Lori, do you know for certain that Mark was not in front of the truck when you hit the gas?
Yes, that's what I could see. I could see in front of the truck when I was driving away because my headlights were on.
We're getting to the end here, and I'm going to ask you the big questions, Lori. At any point when you were escaping from Mark on February 22nd of 2019, did you believe that you were creating a substantial risk of killing him or causing serious bodily injury?
Objection calls for legal.
For perception, judges.
Happy anniversary.
Well, it is a legal conclusion sustained. Go ahead.
Did you believe that Mark was at any risk when you were leaving?
No,
Did you believe that your act of leaving would be likely to kill or seriously injure Mark?
no,
Did you think that you even had a remote chance of injuring Mark when you hit the gas when he was on the driver's side of the truck?
no,
Was it ever your intent to injure Mark?
never, no.
Lori, what was your sole purpose for trying to get away from Mark that night?
To get away from him so that I would be safe to get to safety.
Despite everything that we've heard and everything that we've testified to in this trial, how do you feel about Mark today?
I love him. I miss him.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross.
I've heard about this cross, but I have not seen it. Dale, member for 5 months. Happy anniversary. Thank you.
Ms. Phillips, the last thing you had testified to, your sole purpose that night was to get to safety. Is that what you said?
Correct.
So for everyone hearing your testimony today, is that, I mean, that's your sole purpose for that entire night? Is that what you mean in terms of escaping from Mr. Phillips?
When I left.
When you left, and then your actions thereafter?
Correct.
Judge, objection bag.
Yeah, I agree. Go ahead. Be more specific.
So your sole purpose was to get to safety. You're talking about the driveway incident.
Correct.
Was that your sole purpose when you went to the subdivision?
To get to safety?
Yes.
I didn't know what I was going to do. I didn't know where I was going.
Was that your sole purpose when you went to check into a hotel?
Yes, so that I did not sleep at home. Correct.
Was that your sole purpose, or sole consideration, or was that what you're, and I guess, let me rephrase.
Real quick, because he doesn't seem like he's going to take a breath. Bug Dugger, gifted membership. Thank you so much, Bug Dugger. It went to Sandra Oliver. You're back in green, Sandra Oliver. Thank you so much, Bug Dugger. I appreciate it.
Phrase that. Was that a primary consideration after the hotel? Your safety?
Was my safety a primary consideration after the hotel?
After the hotel, when you're getting ready, I guess after the hotel, where you go next?
To Woodman's, you mean, or to the vacant lot?
To Woodman's.
To Woodman's. Well, I went there to use the restroom.
In the vacant lot?
The vacant lot, I went there to sleep because I couldn't get a hotel room.
And you didn't want to go home?
At that point, no, not yet, no.
Because you were concerned about your safety?
Correct.
This is going downhill fast.
Did you testify that there wasn't a remote chance that you hit Mr. Phillips with the vehicle?
Did I testify to when?
Judge,
Just a few
I'm going to
moments
object.
ago.
That's mischaracterizing my question on direct.
If it wasn't what you asked, you can say no. Go ahead.
Did you indicate or testify in response to Mr. Zacker's question that you didn't think there was a remote chance that you hit Mr. Phillips that night?
Correct.
And you indicated that you don't recall speaking with Deputy Stoninger the next day, February 23rd.
Was he the first police officer or the second?
I believe he would have been the second.
Honestly, I don't. I remember talking to Mr. Leinfelder.
So you remember Sergeant Valencia?
I remember a police officer coming. I wouldn't have known who he was.
So let me ask this a different way. You witnessed and paid attention to the last 4 days of proceedings. Is that correct?
Correct.
So even if you don't remember from this particular time, you sitting in court saw the different witnesses. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you saw Deputy Stoninger testify.
Yes.
So now you know who that is. Is that correct?
I believe I remember which one he was, yes.
But you don't remember him at the time at the scene on February 23rd?
I don't recall talking to him. I don't remember going inside with him. That was what I had stated.
Okay. So you don't remember, or you don't, do you believe then that you would have said or indicated, I didn't hit him or anything, him being Mr. Phillips?
I didn't hit him. That's Are you asking me if that's what I said?
I'm asking about your statement to Deputy Stoninger. Is it my understanding? Are you saying that you just don't remember saying that at all?
No, oh, you have confused me. So can you ask the question again, please?
I can. You don't, Deputy Stoninger, the person who testified, got up and he went up there and he swore to tell the truth just like you are. And that Deputy Stoninger, you are saying that you do not remember speaking to him at any time on February 23rd, 2019.
I don't remember going inside with him.
Do you remember speaking with him in the driveway?
Well, I remember him stating that I had advised that I did not hit my husband. Yes, I do know what you're saying.
Okay, so you remember stating that it's not like I hit him or anything.
I said I did not hit him, correct?
Did Deputy Stoninger imply that you had hit him when you were speaking with him?
No, it was more along the lines of when I said would tell the story and that Mark ran around and he's like, and I remember like, and I'm like, well, I didn't hit him.
So the thought at least had crossed your mind that could have happened.
When he kind of like questioned, like gave me kind of a weird look. Yes, that's, I was like, I didn't hit him.
So Deputy Stoninger gave you a weird look?
In my eyes, yes.
Okay.
Now, yes, I do recall what you're asking me.
Okay, so Deputy Stoninger.
I just don't remember going inside with him.
No, that's fine. So Deputy Stoninger gave you a weird look.
Like a questionable look, correct?
Okay, and that's what elicited that statement. It's not like I hit him or anything. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Can we not like step on each other's?
We can, and I'm sorry. So after Deputy Stoninger gave you that look, did you talk with Investigator Leinfelder after that?
It would have been after that, yes.
Okay. And then after that is when you went to the Holman Police Department. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And at that time, you had, I guess, felt accused, felt like someone was suspicious of you. What were you feeling? I mean, describe this weird look to us.
No, not with Mr. Leinfelder. I didn't know.
Okay.
Not at all.
But you had at least considered that it was suggested that that's what was being thought by Deputy Stoninger.
I just wanted to clear if he did question anything, clear that.
Hi, Mark Yvette. Welcome.
And then you do remember going to the Holman Police Department?
I do.
Okay. And was your testimony a few moments ago that while at the Holman Police Department, it was, I guess, your intention to help Investigator Leinfelder, whoever, determine what had happened to Mr. Phillips?
Correct.
Because you didn't know.
Correct.
So you were going to provide as much information as you could?
Yes.
And you were going to make sure that you provided important details?
To my recollection, yes.
And that's why you, oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
Are you finished?
Yes.
And that's why you were willing to make a written statement to Investigator Leinfelder.
Absolutely.
And then when you believe that you remembered something that you had left out in that written statement, you supplemented it, right?
I did.
And when we watched the video, that was, and Investigator Leinfelder was reading parts of that statement. That was all accurate. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, it was all accurate, yes.
I'm asking the court. Yeah, I'm sorry. I am handing what has been marked as Exhibit 89 to Ms. Phillips. Your Honor, the parties had previously stipulated use an agreed upon transcript for the purposes of Investigator Leinfelder's interview. Is there any objection to me using that throughout my cross?
I agree that it's authentic.
Go ahead, Dan.
Ms. Phillips, what can you tell me about the camera system? What was your understanding of the camera system as it existed between February 22nd and February 23rd? And I'm asking in terms of how it functioned, what it did.
I mean, it was a camera system that recorded movements.
Okay. So it recorded movements and you indicated you could live view it. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Hey, Tommy Jones.
Ms. Phillips, again, you've had the opportunity, or you've sat through every witness that we've had here
I have.
in trial, and you've seen every piece of evidence that's been presented. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were paying attention?
Yes.
You were paying attention.
Would you agree, I guess, I'm asking specifically about the timeline aspect of this case, that there are a lot of moving parts in this case?
Yes.
We have the 2 hotels.
Mhm.
We have 2 or 3 bars. We've got your house, right?
Correct.
We've got other locations, correct?
Correct.
We've heard all sorts of texts,
Yes.
internet searches,
Yes.
other things that I'm probably forgetting about, but I mean, you would agree that there's a lot there to that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Or would you agree?
I agree.
Okay. Up until this point, do you have any issue with the times of things that have been presented in terms of text messages?
No.
Or the coming and going from the bar as far as timestamps we've seen?
I don't believe so.
And the arming, disarming, or viewing of security cameras?
No.
Do you recall speaking with Investigator Leinfelder about the security cameras as they were armed or disarmed on February 22nd, 2019?
Do I recall talking to him? I don't know if I recall, but I mean, I can go back to the notes.
Okay. Can you please turn your attention on the exhibit that's been handed to you to line 114?
Okay.
I'm starting with Investigator Leinfelder, and so let me do some more checking. Is it your statement, I just hope the cameras were on? I mean, I don't know if they were or not. I have no idea. Is that an accurate reflection of that, or?
You said 114?
Yeah,
It's
I'm
not
confused.
one. Yeah.
What page?
So Judge, I'm using the line number on the right-hand side.
Okay, explain it to the witness. I don't have it, so I don't know what you're referring to.
But where are you? 1014.
Yes. I think I might have figured out the problem. Ms. Phillips, can you hold up that exhibit, please?
Hold it up.
Yes.
It said she turned off the
I'm
cameras
looking at the
because
lines on the left-hand side.
she didn't want his notifications going off.
1014.
Oh,
Sorry.
She couldn't turn the notifications off on his phone, so she turned off the cameras.
hold on. Where it says, and so let me do some more checking.
Yes.
Okay.
And then the 1015, Lori Phillips, I just hope the cameras were on. I mean, I don't know if they were or not. I have no idea.
Correct.
And then at 1018, you say, I'm assuming they were if I had to turn the cameras off to come home.
Correct.
So you had armed the cameras at 11:08 p.m. Is that correct?
If that's what the time was, yes. And obviously when I did all this, I wasn't thinking clearly, so.
So you weren't thinking clearly.
Correct.
So when you were asked that question, you just didn't remember.
No, I just assumed that if I had to turn them off, that they were on.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
So you don't recall turning them on at 11:08 the night before, or you didn't recall them when you spoke to Investigator Leinfelder?
Correct. When I talked to Investigator Leinfelder, I didn't remember that part. Correct.
Okay. And you didn't remember checking the live feeds?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. To me, it made sense when I talked to him that if I had to disable the cameras to go home, that they were on. That's what I'm saying.
So I guess, is it your hope then when you made that statement that the cameras were on during the incident with the driveway? Is that?
I was hoping they were on, correct.
Okay.
Yes,
Because when you spoke with Investigator Leinfelder, you didn't remember that you yourself had armed them at 11:08.
that is correct.
Had you calmed down by that point? And by calm down, I'm referring to, I'll ask that in a different way. We saw you were emotional when the arrival on scene, we saw you were emotional at the house.
Correct.
And that was understandable because as you testified, you just discovered your husband's.
Correct.
Did you, I guess, have an opportunity? What was your emotional state during the interview with Investigator Leinfelder?
I mean, obviously I was still shook up, but I was trying to give him what he needed so I could go back home and be with my family.
Okay. Is it safe to say that you were at least more calm when you met with Investigator Leinfelder?
At the home and police department, yes. Like I said, I wanted to give him as much information as I could so I could go.
You had already spoken to friends and family at that point?
Yes, I had people at the home.
And your friend Kimmy is the one who drove you?
Yes, she did.
touching up on the end of your testimony, your direct examination, sorry. We saw pictures of the bruises again, and you remember that.
Yes.
The picture of the one on your leg, didn't you indicate yesterday that that was from you slipping out of the truck or hitting that footrail or something?
I said that that could be the possibility from that one, yes.
Okay, so you didn't specifically say that that was not Mr. Phillips.
It could have been from the step rail.
So I want to walk you through different things we've kind of heard about throughout your direct examination. Starting at Sloopy's. That was the first place that everyone had went to. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And you had went to Sloopy's with Hannah. Hannah and Adam Stevens were there. Hannah and Adam Stevens were at Sloopy's.
They met us there, correct.
Okay, and that was early.
That was early.
And is that when everyone had started drinking?
Yes.
And did that include yourself?
Yes.
But everything at Sloopy's was okay.
Everything at Sloopy's was great.
And you went to the dive bar at about what time?
I want to say the drawing was at like 7 maybe, so we would have gotten there probably right before that.
And at what point in the dive bar did things, I guess, start to escalate with Mr. Phillips?
I mean, I don't know time-wise, but it would have been when we met up with Scott Gundy.
Okay. So you don't remember the exact time?
No, no.
Do you recall when the first incident of physical violence was with Mr. Phillips? About when?
Time?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
When we left the bar.
Okay. The dive bar.
The first time we left the dive bar, yes.
Okay. So the first time you left the dive bar, that is the first incident of physical violence with Mr. Phillips.
Correct.
And not to make you just retestify from yesterday, but what was the first time he put hands on you that night? The one you're talking about right now at the dive bar.
When he brought me back to the dive bar.
So you're at the dive bar at this point, or you've left the dive bar?
The first time Mark put hands on me is when he brought me back to the dive bar.
Okay. And that was in the truck or outside the truck?
In the truck.
Okay. And it was parked? The truck was parked?
Yes.
And at this particular time, can you remind me this particular incident, what he had done?
That's when he jumped over on top of me and was strangling me and yelling at me and on top of me.
So you're in the passenger seat?
I'm in the passenger seat. He jumped over from the driver's side.
From the driver's seat?
Correct.
Okay. And I want to clarify kind of when you said strangled, I can't do it as well as Mr. Zacher, so correct me, but I guess it was like a forearm hold or it was a choke hold, or I didn't understand that. Can you please describe it for me?
He was using his forearm.
So you use his right forearm or his left forearm? Don't know?
I have no idea.
Was Mr. Phillips right or left-handed?
He was right-handed.
Okay. So he uses his forearm and that goes up against your neck area, is that?
Correct.
Okay. And then he, applies pressure?
Yes.
Okay. And you're being pushed into the door?
No, in between the seats. Like he's actually pushing me towards his side, his seat. It's in between the seats. Not towards the door.
So, okay. So I think if I understand correctly, so he has actually gotten out of the driver's seat and is on top of you at this point?
Correct.
Okay. So he's on top of you, pushing backwards towards in between the seats, towards his side?
Correct.
Okay.
He says,
and then after that, you exit the car or the truck, and then that's when you go back into the dive bar, or is that?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Ms. Phillips, after the dive bar, I guess And like I said, there's a lot of moving parts in this case. I'm trying to figure out, and again, not to just make you retestify. So at this point, how inebriated do you think Mr. Phillips is?
Okay, the first time when we came back to the dive bar, you mean?
I'm talking right after he gets out of the truck. That he just had this incident where he used his forearm, got on top of you, and applied pressure to your neck.
He didn't get out of the truck then. But how inebriated do I think he was?
Mhm.
Clearly more so than I thought. But I mean, I don't know how you want me to monitor that.
So you remember answering Mr. Zacker's questions?
Yes.
Yes.
These are your questions.
We need to approach.
Okay.
Every time she talks about going to Sloopy, I get that old song, that Hang On Sloopy song stuck in my head.
Go ahead.
Just laughing. Where's Marie Moss?
So Ms. Phillips, during your testimony yesterday, you made a lot of representations about how inebriated Mr. Phillips was, what you thought about it, what that meant to you, things like that. Do you recall that?
I recall saying that Mark's a different person when he's drunk, if that's what you're referring to.
You refer, he's a different person, and there's different levels of inebriation. Do you remember that for him?
Yeah, I mean, there's like buzzed and then there's drunk. Yes.
So yeah, buzzed drunk is fun. Buzzed Mark is fun Mark,
Yes,
and drunk Mark is a problem,
correct.
and Mark who does shots is a problem.
100%.
And Mark, I guess at some point when you said is annihilated, that was a problem.
Absolutely.
And at some point at the dive bar, he gets, per your words, annihilated. Is that correct?
I would say that would be at the end after like even doing shots and continuing to drink. Yes.
Okay. So you have an understanding based on the scale that we've just talked about, how drunk Mr. Phillips is at any, time. I mean, indicators, the way he looks, the way he smells, the different way he starts talking to you. I mean, things like that, right?
That is correct.
So at this particular time, how inebriated do you think he is?
Well, okay. So I would say he was drunk, but I've seen him much drunker before at that point.
Okay.
Okay.
Because sober Mark wouldn't have done that.
Sober Mark wouldn't have done that.
Correct.
And now he has put hands on you. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at this point, who's all at the bar?
Inside the bar?
Yes.
Hannah and Adam and Hannah's family.
Okay. And
others that obviously that I don't know.
And Ms. Klinsky had testified that there was about 150 people at the dive bar. Is that correct?
I think she may have over-exaggerated when I look at the videos.
So you're looking at the video of just the part where the family's sitting. You're talking about that.
That whole section, correct.
Okay. So there's for sure not 150 people there. We all saw that, right?
Correct.
But the dive bar, I mean, I guess we agreed for the sake of time not to show out all the video, but it's a bigger structure. Or it was a bigger structure, correct?
Yeah, there was another side to it, correct.
So there's multiple drawings?
No, there was one drawing.
Okay.
That okay that he
throughout
says
that
is
building, I mean, was there more people throughout the building?
Than just what we saw in video, yes.
Okay.
I just don't believe that there was 150 people.
Okay. And when did Mr. Phillips start, I guess, yelling and screaming at you? Are we at that point yet, or is that later?
Well, that would have been before. No, I'm sorry. That would have been when he came back in, yes. Actually, the beginning when he was yelling and screaming would have been after talking to Scott Cundy.
Okay.
I apologize.
So after talking to Scott Cundy, that's when the yelling and screaming starts.
Yes.
Is Terry LaFleur in the picture yet at this point?
No, he hadn't gotten there yet, no.
Okay. So this is just Scott Cundy, and he's screaming at you. Mr. Phillips is.
Yes.
Okay. And from that point, for the rest of the evening that you spend with him, he is, I guess, it's not the last time he screamed at you, correct?
No.
And he continued to scream at you throughout the bar?
In different areas, yes.
And there's that one period where you talked about he sends you the apology text, things seem okay. And then, I mean, I guess other than that period, is he screaming at you consistently? Are you arguing consistently?
Yeah, that was the only time that he was actually calmed down that I could tell.
Okay.
Well, I mean, so after the text message for a short time.
Okay. And that was at about 8:52 p.m.
That's when I believe I got the text message, correct.
Okay. And you remember you didn't respond to that text message because you were mad.
I didn't respond. You're correct.
Okay.
I was disappointed. I was mad and disappointed, yes.
Okay. Can you please look at the exhibit of, I think, line 426?
everything she says, he says, okay. Okay. What are you doing, bad dog? Come
Does it say,
here.
can you read that for me?
The 426?
Yep, or excuse me, 428.
I didn't respond because I was so pissed off.
And line 426, when it says, you know, you indicated he was always sorry, he had texted me immediately, I'm so sorry, that's the text you're referring to.
The text I was referring to is he said, I'm so sorry, I love you.
Okay, the one at 8:52.
Whenever it was, yes, correct.
Okay.
Okay.
So not disappointed, you told Investigator Leinfelder because you're pissed.
I was very disappointed with my husband as well.
Okay.
Okay. Gosh, we need an okay count. What are you doing, bad dog? Hi. Hi. You see that pelican, don't you? I know. It's okay.
So after he sends the apology text and things are at the bar, I guess what happens next?
I told Adam and Hannah that I thought that he had calmed down and that if they wanted to go, they could go.
Okay, so you flagged off, I guess, called off Miss Klinsky and Mr. Stevens.
I did.
And the rest of the family?
I mean, I had nothing to do with the rest of the family.
Okay.
I don't know what they did.
Didn't we hear something? I guess, did you hear something about that? I guess Bob Klinsky or Miss Klinsky's father or stepfather, he didn't try to talk to you at all?
He did, yes.
Okay. Did he try to intervene? I thought we heard something about that. Is that your memory?
Well, that is what it appears to be. I don't remember what Bob said to me. I saw him come over and give me a hug and then kind of look over at Mark like I saw, thinking he was maybe trying to intervene, but I honestly don't remember what Bob said to me that night.
Okay, so he actually didn't attempt to intervene.
Did you say did or did not?
Did not.
No, I think he did. I think
Okay.
he did.
But you felt safe.
When Bob was trying to intervene?
Yes.
Oh, after Mark sent me the text, but this is two different, you're talking about two different periods right now.
Oh, okay.
So that's where it's a little confusing.
So Bob Klinsky, that is his name, right?
Bob is Hannah's dad, but he was over when Mark was doing all the flailing and
Okay.
that's when Bob came over.
So that's earlier.
That's earlier.
Right? And that's when
Correct.
he's still screaming and everything else?
Yes.
Okay. And the period afterwards where you then let everybody know towards the end of the night, them being Hannah and Adam, that they can go to Winona, that's later.
Correct.
And then and Mr. Klinsky, Bob Klinsky, he went with them as well, correct?
No, he lives in La Crosse, so he went to gun with them.
So he stayed at the bar.
I don't know what he did. I honestly don't know. That's when I was over on the other side with my husband.
Okay.
I don't know what they did
So at that point, it's just you and Mr. Phillips at the bar?
with whomever he was talking to.
Okay.
Her family could have still been there, but I don't know.
And-
We're going to take a 5-minute break, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to take a 5-minute break, okay?
Welcome, those of y'all coming in that poll. Oh, that's a close-up of his. All right, this is the good thing about catching up. This is from Friday, so we're just catching up on it while we're waiting on jury selection for our new trial.
Ms. Riddick, go ahead. Thank you.
Ms. Phillips, my memory is that we were left off at the dive bar. Is that your understanding?
Okay.
Hello, Krista. Happy 6 months.
I'm going to ask this as open-ended. Is there, I mean, in terms of before we had taken a brief break there, is there anything that you remember, I guess, in terms of where we left off or the question you were answering or anything that we missed? I'm asking an open-ended question that I don't remember where we are, and I'm giving you an opportunity to fill in the blanks if I miss something.
Judge, I'm going to object as to the form and vagueness and just ask that the state focus on an individual topic across.
Yeah. Are you saying asking her if she missed anything that happened at the dive bar?
No, Your Honor. I'm asking if Ms. Phillips, during the course of her last testimony, if there's something that we missed in terms of that she had more to say, just go on. Okay.
Specific. Yeah, go ahead.
It's a weird question.
Ms. Phillips, I briefly want to understand Mr. Phillips, I guess, jealousy. When you spoke with Investigator Leinfelder, can I direct your attention to line 414 on the exhibit that's been handed to you?
Okay.
When you had indicated, referring to Mr. Phillips, so he always explained it so that I could try to understand it. He said, if I ever feel like someone's trying to take you from me, is that referring to his jealousy?
Correct.
Is that referring to his possessiveness?
Well, he would say if anyone's ever trying to take you from me or if you leave me. So I didn't get the second half of that in there, I see.
And at line 417, you continue, or I'm going to lose you. Are you still referring to Mr. Phillips?
That's what I was talking about.
And then when you say, he goes, I can't control what happens in my mind. He says, I can't help it. I can't help it. So when that happens, we just have to deal with it. And I'm just like, I just can't even believe that he makes these things up in his head. Is that still referring to Mr. Phillips?
Correct.
And at line 421, that he gets in his head and he can't let it go. Is that still referring to Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a fair description? I mean, is that accurate? Is that a fair description of his jealousy
Yes.
and his possessiveness?
I mean, I don't really like the word possessive, but
Okay.
I mean, that
Use
is,
instead. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
he was just worried that if anybody was ever going to take me away, he'd say, or if I ever left him. Plain and simple, those two things.
Okay, so he was afraid of losing you.
Yes.
And in fact, we heard a lot of testimony from different parties regarding that he was fearful of losing you. Is that right?
That we heard that he was,
I'll just
mischaracterizing the.
I'll just re-ask, strike that question from the record, please. So when he's afraid of you, losing you, that's why he is jealous of other guys, right?
correct,
And that's why Terry LaFleur, I guess, was a problem here.
correct,
And you had nothing to do with Terry LaFleur, other than an acquaintance, right?
never, correct.
But in Mr. Phillips' mind, he made this, I guess, can I call it delusional connection? Is that correct?
I would agree with that, yes.
And this delusional connection is that, I mean, he saw just some random dude at the bar, right?
Well, Terry wasn't there. Terry wasn't there yet.
So go ahead.
Scott said Terry was coming. So Mark assumed that either Scott called him and said, hey, Lori Phillips is here. Lori, he would have said Lori Gamoki, come to the bar. That's Mark's interpretation in my mind. But in fact, I believe that they had plans all along for Terry to come and meet Scott Cundy for drinks that night at the dive bar. Had nothing to do with us.
So when Mr. Phillips started getting mad about that, I mean, Mr. LaFleur wasn't even there.
Correct.
And Mr. Phillips didn't even know Mr. LaFleur, did he? Or do you know that?
I don't think he did, no.
So the only, I guess, the only connection between Terry LaFleur and his jealousy in that is what, the Chapter 2 days thing?
Can you reword that?
I can. That his connection to Terry LaFleur is that he thought Mr. LaFleur knew you from, I guess, bartending days.
Okay, so you're talking about Scott Cundy. So yeah, Scott Cundy said that you, of course you would know him because he used to bartend at Ghost Chapter 2, correct?
Okay. And that Chapter 2 connection, that's what made Mr. Phillips mad?
No. No. So
Go ahead.
So when Scott said, of course you know Terry, and then I was like, whoa, 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 what does that mean? I've never been with him. He's like, no, he used to bartend at Chapter 2. My ex-in-laws owned a Ghost Chapter 2, so I bartended there as well. So that's how he thought I knew him.
So what I'm trying to understand is, I guess, let me ask you this. There were over 100 people at the bar.
I don't even believe that, no. I mean, there was people at the bar, but I don't believe there were 100.
About 50.
I would say 50 would be good.
So there's 50 people at the dive bar.
Throughout the entire bar, I would say yes.
Okay. And there are other men at the bar. Is that accurate?
I'm sure yes.
And we saw the video, right?
Yes.
And we saw all sorts of other, I mean, there's the guy with the $14.99 something shirt. We saw other people at the bar.
Okay, yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, we saw other people at the bar, yes.
What was the connection to the, as you understand it, between Terry LaFleur and Mr. Phillips? And what about Mr. LaFleur do you think made Mr. Phillips so mad?
It was the way Scott said it. He said, of course you know who he is. That is what triggered my husband.
Okay. So it's that, I guess that context clue.
Correct.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to line 433. Ms. Phillips, you stated to Investigator Leinfelder, he's always told me I would never, ever hurt you ever. Is that referring to Mr. Phillips?
Correct.
So like I couldn't even believe it. That's referring to the physical attack that you experienced at the dive bar, right?
Correct.
And I'm not even going to lie. I made a scene outside. I'm like, you know what? You put your hands on me. I'm done. I'm done with you. You just go live your life. Go. And that's when he stormed off or took the truck and just peeled away. Is that referring to Mr. Phillips?
Correct.
Okay. I want to understand your emotion there. What is going through your head? I mean, at that moment.
When I'm talking to Fritz?
Nope. So the moment, I guess that question refers to a moment, right?
That I talked to Fritz. Mr. Leinfelder, excuse me.
Did you make a scene at the bar?
No, outside, I raised my voice to try to attract attention, yes.
Okay, so that's when you raised your voice.
That is correct.
And that was because I think I heard that 2 people were in the parking lot.
I don't know how many people were in the parking lot, but there were people out there, yes. They were smoking.
You yourself saw somebody.
People were outside smoking, yes.
And you were hoping to get their attention.
That is correct.
And
Oh,
you were
okay.
hoping to get their attention because you wanted their help, right?
Yes.
And when you told investigator Leinfelder, I'm like, you know what, you put your hands on me, I'm done, I'm done with you, you just go live your life, go. Who are you referring to?
That's me talking to Mark, but I think that was in my head.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking.
So that's what you're
I
thinking.
didn't say that to Mark. I apologize. I didn't mean to overtalk.
I'll rephrase that last part of the question, and I will also try not to interrupt you or anything like that. I guess I apologize if I did. Where did you leave off? That's going through your head? That statement, the one that I had read, that's the feeling that is going through your head at that moment.
Correct.
Okay. So did you actually yell that?
No.
Okay.
No.
So I guess, what did you yell to the people you were trying to get help from?
I was like, you've done enough tonight. Stop. That's what I raised my voice and said.
So you directed that at Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
But you said it loud enough to try to get somebody else's attention. Is that the idea?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
What happens next?
To my conversation with Mr. Leinfelder, or when I go in the bar, or wait, that's the end of the night.
At the bar?
Judge, I guess I'm going to object and ask the state to clarify at what point we're actually at.
Yeah, Mr. Burdick, please be a little bit more specific about your questions so that the witness and we know what you're talking about. Go ahead. You can ask specific questions. You're on cross. Go ahead.
You're in the parking lot. You just tried to, the point at the parking lot where you just tried to get somebody's attention. What happens after that?
That is when Mark physically walked me across, well, first pushed me, because that's the part when I was leaving. And Mark came out and busted me leaving. So then I parked the truck and got out. And that's when Mark assaulted me again and then walked me around and put me into the truck.
Okay. And at some point, you were communicating or getting calls from Adam Stevens. Is that accurate?
No, I don't think when I was with Mark, I did.
Okay.
And if I did, then I forgot that. After that, I did.
How about this? I'll focus on, can you please turn to 522? Line number 522.
Okay. Okay. That's a totally different time.
It is.
Yes.
And you told Investigator Leinfelder, I took the phone and I said, leave Stevens out of this. Quit calling Stevens.
That is correct.
Who are you talking to?
Mark.
And you're talking to him in person or you're talking to him on the phone?
I'm talking to him on Adam Stevens' phone from when my husband was calling Mr. Stevens 3 or 4 times in a row.
Okay. And you're mad?
I didn't understand why he would bring somebody in from the outside. I just said, leave him out of this.
So were you embarrassed?
That was very embarrassing that he continued to call my friend.
So you're embarrassed because Mr. Phillips is calling your friend Adam Stevens.
To tell me to talk me into getting in the truck with him.
And you didn't want that information known.
I wanted him to leave Stevens alone, is what I wanted.
Okay.
He shouldn't have ever involved him.
And are you disappointed or are you mad or what's the emotion?
I was just like, leave him alone. Stop calling him. Like, quit bugging him. So my emotion, I guess I would be upset, I guess. And embarrassed.
Ms. Phillips, do you agree that you left the dive bar for the last time? You at about 10:09 p.m.
According to what I remember Mr. Leinfelder saying and seeing, I believe, video footage, yes.
Okay. And then you and Mr. Phillips, you had one more fight in the parking lot after you left or no?
When we left for the final time, that was the fight that we just discussed.
Okay. At the dive bar?
At the dive bar.
And then you go, I guess, took about a minute, 2 minutes? When did you get back in your car, the truck?
From when we left?
The dive bar.
I mean, a few minutes.
Okay.
It was 5 years ago. I mean, I don't really remember how long it was, but we were out there for a couple minutes for sure.
More than 5?
I don't think so.
Less than 5?
I would say so.
And then did you and Mr. Phillips go straight home from there?
Yes,
And he's driving?
correct.
And you were in the passenger seat?
That is correct.
And he's screaming at you at this point?
He was bringing up Terry LaFleur again, yes.
Is he screaming at you, or is he bringing him up, or is he speaking to you?
No, he was definitely yelling, correct.
And do you go straight home?
We did go straight home.
And I believe I heard, or do you agree with Deputy Sloan's assessment that it takes about a half an hour to get from the dive bar to your home?
I would agree with that.
So it's about, would you say 10:42 to 10:45 when you and Mr. Phillips pull in the driveway?
Sure.
Do you agree with that?
Sure was affirmative, but yes.
When do you take off your ring and give it to Mr. Phillips?
On the ride home.
On the ride home.
Mhm.
So he's driving, and go ahead.
Correct, yes.
And how do I mean? Do you put it in the cup holder? Do you hand it to him? Do you put it in the glove box? Where do you physically put that ring?
I handed it to him.
What did he do with it?
I said, I don't want this. And he put his hand out and he took, well, I can't remember if he said this at first, but he said, please, please don't give that back to me. And then maybe took it. I don't know if I just continued to hold it out there for him. I just remember he took it.
Was that sadness you saw from him, or anger, or what do you think his emotion was?
Objection, speculation.
I think we heard testimony on it yesterday.
If she can talk about her observations, go ahead.
Your observations.
When he said, please, please don't give that back to me, I mean, he wasn't screaming at me at that point. He was being genuine.
And did he stop screaming after that point? During the ride home?
No, I'm fairly positive that it continued. I mean, as far as I remember, it continued the whole ride home except for that short little point of giving him the ring back.
And do you know how long that short little point was?
I mean, it was just, I handed it to him and I said, like, Pierre, I don't want this, or I'm done, or something like that. And he said, please, please don't give that back to me. And then ended up taking it because I guess I just continued to hold it out to him.
So you're holding it? I guess hold it out to him. What do you mean by that?
Holding my ring. I took my ring off and gave it to him.
And he never took it?
He did take it.
Okay.
Yes.
And then you get to the driveway, you pull up to the driveway at the residence.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yeah, at some point, yes.
Okay. And he goes inside first?
He did go inside first.
Okay. How is his emotional demeanor? What are you observing at that time when he walks in that door?
I mean, he just took off. So, I mean, I didn't know what he was doing. I didn't know if he really had to go to the bathroom quickly but I mean, come to find out that he went straight to the safe to put my ring in there.
Okay. So he took off. So he's traveling at a faster than normal speed. Is that what you mean by that?
I mean, I don't remember. I just remember he took off because he's right there. The vehicle was parked right where he could just get right out, whereas I had to go around. And so he beat me in the house. That's all I can say.
Does he slam the door, throw the door open, anything like that?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I don't remember at that point.
And you indicated that he went to the safe.
He did go to the safe to put my ring in there, yes, and lock it in there.
Okay. Where's the safe?
In the bedroom.
The master bedroom.
Correct.
And you go inside to put some seltzers in and get your contacts, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is it safe to say the contacts are in your bathroom, or are they somewhere else?
Yeah, they were in my bathroom.
Okay. At what point did you make the decision that you're truly going to leave?
I knew when I was going home, I was truly leaving. I'm sure he knew that as well.
So on the way home, you had already made up the decision, I'm gone.
Absolutely.
Okay. And you gave him the ring back.
I did.
And that was because, I guess, were you intending to end your marriage, or?
I was letting him know that his actions were significant enough for me to just give up that night.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you have the keys to the truck, or were they still in the truck?
We both have keys.
Okay, so you both have keys.
Correct.
Were yours on your person, or did you have to get those from inside?
No, they would have been in my purse. Because I always have my keys with me to be able to get in and out of the house.
Okay. So you have your keys, you have them in your purse on you.
Correct.
Okay. And you went inside to put the seltzers away?
He had already been inside. The door was already open.
So the door to the house is open.
Correct.
And you have the keys outside.
I have my keys. He has keys and I have keys.
So I guess, Ms. Phillips, at this point, safety is your sole priority. That's what you said when we had started. Is that accurate?
When leaving, yes. When I left that night, yes.
And this is the point in the night where you have made up the decision to leave and you are going to leave. Is that correct?
Well, I had made that decision driving home. Yes.
And you had already experienced Mr. Phillips that you had never seen before.
Well, I mean, the worst part is yet to come. I mean, we still had another argument yet.
You're talking about in the driveway.
Correct.
Okay, that's the worst.
Well, that's where Mr. Phillips, as we're going to call him, it was the most upset, I would say.
So that is the worst is yet to come in terms of his emotional state. Is that what you meant by that?
Yeah, I mean, I may have misspoke. I mean, I'm saying that we were not done yet for the night, so it still got worse.
And it got worse after he went inside. And then,
Correct, when he came back out, correct.
so when you say the worst is yet to come, I mean, at that point, it was physically worse much earlier, right?
Physically worse much earlier. Mark was the most upset when I was leaving.
Okay, and that's the most upset you've ever seen him?
Ever.
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 And did that surprise you?
What do you mean by that?
Did him being the most upset you've ever seen him, was that surprising to you?
Searching relevance.
Sustain. If you can just keep things moving, go ahead.
Okay. So, Ms. Phillips, I want to direct your attention to line 594.
Okay.
Investigator Leinfelder, when he starts the driver's side door, can you review that section of the transcript and confirm that we are talking about the incident in the driveway?
Yeah, I can tell by my information above what we're talking about. Yeah. So yes, the driver's side door meant the driver's side door.
And at 597, you indicate, and he said, well, I'm going to get my stuff then. Is that referring to Mr. Phillips?
That is correct.
And I said, take your stuff that you want, take it. That's also referring to Mr. Phillips.
Correct.
You told Investigator Leinfelder that Mr. Phillips said that.
He wanted to get his stuff out of the truck. Correct. If I was going to take the truck, he wanted all of his personal items out.
And then at line 615 and 616, I'm starting at 615. Can you direct yourself there?
I'm there.
Investigator Leinfelder, okay, so then you got in the driver's side, and that's when he came out and was going to hit the window again. Okay, and then he said, I'm going to get my stuff out.
Correct.
Okay. And you at line 617 confirmed that.
Correct.
Because that's accurate.
Yeah.
You didn't indicate that Mr. Phillips is screaming at you?
At that point, when he got over there, he was saying some things. But when he came out, he came out with the fist and then realized that I was absolutely leaving then. And then something clicked and he's like, let me get my stuff out if you're taking, which it was my truck, not his, but he was one who drove it.
So when you say that was the worst you've ever seen him, I'm trying, I guess, what indicators of that? What made you come to that conclusion?
Sure. So he was saying, so when he got over there and he was going through all of the stuff in the truck, he was like, just so you know, I'm changing the locks. He was saying so many things He was trying to hurt me by saying things. And then, that he was going to go to a bar and go pick up some chicks or whatever wording he used for that. I might not be using his exact words, but I'm telling you what he said.
Okay. So he was saying mean things.
He was saying mean things.
And he was degrading you.
Yes. And then the can koozie with the breast on it and threw it at me and said, this is all you're good for.
And you took that to mean, a pair of breasts? That's all you're good for? Is that what you took that to mean?
Or sex or something.
Okay. But you took that to mean he was degrading you.
Yeah.
And he has said mean things to you. He has degraded you. He has said that he is going to change the locks. All of those things are what you're referring to as the worst you've ever seen.
Well, after the phone dropped and I looked at him, that's the most angry I've ever seen him.
So the phone dropped. You're talking about when you had the phone and you dropped it because you were going to put the cameras on.
Right, when he tried to take it out of my hands, correct.
And is that when you yelled at him, I hope the cameras are on, or when did you do that?
No, when he came out with his fist out.
Which is after what we're talking about now, the degrading comments, the going through his stuff, things like that.
That would be before. That'd be before.
I'm going to clarify my own question to make sure that I am understanding
Okay.
you. The comments are before the phone and the camera.
Me saying, I hope that the cameras are on is when he came out with the fist like he was going to punch the truck window again, or me, or whatever he was going to do.
When he came out of the house or when he came around the truck?
When he came out of the house.
So at that point, he had already suspected something about the cameras, or no?
Objections calls for speculation.
Yeah, sustained.
Okay. So something clicked in Mr. Phillips. That's when he became the worst you've ever seen him.
When he clicked, it was, wait a minute, if you're leaving, I want to get my stuff. That's when it went from coming out to punch whatever he was going to punch, whether it be the window or myself, and then realize I was absolutely leaving. I think it was a stall method on his part that said, wait a minute, I want all of my stuff out of the truck.
So it's while he's going through the stuff in the truck. That is the worst you've ever seen him.
The most angry I've ever seen him is when the phone fell into the ground.
Okay. And that's when he goes around the truck.
That is correct.
Okay. And we've heard testimony now from yourself, from others, that you have been choked, right?
I have.
And you've been hit.
I've never been hit. He's
Never
never
been hit.
punched me.
But he's grabbed you enough to leave bruises, right?
Correct.
And he's forced your head under the seat of the truck that night.
It wasn't under the seat. It was between the seats.
Between the seats. He used physical force against you in the truck.
Correct.
And at some point we heard testimony that he had broken into your place.
Several times.
And we heard, horrible things that he said. I'm not comfortable even saying them, but the N-word and stuff like that. We heard all that, correct?
Yes.
But this, in that moment, is when he goes around that truck, when something clicks, that is the angriest you've ever seen him.
The look I saw in him, yes. He was very upset.
Okay. So we're talking about a period of time when he goes from the passenger seat to your driver's side window.
Correct.
How many seconds is that?
2 to 3. I don't know. It's just running around the truck.
So what is describe the look, describe the worst you've ever seen him. Is he yelling? Is he fuming? Is he?
No, so when I had my phone and then when he jumped to grab it and it fell, as soon as it fell, I was like, oh no. I look at him and he had this just evil look. And that's just when he just tore off. And I was like, oh my God.
So it was a look.
It was an absolute look, yes. Was he screaming then? No, not that I recall. I just remember him just immediately coming at me or coming for me.
But it was that look that he gave you was the true worst you've ever seen him.
It's the scariest I've ever seen my husband, correct.
When he runs around the truck, does he have his fist up? Is that when do you remember that? Or what's he doing when he's running around the truck?
Does he have his fist up? I don't think so. He's running around it happened in a matter of seconds. I don't know.
Does he have the same evil look on his face?
He was very upset, yes.
Okay. Do you remember? Can you answer? How does he walk around the truck?
He didn't walk around the truck. He ran around the truck.
He ran around the truck. And Miss Phillips, that's when you took off.
After he cleared the front and he was by my door, yes.
Okay. And you indicated, I'm looking at line 621.
Okay.
Investigator Leinfelder. So then I was just like, F this, and I was out, I'm gone, right?
What line are you on?
621 to 623.
I don't have that. Oh, I see it. I'm sorry. I found it. I apologize. Can you ask your question again? I'm sorry.
I can. So you're describing to Investigator Leinfelder. So then I was just like, F this, and I was out, I'm gone. Right?
Correct. I left.
I'm sorry, did you finish your answer?
I said I left.
And you described that again, this is, he's at the door. Mr. Phillips is at your driver's door.
Correct.
Did he reach up to open the driver's side door?
Well, that's what he would have been going for, yes.
Okay.
I couldn't exactly see, Mark, with how dark it was outside, but I know that he had cleared the door or cleared the front and was coming at my door.
And correct me if I'm wrong, did you indicate previously or somewhere that I guess you couldn't get the locks working?
No. So when Mark started running over, I tried locking. I was like trying to lock the doors. I'm not familiar with the truck, so I continuously tried to lock, and I don't know if I ever got it locked or not.
Okay. Can you look at line 647?
Yes.
And then I was like, F this, and then I took off. We're still talking about that same moment.
Correct, I did.
I'm asking to publish Exhibit 41.
So
No, I don't. I'm just asking if I can publish it. And
it's the interior of the truck. Is that correct?
So,
It's the interior of the truck, correct?
yes.
All right. I think it's been published before. Go ahead.
Ms. Phillips, I thought I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, is this the stuff Mr. Phillips was going through?
Correct.
So that stuff, that wasn't there when you drove home, right?
No, that's where I sat.
Yeah,
when we
because that's
drove
where you
home.
sat.
Yes.
Now, I would describe that as a lot of stuff. Would you describe that as a lot of stuff?
It was all in the middle console, correct. It's a lot of junk is what it is.
So all that stuff is in the center console.
Maybe he could have gone through the glove compartment. I don't remember. I think it was all in the center console, though.
So the center console, maybe the glove compartment. Is there anywhere else you saw him go through?
No.
So Mr. Phillips is in the center console area getting this stuff.
Correct.
And he's taking it out and he's putting it on the seat and you're watching him do this, right?
I think he was doing it like in clumps. I mean, I don't think he was taking things out individually.
And while he's doing this, this is when he's saying mean things to you?
Correct.
Okay. And about how far is he away from your person at this point?
As far away from my purse?
What's the distance?
Did you say?
What's the distance between you and Mr. Phillips at this moment when he's going through his stuff?
3 feet.
He's at the center console.
He's standing outside at this point, going through his stuff.
And
He's
when
on
you
the
have
counter.
testified previously that he pushed you between the seats, you're talking about those two seats.
That is correct.
That is the driver's seat and the passenger seat.
That is correct.
So he is in between those two seats at the center console getting that stuff. Correct.
He wasn't, yeah, that's where he was reaching into, yes.
How long do you think it took him to get that stuff out?
How long was the delay is what I'll call it. I would say, I don't know, a couple minutes. I don't know.
Couple minutes.
That's a guess.
And you said you'll call it the delay. Why do you want to call it the delay?
Because I believe he was trying to delay me from leaving.
And is that where he got the HD bar chips?
He would have found the HD bar chips within that stuff somewhere, yes.
And that's when he's trying to verbally hurt you by saying he's going to go with other women.
Correct.
So, Ms. Phillips, can you direct your attention to line 908?
Okay.
He told me when he was taking his stuff out that he was going to go to HD. That's the HD Tavern, right?
That is correct.
So I assumed because he's like, you know what, I'm going to use these 2 bar chips that I have tonight. I'm like, you go ahead, Mark.
Correct.
Did you say that to Mr. Phillips?
I'm assuming I did if that's what I said in this.
You take off. And you go to the subdivision, right?
Correct.
Do you know where that subdivision is?
Yes.
Where?
Well, I mean, I could drive there. I mean, I know where it is. I don't know how to, it was down the road like 2 miles from what I understand.
What road is it on?
Well, it's off of, it would be, I don't know if it's M or W because it changes at some point. So M or W, it's off to the left.
Do you remember when
Going towards Holman, excuse me.
Do you remember when Sergeant Valencia testified?
Yes.
Do you remember him talking about the 3 roads that could have been on the left there?
Yes.
I think it was McCurdy,
Yes.
Breyer,
Okay.
and then do you remember one other one? I started with an R. I don't remember.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what the roads are called. I have no idea. But it wasn't it was literally 2 miles away.
You don't know what the roads are called?
No, I don't know what the side roads are called. No. McCurdy, I saw him point out. And then you said there was a Fryer or something. I'm not familiar with what they're called.
And that's the main road, right? The one that goes to your house?
No, that's County Road M or W. I think it starts with M and then goes to W. I'm not sure. It changes.
How many times do you think you've driven by that particular road while you were living at the residence?
What road?
The highway, the same highway that we saw Sergeant Valencia drive down in his initial SWAT video.
The County Road?
Is
The
that,
highway?
I'll re-ask. Ms. Phillips, are you familiar with the house you lived in?
Of course.
And you're familiar with the roads next to the house you lived in?
I don't know the names of the roads. No, I'm familiar with the main road getting to my house.
What is the highway, roadway, describe it how you want, that goes in front of your house, the one that connects to what we've been calling the W driveway?
Judge,
County Road W.
good relevance.
Yeah, I'm not sure why this is relevant. I mean, she's talked about the roadway. We have plenty of testimony about that. Go ahead.
Okay.
Move on.
So, Ms. Phillips, is it safe to say that you have thought of, discovered, considered other details that were not provided to Investigator Leinfelder? Is that accurate?
Oh, absolutely.
And you got to that conclusion by reflecting,
Yes.
and you got to that conclusion by thinking with a clear mind?
Well, no, like for instance, one time he had asked me if I went in the house and I told him, no, I didn't think I went in the house that night. But then the next day when I opened my purse and saw my glasses and stuff, I was like, that's right. I did go in the house. I had forgotten. I did not remember going in the house at that point. So there's things like that.
Okay. But in all that time, you never thought about what road the subdivision was on?
Objection, relevance, argumentative.
Sustain.
You can turn off the screen, please.
Based on what you saw Sergeant Valencia testify to, are you able to determine what road you were on?
Judge, objection, asked and answered.
She has testified to being 2 miles down in some subdivision. She does know the roads. She has said that 3 times now.
Okay.
And just to clarify, it's a newer subdevelopment, so I don't know the roads. I apologize.
Okay. So you're in the subdivision, you stop. Why do you stop?
Because I was waiting to see if my husband was chasing me.
Okay. And then you tried to look to see if he was there. Chasing you.
Look to see if he was driving? Yes.
Okay. And while that happened, you told Investigator Leinfelder that you thought you saw a police officer. Is that correct?
I don't remember that. I said that there was maybe a vehicle. Yeah, you'll have to point me out on that.
Can I direct? Well, give me just a second. Can I direct your attention to line 198?
198?
198.
Okay.
And this car came up and I'm like, oh my God, it's going to be a cop. It's going to be a cop. And I'm going to get in trouble here because I had been drinking. So then I just like waited and this car just pulled right into their driveway, right into their garage. So some white SUV, now do you remember?
So yes, there was a vehicle. I said, I didn't say it was a cop. I said it could have been.
But you were afraid that it was a cop.
Well, I was hoping it wasn't because I didn't, particularly want to be, I was sitting in a subdevelopment with my lights on, like out of place.
You're sitting in a subdivision.
Subdevelopment, yes.
With your lights out of place. Your husband you're thinking he's going to come after you.
Correct.
And you're thinking he's going to come after you because you just saw him act in what is the worst you've ever seen.
He was the most upset. I think you're taking my information out of context. I said the look on his face was the most upset I've ever seen my husband.
At this point, safety is your sole priority. That's what you said when we started. Do you remember that?
When I left the house, that is correct.
And you're in the subdivision that is about 2 miles down the road.
Correct.
And it took you approximately how long to get to the subdivision? Do you remember?
Well, if it's 2 miles away, I'm assuming just a few minutes.
And you saw a vehicle that could have been a law enforcement officer. Is that correct?
I saw a vehicle pull into the subdivision, yes.
And you told him that's
Okay, I see some of this. I want to pause this for a second because I'm watching some of the debating going on, and I love a good, healthy debate. But I just want to say one thing. And I appreciate everybody being respectful in the debate because that's, not debate necessarily. I shouldn't say debate. It's not really debating. It's differences of opinions and understandings and talking about it. And I get that. But one thing I want to say, when it comes to domestic violence and stuff and, and coming forward with it and saying anything about it and being able to talk about it, it's not something that's done easily, because even just watching this, like there have been, seeing the comments about like, well, if he ever did that to me, I'd be gone. If he ever, tried to lay a hand on me, I'd knock him out. Okay, yeah, hypothetical me is a badass. And I said the same thing. If he ever did this, I'd be gone in a second. And if he ever did this, I'd, knock him out. And like hypothetical me would never have tolerated anything. And hearing people say stuff like that all the time is part of what keeps the shame so great, because you become ashamed that you're tolerating it and that you're putting up with it and that you can't get out. And it makes you feel weak and embarrassed. And it's hard, and you don't want anybody to know because it is embarrassing, not only because you're so weak, but also it makes you feel like you're not, like there's something wrong with you that has made somebody else treat you the way that they are, that you're not good enough or worthy enough or whatever to have a significant other who doesn't, who can just live a normal life and not, abuse you. And her saying, well, he never hit me. That's one of the hardest things too about a lot of the stuff with domestic violence, is that if they're not to the point yet, maybe, where they're physically punching you, you convince yourself that you're not really in an abusive relationship. Her saying like, oh, well, he choked me and he, yanked me and he did this. And, there's always bruises from here down. And, I stopped hanging out with my family because, it's summer in Georgia and I'm having to wear long sleeves. And I kept convincing myself that this isn't an actual abusive relationship because he doesn't hit me. Okay, yeah, every once in a while, like he'll grab me and he'll push me up against stuff and he'll throw me down and he'll, do these things and, whatever. But it could be that he just hasn't got to the point, or she hasn't got to the point yet where they're punching you, or maybe that's just, it's never going to get to that point. Maybe it's always other kinds of abuse. But the thing is, when there's physical altercations and it's meant to control you or a situation, that is abuse. But it's really, really hard to acknowledge that. And when you are constantly convincing yourself that it's not the same for you because there's not, punching or whatever, until one day there is. My jaw still pops when I eat. When I eat, you can hear my jaw pop, and it will pop for the rest of my life. Like I have permanent scars and injuries that all happened before it got to the point where he was punching me. And I convinced myself it's not really, an abusive relationship. He sometimes, he gets drunk and he, loses his temper, and sometimes, but not always, So I just want to make it clear that like hypothetical me was a badass and would never have tolerated anything. So when you say things like, I would never do this or I would never do that, it is part of what makes it so hard for people like me or people who are going through it to finally be able to acknowledge what it is. And because you can't get out of it until you finally admit to yourself what's going on. So I just want to I just want to point that out because I know that, nothing's meant by it. Because look, I said the same thing, but I just want to make it a point that when you say things like that, that is part of what keeps us silent. It is one of those that you really don't know how you would react until you're in the situation. I was positive how I would react in that situation. I knew there's no way anybody would ever do that. But it's not just all of a sudden, like, all of a sudden they're punching you in the face one day. There's a grooming process. There's a buildup to it. Like, you start to accept little bits here and there, and then and then it'll be fine for a while, and they're so sorry, and then it gets a little bit worse every time, but then they're so sorry, and then and they've really learned this time, and then it's so much better, and then it's not. So this is not a Lifetime movie. This is real life, and things in real life are a lot different than in a Lifetime movie. I just want to point that out.
Gator Leinfelder, that you were, I guess, worried it would be a cop. Is that correct?
I said it could have been a cop, yes.
And you weren't thinking about, thank God I'm rescued? That isn't what's going through your head?
No, actually, I was thinking about, oh my gosh, am I going to get in trouble for drinking and driving?
Okay. So you're worried about getting an OWI at that point, or drinking and driving, as you called it.
Well, right. I shouldn't have been drinking or driving, correct?
Okay.
Together.
And I guess, are you still in fight or flight mode at this point, or?
I had already left, so I already had felt safer.
Okay, so you already felt safer.
After leaving, yes.
And at the time you're in the subdivision, you're now feeling safer.
I was not at home anymore with my husband, correct?
Okay. But you thought he was coming after you.
I didn't know if he was coming after me or if he was going to the bar or whatever he was doing.
Okay. And then when you found out it wasn't a law enforcement officer, it was just some person in their neighborhood, right?
That is correct.
You didn't flag that person down?
No.
You didn't try to call that person for help?
I wasn't being attacked or anything at that point.
Okay. And then at 10:57, do you agree that's when you sent the text, the "Have a nice life" from Bismarck that we've seen several times?
If that's what the time was stamped on.
And you sent that to Mr. Phillips.
Correct.
And Mr. Phillips, well, let me rephrase that. 10:57, we agreed from our timeline that you got into your house at about 10:42 to 10:45,
Okay.
right?
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
Okay. Sure. Yes.
If you don't agree with that, disagree with that, and I'll move on. Do you agree with that?
I believe your time period is
Okay.
close. Yes, I'm sure.
And then there's a period of time where Mr. Phillips goes in the house, correct? Right?
Yes. When we first got back home, yes.
And then you testify that there is minutes that he is going through that center console trying to delay for time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you leave the driveway and you go to the subdivision that is about 2 miles down the road, correct?
That is correct.
So 10:57, how long do you think, based on what we just walked through, that you've been in that subdivision?
You mean how long I was there altogether?
Between the time you got there and the time you sent that text at 10:57 to Mr. Phillips.
I don't, it was 5 years ago. I have no idea how long I was. I have no idea.
That's fine. So you send that text to Mr. Phillips. I thought I heard yesterday, I thought I heard you say yesterday that you sent that sarcastically. Did I hear that right? Is that wrong?
That's
No.
subject to mischaracterization.
I'm asking her to clarify.
She can clarify.
So I don't know. The ending part is what I was not sure. I don't remember if I was being facetious or if I was being genuine when it said "Good luck" in Bismarck. I don't remember.
Okay. And you sent that text to Mr. Phillips, possibly facetiously, maybe 5 minutes after you had just had this incident?
The facetious part would have only been the last sentence.
I'm talking about the text itself.
Can you repeat the question, please?
You sent that text, that possibly facetious text, to Mr. Phillips within 5 minutes of leaving your driveway. Does that sound fair?
Potentially.
And you were trying to accomplish what by sending that text?
Letting him know I was not going with him.
And that's the same Mr. Phillips that is jealous.
That is jealous, you said? Yeah, he's jealous, correct?
And that's the same Mr. Phillips who, when I read you that quote about the description of him, can't let you go.
Well, he didn't want to lose me, if that's what you're saying.
Can't let you go, won't let you go. That's what puts him into this extra emotional, scary state, that and alcohol, correct?
Yes.
and you were afraid that that same man was chasing you or going to chase you.
Anytime we got into an argument, he used to chase me, yes, to try and make things better.
Okay.
Were you trying to upset him? Were you trying to?
Why would I ever want to upset my husband?
I'm not answering the questions here.
Well, I'm telling you, I would never try and upset my husband if he's had been drinking.
Okay. And then that's about when you start texting Hannah, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And then at some point after that, that's when you go to the hotel?
After I left the sub-development, yes, I had gone to the first hotel, correct.
I guess, which was the hotel that you, I guess, tried to book a room and it didn't work out?
That was the Baymont.
Okay. So the Baymont, and you were hoping to stay there for the night?
Correct, so that was the second hotel.
Because you weren't going home?
Correct.
Because home wasn't safe?
At the moment, that was correct.
At the moment, you were at the hotel?
At the moment that Mark would have still been awake.
I guess if you had been in the hotel, if you had gotten the room, would you have just stayed there?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that was the plan?
Yes.
Okay. And then when that failed, eventually Miss Klinsky and her family, she'd indicated that you could have gone to Winona, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't take her up on that offer?
Absolutely not, no.
Why not?
Because it would have upset my husband.
How so?
He actually didn't allow me to go to Winona without him.
Do you have any, I'm asking from the perspective of what you believe and experienced. How would he have found you in Winona?
What?
How would he have known you were in Winona if you chose to go that way?
I don't think that's the point. If I went to Winona and he found out, he would be very upset.
You're talking about him finding out the next day?
Correct.
But he wouldn't have been upset finding out that you were in a hotel?
That's way better than me going to Winona.
Even when he's acting delusional and he's making weird connections?
There's no way I could go to Winona. I did what I was supposed to do and go try and book a hotel.
Okay. What you were supposed to do?
Well, it was not go to Winona. I did the right thing.
I'm asking supposed to do per whom? Like?
For that, so that I wouldn't upset my husband.
So you're still worried about upsetting him at this point?
Of course.
Okay.
Happy anniversary, Amanda.
And then, it was, I think, somewhere around midnight, you send him the physical abuse quote.
Okay. I mean, I know I did. I don't recall what time it was, but I know it's all been shown, so I'm going to take your word for it.
Okay. And the point of that quote was that you wanted him to self-reflect. Is that why you sent that?
That is correct.
And self-reflect when?
When he read it.
So when he read it, assuming it was received when you sent it, when he read it, that's when you wanted him to self-reflect?
Correct.
And that wouldn't have made him mad?
No. So Mark used to send me daily quotes. So, I mean, he would understand me sending him a quote. It's something we did daily.
So the inebriated Mr. Phillips, the annihilated Mr. Phillips, the bad Mr. Phillips, he would have understood that at that time?
It wouldn't have, I don't believe it would have upset him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent it.
Okay. So at this point, you've ended their marriage. You've cut it off, right? You've given him the ring back?
I did.
And you told him you're leaving?
That
right?
He's leaving without me, and that, you mean to Bismarck?
And you just took the truck?
Mm-hmm.
His truck?
My truck.
Your truck?
It's my truck.
Okay.
I bought it.
So are you referring to that you bought it or that you drove it?
I didn't drive. I bought the truck before Mark and I got married. It was in my name.
Okay, so it is your truck?
It is my truck, yes.
Okay. But he would drive it?
It's my truck that he drove, correct.
Okay. And he's in a incredibly heightened state. That's what we heard testimony about, right?
Which part are we talking about?
Okay, I'll move on.
Move on, please. Yep.
This crazy person, this version of Mr. Phillips, you thought he was going to self-reflect?
Yes, because we do quotes every day.
Okay. In that moment, in your answer, I'll move on. That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, Ms. Phillips, I want to just touch briefly on these cameras. So you pull up the camera at 11:08, right? That's when you arm it again. Is that correct?
That's when I'm what?
When you rearm the camera.
Okay. I mean, if that's what the reports say, sure. I mean, I don't know times from that night.
And it is your understanding that the camera, it's your understanding that the camera detects motion.
Correct.
And you wanted the camera on to make sure that no one was coming or going.
That is correct.
And that was specifically Mr. Phillips leaving or some other female from going?
From coming.
Coming.
Yes.
Okay. So if someone had come in the driveway, the camera would have been set off, right?
Yes. I mean, there's been times where it hasn't gone off, but yes,
So why did you need to live stream it?
to see if there was any activity that I wasn't, wasn't caught on the camera. I can give you an example that Mr. Phillips, Mark's father, had pulled in one time to come get the trailer. And it was caught at the bottom that somebody pulled in backwards, and it woke me up. So I left my room and went out and didn't see anything else, but they were hooking up the trailer and leaving, and none of that was caught on camera.
Because it wasn't on or because it didn't see it?
It caught them backing up into the, so originally I thought somebody missed M or something, so they backed up and were going to go out of our driveway to a spot that they may have missed pulling off. So I didn't think anything of it when I got up, and then, because I wasn't even really dressed, I saw two men outside hooking up a trailer, and none of that activity was on our cameras.
So that there's that one instance where the motion didn't pick it up? Is that what you're?
That I'm aware of.
Okay, that you're aware of. And then you check those cameras again at midnight?
Okay.
Around, and 1:35, right?
Okay.
Okay. And you're at what point in the Woodman's parking lot? I guess what's going through your head at this point?
I wasn't at the, well, I mean, so now I'm back at the Woodman's parking lot?
I am fat. You're at the Woodman's parking lot. That is what I'm asking about.
Okay.
What is going through your head?
At that point that I wasn't going back home.
So at Woodman's, you still had made the determination that it was not safe.
Right. I was going to still try and sleep so that until Mark could fall asleep.
At what point did you make the determination that it was safe from the Woodman's parking lot moving forward?
Okay, so I wasn't at the Woodman's parking lot. I was at the other parking lot. When I woke up and I was cold, I did search again for hotels that must not have found anything. And after that is when I determined that Mark should probably be sleeping by now. I want to say it was like 2 something. So I figured even if he went out, he would have been home in bed, passed out by then.
Okay. Home in bed, not home in the man cave?
No, home in bed.
Okay.
He wouldn't sleep in the man cave if he had the whole house.
Because I thought, correct me if I'm wrong, that you had found him pass out in the man cave many times before. Is that right?
If we had an argument,
thank you.
he would sleep in the man cave. But that's because I would be in the master.
Okay, so you did have an argument tonight, but he would not be there. Is that your understanding?
In the man cave?
Yes.
There would be no reason for him to be in the man cave when he's got the whole house, because I wasn't there.
So when you came home, you didn't check the man cave?
No.
Okay.
There would be no reason to check the man cave.
Did you check the garage? That right when you got home that night?
No.
Why?
Because I saw his shoes inside the house.
So I want to make sure that I understand, well, before I move on. So you pull in the driveway, correct?
Correct.
And that's the W driveway, right?
The first driveway, correct.
And the garage we saw is right there. That's right?
Yes,
And the side door is also right there on the side of that garage.
correct.
You didn't check that garage when you got up to the driveway.
No, Mark would have been, if he went out, he would have been home by then. So I had no reason to check the garage.
And the dining room light was on, right?
The dining room light was on, yes.
And is that the big side windows that we saw on the W driveway in those pictures?
Yes,
So those lights are on
correct.
and the door's unlocked.
The door was unlocked, yes.
And Mr. Phillips didn't lock that door.
Right, which is unusual.
And it was unusual.
Absolutely.
And you didn't think, this is strange, I should go check the garage.
Judge, objection. This implies a legal duty that hasn't been established.
Checking garage. Checking the garage, I'm not sure what legal duty there is there, but I'll let him ask the question. She didn't check the garage. If that's the answer, go ahead.
That is correct. I did not check the garage.
So I want to make sure I understand clearly as well. So if Mr. Phillips is awake at this point, there is a safety concern, correct?
Right, but I don't know why he would have been awake after 2 a.m.
That wasn't my question.
I'm sorry, but I did say affirmatively correct, yes.
So if he wakes up, we're back to where we were in the driveway in terms of it's scary, you're unsafe, you're fearful for your safety.
I think he may have been happy to have me home. I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
But you were concerned about that, which is why you did not want to wake him up.
If he was home sleeping, correct. I did not want to wake him up. If he was sleeping, correct. You are right.
But the reason you went home is because you believed he was asleep.
Well, I didn't have anywhere. I didn't have anywhere else to go
Okay.
because I wasn't going to Winona.
Okay. You didn't have anywhere else to go other than Winona that you were aware of.
Well, there weren't any hotels, and I mean, I wasn't going to call somebody at 2 a.m. and like Kimmy or somebody and say, can I come over?
And when you had looked up physical abuse, was it quit, quote, or quite?
I'm not sure if it was quit or quote, to tell you the truth.
Okay. So the search engine you used didn't populate resources for anything like that, shelters, nothing? You didn't see any of that?
No, not that I recall, no.
And I'm referring for resources for domestic violence victims.
Yeah, no, I don't recall anything like that.
So when you pull into that driveway, the W driveway,
Yes,
you slow down. I guess you're coming from the WM intersection past the M driveway into the W driveway. Is that right?
correct.
And you didn't pull right up the M driveway. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, I don't ever do the M driveway.
Okay. But didn't you testify that truck, when Mark uses it, he takes that truck and it's always up the M driveway, facing the W driveway, right at the door?
It's always if he's coming from West Salem, yes.
Okay.
He does that driveway. I don't like that driveway.
Okay. So parking his truck in the opposite way that he likes, that he prefers, that wouldn't have upset him?
Objection calls for speculation and relevance.
What?
Overruled if if he was upset by that or not.
No, I mean, that's ridiculous. I don't know why he would be upset of how I would park a vehicle.
Oh, well, it is ridiculous, but we've heard that he makes assumptions, right? And he has delusions. Is that also correct?
What does it have? I don't understand.
Thing.
I don't understand. I'm sorry.
I'll rephrase the question.
It's a stupid question.
You had said that you wouldn't do anything to upset Mr. Phillips.
Correct.
And you're referring in many other things, you wouldn't do anything like going to a hotel or something that would make him mad. Or not a hotel, Winona.
Correct.
So things that wouldn't set off a normal person seem to have set off Mr. Phillips.
Not my driving.
Not the driving.
Not the driving. I mean, he knows which driveway I take.
But not little things like you not acting a certain way or doing a certain thing or behaving the way he wanted you to, that didn't set him off.
Objection asked and answered. Argumentative.
Sustained.
Okay.
Both counts. Go ahead. If we can move on, Council.
Mm-hmm. So, Ms. Phillips, when you pull into that driveway and the direction you took, and you take that right turn to get into the W driveway,
That is
right?
correct. Yes.
Are you going fast? Are you going slow?
I'm going a normal speed going up a driveway.
Okay. So you're not concerned that he is maybe awake?
At that time, no.
But you saw the dining room light, right?
Yeah, I don't even know if I paid attention to that when I first pulled up. I don't remember. I mean, I don't know. I don't remember driving up and noticing the dining room light on, but it's again, 5 years ago. I don't know.
But you did tell me a few minutes ago that those are the big side windows we saw of that house.
That is correct.
Okay. So you didn't notice that light on when you drove up?
I mean, I might have. I don't, to this day, I don't remember. I don't know.
So, Ms. Phillips, you're going into a situation where a potential abuser is located. Is that fair?
A sleeping abuser is what was in my mind, yes.
And safety is your sole priority. Is that fair?
Objection asked and answered. Argumentative.
Yeah, let's move on, Council.
Okay.
You can talk about going up the driveway, but go on to other issues other than what you keep on saying over and over again. Go ahead.
Were you in a state of heightened alert of any variety as you're going up the driveway?
So move on.
Okay.
Judge.
That's a picture of the driveway. Request to publish.
Yeah, it's been published before. Go ahead. What exhibit is it?
I believe it's 20. Ms. Phillips, can you point? Do you have the laser pointer? Ms. Phillips, can you direct with the laser pointer the direction you would have taken and angle it towards the stopping position of your driveway?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't catch it.
Can you take the laser pointer and direct us the direction you would have taken into where you parked the car?
So I went up and parked the car, like more so over here.
Can we indicate on the record where the laser pointer was?
The laser pointer seems to be going straight up the driveway up to about where the embankment ends the corner of the driveway and then wraps around towards the stopping position that is the driveway between the man cave and the house. Is that accurate, Ms. Phillips?
Yes.
So, Ms. Phillips, once you get inside and I guess the dining room light's on, it's unusual, what happens next?
I went and laid on the couch.
Okay. And at some point,
Well, I apologize. I turned the kitchen, or I locked the door and turned the light off.
Trying to hear their hot mic.
no further questions.
Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor.
They always say briefly.
Lori, were you aware of whether or not Mark had multiple pairs of the same tennis shoes?
Honestly, I didn't, I don't know if I did know that or not, because they're identical. They were identical.
Did he have 2 pairs of the same shoes?
He did, come to find out, yes.
Now, referring back to the text message that Mr. Burdick was asking you about, was the entire text about going to Bismarck without you, was that entire text intended to be facetious, Ms. Phillips?
Absolutely not.
What was your intent with the text with regard to everything but good luck in Bismarck?
I mean, to let him know that I wasn't going, but I don't believe I was being malicious.
Lori, is the reason that you fled from Mark because he was degrading or degrading you or for some other reason?
That I fled from Mark is to get to safety.
Because you were scared?
I was scared of him, yes.
Just to clarify an issue on rule of completeness here. I'm going to page 21, start at line 647. 647.
Sorry, Attorney Zacher, is that my copy or your copy?
That is my copy.
Okay, I just saw the highlight. I want to make sure I delete my. Okay.
Lori, are you there?
Yes.
You remember when Mr. Burdick asked you to read, and then I was like, F this, and then I took off?
Yes.
All right. Going immediately to the next page on page 22, starting at line 648. Investigator Leinfelder clarifies immediately, quote, so he was right at your door, end quote, and your response was, is that correct?
Meaning affirmative, yes.
Is that to refer to the fact that when you took off, Mark was right at your door?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that you still cared about Mark, still loved Mark, even after everything that had happened?
Yeah, sustained.
Lori, at this point, is it fair to say that you don't, or you know exactly what happened with Mark on that evening?
I have no idea.
Nothing further.
Any recross?
No.
All right. Thank you. May step down.
Thank you.
You need to be things though.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have any other witnesses?
Judge, could we get 5 minutes maybe?
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take 5 minutes. My hope is that we'll be done at noon with this testimony.
Okay, so that was into that. So, let me see. I need to see if I can find somebody who's in there. I know they haven't finished picking the jury yet, but they're only expecting it to take this afternoon, or this morning rather, and then starting opening statements this afternoon. All right, so there are a few witnesses that we skipped. So let's do a poll. We can go back and do you want to see the other witnesses we skipped or go to closings? Closings, because I just don't know how long they're gonna take for the jury. So we're just watching this one until they get the jury seated. I started by saying closings. That's what I figured.
The conduct created a risk of death or great bodily harm to another person, and the risk of death or a
Okay, here's
0.06 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin is committed by one who recklessly causes the death of another human being.
recklessly causes the death. So some of y'all were asking about the actual charges and how it's worded, which is, of course, obviously going to be very important as far as whether or not, she's found guilty, because it's not about necessarily if, she's not charged with like first degree premeditated murder. So it's second degree. So that's.
And from these alone, guided by your soundest reason and best judgment, reach your verdict. If any member of the jury has an impression of my side the issue of the fact, we are the sole judges of the facts. Second degree reckless homicide is defined in 940.06 of the Criminal
Second degree reckless homicide
Code of Wisconsin is committed by one who recklessly causes the death of another human being.
So recklessly causes the death of another human being. So they're deciding if she was being reckless, and her being reckless caused the death.
State's burden of proof. Before you find the defendant guilty of second degree reckless homicide, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements were present. Elements of the crime that the state must prove. 1, the defendant caused the death of Mark A. Phillips. Cause means the defendant's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. 2, the defendant caused the death by criminal reckless conduct. Criminally reckless conduct means the conduct created a risk of death or great bodily harm to another person, and the risk of death or great bodily harm was unreasonable and substantial, and the defendant was aware that her conduct created the unreasonable and substantial risk of death or great bodily harm. Jury's decision. If you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant caused the death of Mark A. Phillips by criminally reckless conduct, you should find the defendant guilty of second degree reckless homicide. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. In reaching your verdict, examine the evidence with care and caution. Act with judgment, reason, and prudence. Presumption of.
All right, I'm not going to go through all of the jury instructions, but that part was important. All right, so let's get to closings.
Go ahead.
May it please the court. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, congratulations. We have made it to the end of the presentation. You have heard the cases of both sides. The evidence is in, and now closing remarks, as the judge had indicated. This is an opportunity for me to tell you about my case, but most importantly, to prove what I have to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt. I have an opportunity to go through the evidence that's been admitted. The judge has instructed you about evidence. I'm going to tell you and argue to you what I think is persuasive, or in terms of what you should find, what you should consider. And I'm going to use that to kind of bear my burden and talk about why the state believes and is arguing to you that we have met our burden beyond a reasonable doubt. And then, because I have the burden of proof, I get what's called a rebuttal after Attorney Zacher and the defense's argument. And that will be the conclusion of this trial, pending your deliberations and instructions. So judge had indicated that this is a reckless homicide case. I wanted to start off with the elements that I have to prove and how we kind of think we get there. The first one is cause. So I have to show to you that Miss Phillips was a substantial cause in the death of Mr. Phillips. So what is the cause of death here? This. Whoops. The 2019 Dodge Ram that Miss Phillips had driven on the night of February 22nd, when she left her driveway that night. And in terms of knowing that is a substantial factor, given what we had seen, that is our theory on cause, that the death of Mr. Phillips was caused by that 2019 Dodge Ram. How do we know that? This is a clip from Dr. Reichert's autopsy report. It wasn't known at the time when the investigators got there, when they were on scene, when they started doing things, but this is a snippet of Dr. Reichert's testimony. And I'm using the laser pointer to highlight the third paragraph. And I won't get in, we saw the pictures, we saw the details, but significant injuries, the blunt force injuries of the torso, the blunt force injuries of the extremities, including the upper limbs, left deltoid, etc. You heard evidence about the subdermal hematoma. You heard about, or brain bleed. You heard about the 3 to 9 multiple compound cracked ribs. You heard that they were on the left side. You heard Dr. Reichert talk about how he ruled out other causes. And in many ways, Dr. Reichert is getting to his determination and how he's looking at the evidence in the same way we kind of talked about at the very beginning of the case, when we were circumstantial evidence, ruling out process of elimination, ruling out causes, getting to a determination of what the cause of death was by excluding all other things that couldn't be the cause of death. Dr. Reichert testified to you that it was a crushing injury on Mr. Phillips, a compression type injury that ultimately caused Mr. Phillips' death. That death could have been caused by a combination of the significant amount of blood in the chest cavity as it compressed Mr. Phillips' lungs and the brain bleed that I just talked about. So, Dr. Reichert also testified in terms of the things that could cause Mr. Phillips' death, in that it was significant enough that we can start ruling off common household injuries, other things. This is not, he's found in the snow, not hypothermia. The injuries are too severe. This is not a slip and fall. Mr. Phillips, from a standing position, could not have slipped on some ice and fallen in the position that you later saw him, because the injuries are too severe. They're too significant. The blunt force trauma is too much. Mr. Phillips, in terms of that, and Dr. Reichert had testified that his injuries are consistent, again, with it being crushed by something, a very large, heavy object. Based on what we heard in the rest of the case, there is only one possible, and I will argue further, but only one possible culprit of that particular injuries, and we can rule out a lot of the other things that you might think. The other possibility that Dr. Reichert had testified to as far as what could cause a crushing injury like that, he did say that a fall from a significant height, if someone, in this case, Mr. Phillips, were to have landed exclusively on his left side, that could have been similar. The amount of force generated by hitting the, in this case, pavement, could have caused the significant fracturing of the dermal hematoma. So how do we know it's the truck? And how do we know it was the truck driven by Ms. Phillips? And how do we know that it was the truck driven by Ms. Phillips on February 22nd, 2019? Starting off here, the laser pointer, this is a silhouette of the truck. Where it was when Ms. Phillips brought it home and she testified, or she indicated to investigator Leinfelder that, she hadn't moved the truck. It was there. That's how she parked it. All the pictures we saw early on in this case of the position of the truck in the driveway before it was put on the flatbed tow, that's where it was. But most importantly, we know she got there before it started snowing. Lisa Knutson, as part of her duties as deputy medical examiner, told you that she looked up things like ambient weather conditions and the weather conditions leading up to the morning of. It began snowing at about 2:15. It accumulated about 0.15 inches. She observed that it was about 31 degrees Fahrenheit when she arrived at the next day. In terms of the snow, and we see exactly that the outline of the truck, Ms. Phillips, and that's consistent with her statement as well, that when she disengaged the camera, she got home, it was about the 2 range. We saw other evidence relating to the home Wi-Fi when it was accessed. So Ms. Phillips gets to the home later before it snows. And then based on Deputy Examiner Knutson's report, that is a little bit after. Yep.
I'm sorry, I should have given the warning that there's a body being displayed.
This is the position of Mr. Phillips in the snowbank. I will hurry through this one because it is sensitive. That is the positioning of his body. We know that this is important because we can see the snow that's covering him on the legs, namely there. We can infer from that Mr. Phillips arrived in that location before it started snowing. Go ahead. This is a picture of the side of the house. We see the 2 large windows that Ms. Phillips had let us know is I guess the dining room is somewhere in there, but that was where the light had kind of come out of. But that's the 2 large windows we were talking about. That's the front of the house. Up there, that's the camera on what I've been referring to as the W driveway. I submit this picture to you because if you thought that maybe Mr. Phillips, Dr. Reichert said a significant fall, Attorney Burdick, you have to prove to me the cause here. The state bears that burden, and I do. That is an inhuman jump. There is an inhuman jump. If Mr. Phillips were to somehow be in that tree you see in the top there, or the top of the roof, I won't dwell on this point, but we know that is not, the structures that we saw, what could have caused a significant amount, significant fall, a significant trauma impact type of collision. We have the garage. You saw pictures of the garage. You saw how much snow was on it. You saw how much that snow wasn't disturbed. You saw the icicles on the side of the house, a picture of that. You saw that none of those were broken off. Again, the roof of the house, there's no snow imprints. There's no anything like that. Deep enough that wouldn't have been, if it had snowed 0.15 inches, the snow depth, the displacement of snow, there wasn't that much snow. This isn't a blizzard. You also see that in the area surrounding to the top of this picture, the banks, things like that, there's not There's not an indication that there was any disturbance there, that something came through there, or anything like that. So that's one cause you can rule. In terms of the time, though, what if somebody else hit Mr. Phillips? I mean, a truck. I can't just say that a truck could have done it and there's a truck. I have to rule out other possible causes in order to get us there so that you're so satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt. Could it have been somebody from the road? No. The positioning of that body, you saw how far into the driveway towards the garage it was in relation to the house. It is too far from that road that it's not like somebody sideswiped him. Someone was traveling down, perhaps as Sergeant Valencia had testified to, that intersection with W and M and the blind spots and things like that. It's not like somebody lost control of their vehicle that way. It's not like somebody lost control of their vehicle or was not paying attention. Mr. Phillips is too far up the driveway. We know that other people, some other vehicle, maybe he was standing in the driveway and someone else came into the driveway and hit him with a vehicle or crushed him, ran him over. We know that that is not the case because the motion cameras, they're activated by Ms. Phillips at 11:08 p.m. And that is right after she left. And her testimony and what we heard on her, what she has submitted to you is that, in terms of her testimony, is that, she left that driveway, he was alive, she didn't know. That was the last time anyone had testified or knowledge we have that Mr. Phillips was alive. She leaves based on her testimony, we know, and the other evidence received. That's about 10:50, 10:55. We know that by the time she sends that text at 10:57, that she is already in the subdivision. That subdivision is already 2 miles down the road. We have a pretty good sense of the time between when she's there and when those cameras are rearmed at 11:08, a few minutes later. So at that point, the cameras are operating. Motion is being detected. If there's going to be somebody comes into the driveway, either driveway, and comes back, we know that the cameras are armed. Ms. Phillips indicated that she gets back to the house around 2, maybe a little bit before. There's evidence submitted. I'll go through the timeline here in a few, but there is evidence submitted regarding that. Now, this is where the other pieces of evidence, again, we're ruling out cause. The snow matters because we know that Ms. Phillips got there before it started snowing. And we know that so she turns off the cameras. That's when they're now disengaged. So the argument I just submitted to you about the motion cameras, that's no longer working as of when Ms. Phillips disengages them. I'll confirm the time as we go through the argument, but just before she gets home. We know, and again, because of the snow on Mr. Phillips, that he was there in the time I had previously argued, because again, the snow is on top of him, and we heard testimony about that. So at that point, we know that the positioning of his body is, he's in a spot where he is there before Ms. Phillips gets home, and not after, because of the accumulation of snow. We also know that when Ms. Phillips got to the back door, the lights were on, the door was unlocked. So it's a you can rule out the possibility that maybe he went out after the fact. Maybe he had left, he left the house, not with the lights on, not with the door locked. In that small window between when the cameras are turned off and when it starts snowing. If he were to come home significantly later, again, we have that window where we can rule out those other causes that, maybe he went out and got dropped off with his friends and one of his friends ran him over, his friends being the people at the bar. We can do that. Or some other person comes up the M driveway that is just unknown because the snow versus the door being unlocked when Ms. Phillips gets home. He didn't leave after the fact or come home after the fact. Oh, sorry, before you do that. That's cause. Ruling out other causes, that's where we're at as far as what could have caused Mr. Phillips' death. And it is, in fact, consistent with everything we've heard in terms of the testimony, and it is ruling out those other possibilities. So that's element one. Now let's talk about element two, the other elements. Ms. Phillips' conduct created a risk of death or great bodily harm to Mark Phillips. Ms. Phillips' conduct in this case is the driving of that truck. The risk of death or great bodily harm was unreasonable and substantial. Substantial, focusing on that, is unreasonable and substantial. It's the kind of thing that somebody would know, they were aware. Well, I guess I'll just finish this. Lori Phillips, the last element, was aware of her conduct created the unreasonable and substantial risk of great bodily harm. That's the reckless conduct piece of this. Ms. Phillips has to cause the death of Mr. Phillips by criminally reckless conduct. Recklessness is a state of mind. It's different from an intentional state of mind, but it has to do with her subjective awareness. She doesn't have to know that she caused his death. She has to know that her reckless conduct created an unreasonable and substantial risk. We're talking about a vehicle. We're talking about a truck. We're talking about something that has significant weight and impact. It is common knowledge. It is common understanding that traffic accidents are serious, that a vehicle is not a toy, that driving is a privilege. We all, if you've driven in your life or are aware of that, that driving is a responsibility, and it's because of how significant the damage can be, the risk of, again, great bodily harm, death, that kind of thing. We're talking about a vehicle. The unreasonableness, well, I'll get to more on recklessness. And again, part of this is, I'm using this to highlight the common affairs and knowledge. This is a picture of a yellow light. If you drive and in terms of what you can be aware of, we've all been in that situation where you're going somewhere, the light is about ready to, it's green, and then it goes to yellow, and then it goes to red. And you see the yellow light. And in that 1, 2, 3 second window, you have to make a decision as a driver. You have to make a decision as to the speed you're traveling, whether you'll make that light, whether you won't make the light. You have to be aware of other people around you. You have to be aware of what other cars are doing. You have to be aware of if there's some pedestrian in the road. You make all of those determinations in that window, that tiny window. You assess that risk and you assess, am I going to make it? What are the risks if I don't make it? Will the light turn red? Will I go in the intersection? Will I cause a collision? Will I hurt someone? That is all something that is common knowledge when we talk about being a driver or a vehicle, that is the result of those kinds of decisions, and you have to take them seriously, and you have to make sure that you are assessing that risk appropriately. And as I had indicated, you also have to make determinations, not just of the cars, not just of the time of the light. I'm not arguing that, I guess you do have to think if you get a ticket or not, if you miss the light. But, if there's somebody a pedestrian that you didn't see wants to cross the road, maybe they have the walk sign, maybe they don't. Those are all the things you're aware of when you are getting ready to start a vehicle. Recklessness, drinking and driving. Another situation where it is common understanding that the relationship of alcohol and driving is not a good one. That contributes to the recklessness. Awareness of the risk. I'm arguing to you in terms of that this is a vehicle, that this is the kind of injury or issue that could create substantial harm to somebody. The unreasonable piece we'll get to in a minute, but awareness. Here we have a picture of the truck. We have a picture of the back door. This is a picture of the truck afterwards. We're talking about the truck that was parked not in this direction, but towards the W driveway, which you saw many pictures of. You're aware of that tight space. You have to make a decision on how much distance we have here. You have to avoid the trash can. You have to avoid the snowbank. But you're aware of what you're dealing with in the same way that you are when you go through the yellow light. You have to understand the intersection you're dealing with. And Ms. Phillips did understand. This is her home. She testified about the snow. She knows how it's laid out. She lived there. We saw pictures of the driveway. Further awareness, the headlights in the truck are on. It's illuminating the area. You can see down the driveway. You can see where that snowbank is. You have a good idea of the estimation of the distance, how much space you have to play with. In the situation that Ms. Phillips, the way she had described things with Mr. Phillips in the driveway, the passenger door is open. I'm arguing that you can conclude or think that, that the interior lights are on if the door is open. I'm making that inference. There's the side view mirror. We've heard about talking about that. I'm pointing up there. But you have to know that side view mirror, that's part of the clearance of your vehicle. Your vehicle, it's a part of the vehicle that you're driving. That has to be taken into consideration. That's another factor when you're weighing the risk of, can I do something? Can I do something? Is it safe to do something? So now we're getting into the unreasonableness part of this. It is not enough for me to submit to you or argue to you just that Ms. Phillips created a substantial risk. It has to be unreasonable. Ms. Phillips is mad. Ms. Phillips tells us this is line 621 through 623. This is Investigator Leinfelder's interview with her. Her statement, go ahead and get your stuff out. So he was like getting everything out. And I don't remember what happened. But then again, he got all pissed off again, like he was gonna come get me. So then I was just like, F this. And I was out. I'm gone. That's Ms. Phillips' frame of mind. That's how she described it when she met with Investigator Leinfelder. She met with Investigator Leinfelder. When we talk about credibility of a witness, their representations, their memory, there's been a lot of pieces in this trial where people and witnesses have talked about this was 4.5 years ago. This was within 2 hours after police arrive, or whenever she gets to the Holman Police Station. We're talking about a matter of hours. This is the time when it was most fresh in Miss Phillips' mind. This is the time when she is remembering and processing the night before. She is emotional. She is grief-stricken. That is fair. But this is her statement. And again, we call that an excited utterance in terms of, when you're not thinking, when you're not processing, when you're just reporting, this is what I understand and this is what I'm saying. Those are her words. And then Ms. Phillips tells us a little bit more. These are lines 535 and 547. So
Okay.
Investigator Linefelder, at some point he leaves the passenger side around the front of the vehicle. Miss Phillips, And Miss Phillips, he was running for me, yeah. I'm surprised he didn't just go through like he could. And then Investigator Linefelder clarifies. So he gets around the front of the vehicle. He's coming. Miss Phillips, yeah, to my door. Miss Phillips, again, in case she made a mistake the first time. And then I was just like, F this. And then I took off. That's the second time she says that. That's how she's describing what had occurred. And here we have, she knows that Mr. Phillips is in front of the truck, or at her door. She knows he is in close proximity to where she is going to drive that vehicle. She has to make those same snap decisions that we talked about, or I argued in terms of the yellow light, the decisions every driver has to make. And she's doing it right then and there, and she's been drinking. So this is the layout of the property. Again, this is not with the snow. This is the aerial photo that we've talked a little bit about. We have the back door. We talked about the clearance of that back door. We talk about the space that we have to play with. We talk about where that truck is. And then there's the snow and the way it's shoveled. The trailer, which is not in this aerial photo, is here because the Phillips were moving. That's the situation where Miss Phillips takes off. And she does it. Now, in terms of judges, we've heard a lot of testimony about what her version of events is. Here, the corroborating evidence is that she was mad. She was upset. She was not upset because Mr. Phillips was going to hurt her. She was mad because of the way Mr. Phillips was treating her. She was mad because Mr. Phillips is jarring, I guess, for lack of a better, he's saying mean things to her. He's saying what he did. We heard the testimony on that, and we know she's mad because she takes the cozy, the one that he just insulted her with, and she throws it back at him. You heard a lot of testimony from Ms. Phillips and other witnesses, and we start talking about how do we get to knowledge? How do we get to what somebody understood? You cannot reach into the mind of another person and know for sure what they were thinking. None of us are mind readers. The cozy, her description, the I'm, yelling, I hope the cameras are on. But that Mr. Phillips was coming around. Now at this point, and again, we've heard a lot of evidence about what happened at the dive bar, what happened, previously. And that's a different, that's a similar but different piece to this. At this particular point, she testified that Mr. Phillips, that was the worst she's ever seen him. That was the most emotional she's ever seen him. In that brief window is when it all clicks and he comes around the truck. But the reason she made that determination is because of the look he gave her. After everything we heard, after what we heard in the dive bar, it was just the look. The eyes, the presentation, just the evil look that he gave her in that 2 to 3 seconds that he came around that truck. That's what caused her to get the F out of there. That's what caused her to hit the gas. And she did that knowing he was there, knowing he was around that truck, knowing how much clearance she had to work with because it's her house. She takes off. This is a picture of the M driveway. This is a picture of one of the cameras. The state bears the burden of every fact. Judge told you that, and it's true. I have to bear the burden of the elements. I have to make sure that that happens. I will tell you right now and argue to you, it is not enough. I cannot prove this case by just saying Miss Phillips' story was not consistent. I can't bear my burden like that. And I can't bear my burden by saying that if Miss Phillips didn't know or didn't have the awareness that she created the risk that she did, that I can, and finds out much later that Mr. Phillips is there, if that's when she discovers the body, either when she comes home or in the morning or, sometime after that fact, that is relevant only to things, in terms of her credibility. It is relevant to the indicators of guilt and the indicia of guilt, the acknowledgement of guilt, because we're getting to what she knew and what she believed and what she understood. The element is not that she knows she killed him. It's that she knows she created the unreasonable and substantial risk. But I will argue, I am offering this though. This is a picture of the driveway. We're looking at what Miss Phillips indicators in terms of how she presented the version of events. This is the driveway. There's that porch there. We can see the snowbank here in the top right. We can see the clearance. Those are not her tracks. These are not her tracks. None of these are her tracks. This is after the scene. But in terms of the man cave, coming around, we can see how much space there is to work with during that event that she described. And we can, in terms of her coming back the other way around when she came back that night, we can see that Mr. Phillips is poking out of the snowbank, and she indicated that, in terms of how she drove by him, that she didn't see him. And here's the picture here. This is Exhibit 20, I believe. If Miss Phillips had come into the right, gotten onto County Road W, and then goes up the driveway, this is light, granted, but that's Mr. Phillips' body right there. With the white sheet that the ME or Tri-State put on him, Mr. Phillips was wearing dark colors at the time. Mr. Phillips was at night. Previously, that affects visibility, but this is the straight on shot. And you can see him even with the white on white, and that when Miss Phillips would have arrived in the driveway, that this would have been 0.15 inches less snow accumulated on the side of that bank. The ambient light here, she talked about how the dining room light was coming through in terms of her testimony, these big windows on the side. And she has headlights, and we saw her headlights, or not her headlights, we saw Sergeant Valencia headlights, how they would have projected. So Miss Phillips pulls into the driveway, and Miss Phillips avoids the sunglasses, the same sunglasses we saw that have the glare, that have the reflection, that even if it's dark would have refracted the light back at her, these sunglasses. And we can see the distance between that and Mr. Phillips' body up in the right corner. We can see again how it cuts here, going up to that narrow area between the man cave and the door. The driveway, the angle of the snow, how it was set up. This is not only the clearance on the other side. This is the last one. Okay. I'm turning over to, now that I'm in terms of the cause and the scene, I'm turning over to some of the things we know about the timeline. And speaking of timelines, I'm just going to check how I'm doing on time. Sloopies. This is later Mark and Lori at the dive bar. This is that picture at 8:31 of them coming back. Go ahead. Mr. Phillips re-entering the dive bar. The text. The surveillance camera of them leaving. At 10:04, this is now where we're getting to the end of when they go back home. You saw this video, or in terms of this particular part, you can see Mr. Phillips standing here. You can see Miss Phillips standing here. You can see that she's saying something to him. I would argue that it looks like she's arguing with him. 10:07, this is the text she sent to Miss Klinsky, and that she's deleting this text. She testified to you, and you heard her version that she did that because she didn't want Mr. Phillips to know that she was sending that text. This is the 10:09 when they leave. Miss Klinsky responds. This is 10:51. He just freaked again. He was at the passenger side of the truck and tried to come at me around the truck, but I took off. I don't even know what to do. He has lost it tonight. He promised me he would never touch me. He lied. That's 10:51. At that point, Miss Phillips is in the subdivision. More text between her and Hannah. This is the one 10:53. He's out of control. I am done. He can go to Bismarck on his own. His issues big time. Miss Phillips at 10:55 tells her version of the events regarding what at this point in the timeline seems to be relating to the truck incident. That is very similar factually, especially relating to the earring about what we had heard at the dive bar, which was several hours sooner. At 10:57, this is another one where we can see where Miss Phillips, her mental state, the frame of mind she was in, I wish you the best, but the best will never be with me. You lost everything tonight because you let your mind get the best of you. I cannot believe you put your hands on me. Good luck in Bismarck. Miss Phillips indicated that Mr. Phillips' jealousy got the best of him, that he became someone she had never seen before, that she was unsafe, that she needed to prioritize, that this is her safety, that she took out of the driveway because she had to make sure that she was safe. 10:57. This is right after this incident happened. This is when she's in the subdivision. This is when she's looking back to see if Mr. Phillips is chasing her. She said she sent that text. You heard her testimony, but she sent that text because she wanted Mr. Phillips to reflect. She wanted Mr. Phillips, the person who had just acted this way, the person who was delusional, the person who had become this jealous monster. She wants him to reflect. She's mad. She sent this text facetiously. She sent this text right after the fact because she just left the driveway. Because she just left the driveway after this incident, and just like when she had indicated to Deputy Stoutinger, she had reason to believe that maybe she hit Mr. Phillips. Offered for knowledge. And her emotional state, it's not consistent in terms of the version where she was attacked. This is consistent with Miss Phillips leaving the subdivision, being mad, and now checking. Again, that Mr. Phillips is so jealous that, the second he realizes you're leaving, he's going to come get you, but you're sending him this text. Miss Phillips then looks into the hotels. Go ahead. Miss Phillips arms the cameras at 11:08, and then she begins checking them. And it's worth noting the times on these, but she's now checking for Mr. Phillips. At this point, she knows, you've heard testimony, that those motion detectors are operating, that she's armed them, and she is saying that she's looking for potential people coming and Mr. Phillips going. She's checking to see the scene that she just left. She's live streaming it. And she does it 3 different times that night while she's going through her version of events. This is the Baymont Inn. This picture right here. Miss Phillips indicated that she had booked that room for the wrong night. And Miss Phillips has indicated that she was going to stay at the hotel. That would have been it, and that's so that she could be safe. She could be safe for Mr. Phillips. Here's the Woodman's parking lot. Miss Phillips indicates that she's sleeping in the truck, that Mark had sent a text to his friends to go out. That's the happy hour text. We heard evidence that text was, I think, the 21st, but my words aren't evidence, so whatever you would remember, heard, experienced. But at this point, Miss Phillips is in the Woodman's parking lot. She's continuing to check the video. She's continuing to check the video because she knows. And she knows because at this point, Miss Phillips has an opportunity to go to stay with the Klinskys, to go to Winona. She has an opportunity to go with her friend. She has an opportunity to have her friend's stepdad come to her. Miss Phillips has an opportunity to be safe. The hotel didn't work, but Miss Phillips has an opportunity to go somewhere. She has an opportunity to go in the truck, but she doesn't do that. She continues to check the cameras. At this point, motion sensors are still activated. She still has the ability to, she's live streaming. She's looking for, in her words, comings and goings. This is the part where Miss Phillips, I guess, can't have it both ways in terms of her version of events. It's either she's scared, this is the worst experience she's ever had, this doesn't make any sense, I'm so terrified that I am unsafe and I need to focus on my safety, or is it that I needed to get home for a reason, or is it that I wasn't concerned for my safety? Because at this point, this is about the time she goes back. She turns off the cameras. She says that that's not to disturb Mr. Phillips. She indicates that, I guess she didn't indicate this, but I'm arguing she's going back to the situation, not the situation, but she's going back to a house alone after turning down potential law enforcement help or thinking that it was a cop in the subdivision. She wasn't looking for help. The neighbor that pulled into the subdivision, she's not looking for help. Any of the time period that happened after that, not going to Onalaska, not taking an opportunity to go with the Klinskys, where she would have had people to watch out for her, look over the place, call law enforcement on her behalf if necessary. She's chosen, or is indicating that she's going to go back to a residence alone with Mr. Phillips, the same violent Mr. Phillips that we heard about, the same, terrifying Mr. Phillips, the possessive Mr. Phillips, the drunk Mr. Phillips. That's where she's going to go back. She gets back at around 2 a.m. She drives right past where Mr. Phillips' location is. She arms the camera, she goes to bed. You heard her version of events in terms of what she's doing there. And then she gets up, rearms the camera system before law enforcement arrive, when a little after she calls 911 at 6:29:37. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Ms. Phillips' actions show an acknowledgement and an understanding that she had a real good idea what happened in that driveway. Her behavior, what she did, how she did it, again, acknowledging what had happened, the checking the cameras, the making sure, the nuances in how the system is or isn't armed. The fact that she didn't go to Winona, and we'll hear argument, but she has her version of events. Did you switch the slides? No, that's fine. But in terms of that, how she comes back, all of that shows that Miss Phillips knows. She has the acknowledgement of what had happened in that driveway. She knows that Mr. Phillips is in front of her. She knows that she took the F off. She knows that she did so because they were having an argument. This was, despite the other evidence, the non-physical part of the argument. And that based on the look, that is, with all of the understanding of how that driveway was set up and everything else, that's when Miss Phillips takes off with Mr. Phillips in close proximity to her. She goes over him with her truck. She causes his death. That is unreasonable, and it is substantial. It is unreasonable because it's not based on her need to flee, as she indicated. It is based on her anger. It is based on her being in the heat of the moment. It is based, and perhaps very probably, based on Mr. Phillips and the way he acted that night, that he mistreated her in some capacity is going to be not in dispute. That leading up to that moment, again, she's acting in the heat of the moment out of anger, not out of fear, not out of safety being the number one priority. And the reason you know that is because her actions after the fact are so inconsistent with that narrative. I just wanted to touch on this. This is from the autopsy in terms of discussing other things. Did Mark punch the window at the dive bar? It is worth noting that as hard as he had hit the window at the dive bar, that Mr. Phillips did not have damage to his hands. This is the truck. We've heard a lot of evidence. There is no problems in terms of, there isn't denting. The truck's in good situation. The truck did not have damage on either side. Mr. Phillips pushes Ms. Phillips up against that truck, does so with significant force, but there's no indication of the damage of that. Is that the number? Okay. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're about at the time where I'm at the end of my closing argument, I guess. We have ruled out cause. We ruled out that there is only one cause, beyond a reasonable doubt, that truck is what was what crushed Mr. Phillips, causing his death. That Ms. Phillips drove that truck, that she knew, even though she was emotional, even though she was upset, even though she was mad, what she was doing. She assessed the risk. She understood the situation as far as what was going on and what could have happened. She did it anyway. Maybe she knew she killed him right then and there. Maybe she just thought she hit him, but she knew. She knew right then and there. And everything that happens after that is a narrative that is inconsistent with the evidence that is presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zacher?
Thank you.
Wait, hold on, let me ask, does the jury need a break or can we just move on? Okay, looks like everybody's fine with moving on. Go ahead.
He's like, let's get it over with. It was just very all over the place.
There was never going to be a good
Not very
outcome on
effective.
February 22nd. There were only two possible outcomes, and they were both bad. It was a lose-lose game that Lori Phillips was forced to play. I told you at the very beginning of the case that this is the story of an ordinary woman in an impossible situation. A case where somebody was forced to react, and she reacted the best that she could in the few seconds that she had. Lori Phillips isn't perfect. but Lori Phillips isn't a murderer. It's often been said in the legal profession that accidents happen, but crimes are committed. This is not what we call a strict liability offense. The mere fact that somebody is dead is not a crime in and of itself. The difference here is on what the mindset was leading to the fatal injuries. And as Mr. Burdick noted, the state has several elements they have to prove. They have to prove actual physical cause. They have to prove that Ms. Phillips's conduct, not Mark Phillips's, but Ms. Phillips's conduct, created a substantial and unreasonable risk of his death or great bodily harm. They've got to prove the why. Was this so unreasonable under the circumstances that it constituted criminally reckless conduct? And finally, they have to prove knowledge at the time that she knew, not should have known, but knew that she, Lori Phillips, was creating a substantial and unreasonable risk of killing her husband. Listening to the state's theory, I had one question during Mr. Burdick's closing. What is the state actually saying happened? You know, we have this version of events of Mr. Phillips is dead, and Ms. Phillips must have done it, and then in the middle there's kind of an ellipsis of ... fill in the blanks. She must be in the wrong, ladies and gentlemen, because we don't like the fact that Mark Phillips is dead. They can't tell us that, how this accident supposedly would have happened. The state can't come up here and rule out Ms. Phillips's versions of events. The state can't come up here and tell you that she was so unreasonable under the circumstances because of this rage and not the fear that she expressed repeatedly in her contemporaneous text messages to Hannah, to Adam, to her statements to Officer Leinfelder after the fact, to her statements and her testimony at trial here, ladies and gentlemen. The state can't tell you any of this because they don't know. It's the state's job to know this. It's the state's job to fill in these blanks. And effectively what they're relying on is this assumption that she must be in the wrong without feeling the need to prove exactly why that is the case. I found it offensive, ladies and gentlemen. The state came in here and said, this is how a domestic violence victim should feel. This is how she should react. Ladies and gentlemen, the state has no business telling Lori Phillips how she should react. You're not going to know how that's going to go until you're in that situation yourself. The same thing with the trauma. There is no right or wrong way to respond to the death of your spouse. People respond differently. And the state seems to be relying on this assumption that, well, Ms. Phillips should have behaved a certain way if this was innocent as opposed to not. The state doesn't know. One of the parts of the state's case that I want to address here is the inference that Ms. Phillips was drunk when she got into it with her husband. What evidence did you actually hear in the course of this case on that? Nobody asked Ms. Phillips how much she had to drink. Nobody asked her if she was drunk. You heard from Investigator Leinfelder, who was sitting across the kitchen table from her. He didn't see a need to run a field sobriety test. He didn't ask for a legal blood draw. And you saw that video at the Baymont Hotel front lobby. She looked drunk to you when she walked in there normally, presented her driver's license and her credit card, had a discussion with the front desk clerk about why the reservation didn't work, and then walk out without the clerk calling the police and saying, hey, some drunk lady is just driving away from here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a red herring. It's something that the state is throwing out there because they have no explanation to support their version of events. And ultimately, what we're going to ask you to do is go back into that jury room and come back out with the truth. And you know what? I will be the first to acknowledge that that's a difficult thing. In many cases, it might very well be impossible. But the law gives you some guidance on how you sort through the evidence in a case where we don't have all the pieces to the puzzle and how you put it back together. And that comes in the form of the burden of proof. So what is it? Judge Levine told you that you can't convict Ms. Phillips of homicide unless the state's proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt each and every element of this offense. I'm willing to bet that most of you have heard that phrase probably 100 times in your life, proof beyond a reasonable doubt. But I'm also willing to bet that unless you've served on a jury before, spent time in the legal profession, you probably haven't spent much time thinking about what that actually means. So what do we know about it? We know that it's the highest level of certainty in the American legal system, that it's the type of certainty that you would require when you're making the most important decisions of your life. You know, ironically, perhaps for this case, it's the type of certainty that I've always thought of as you would have before you decide to get married, buy a home, have a child, undergo a life-threatening surgery. In other words, you've got to be really certain about something really serious. And if you don't have that level of certainty at a baseline level in Ms. Phillips's guilt, then you know that you're not at proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And I found that it helps to define what proof beyond a reasonable doubt is by comparing it to what we know it's not. We know that it's more than a simple accusation. It's enough to get somebody in the defendant's chair. We know that it's more than something probably happened, because that's the definition of probable cause, and in the criminal justice system, that's a pretty low burden. We know that it's more than the civil burden, where you're looking at both sides of the story and deciding which one is slightly more convincing. We know that it's more than the intermediate standard, which you'd use to commit somebody to a mental institution against their will, where you're looking at both sides of the evidence and one has to be substantially more convincing than the other. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is unique in the sense that it's the only standard measured against itself. Because as Judge Levine told you, there's a second part to that. If you can reconcile the facts of this case upon any reasonable hypothesis consistent with Ms. Phillips being innocent, then you must do so and find her not guilty. There could be 100 different explanations for what happened here. But if even one of those explanations, ladies and gentlemen, is plausibly consistent with Mark Phillips' conduct and not Lori's created the risk, then your decision is very easy. If one of those explanations is plausibly consistent with Lori was reasonable to flee Mark under those circumstances, then your decision's just been made very easy. And if one of those explanations is plausibly consistent with Lori wasn't actively, personally aware that she had created a substantial risk of death or great bodily harm to her husband at the time that she fled, then your decision is very easy, because those are the outcomes that you have to adopt and find her not guilty. Think about it like a deck of cards. Used this example before, but we can pull a deck of cards out and I could throw one down. There's an accusation. It's enough to put somebody in the defendant's seat. Might take a third of the deck, pull it out and say, that's enough to say something probably happened. Probable cause. We want to do a civil case where we're deciding whether or not Ms. Phillips was wrongfully terminated from employment, for instance. I take out both sides, measure them equally, slap one more card on, so we have 27 to 25. That's preponderance of the evidence. And the clear and convincing standard might involve taking 48, 50 cards and leaving a couple other there so that one side is substantially more convincing than the other. For proof beyond a reasonable doubt, all of the cards have got to be on the deck. So what do the cards tell us in this case? I've described this already as like a puzzle with half the pieces missing. I wish that I had more information in this case as well. We know for a fact that whatever happened very quickly. We can tell that from the presence of the sunglasses on the driveway. We can tell that from the fact that Lori had to drive off when the passenger side door was still wide open. Everyone seems to agree that this wouldn't have been a prolonged incident. It's something that happened in the instant, in the moment. We can also tell from the evidence that Mr. Phillips was not upright when he was injured. How do I know that? Well, we know that from Dr. Reichard's testimony, first and foremost, that he doesn't have the avulsion pocket injuries or the bumper type injuries that he would typically see in an upright pedestrian. Meaning that we can rule out a scenario where Ms. Phillips sees her husband in front of her, sees red, and then guns the engine and runs him down. That didn't happen. We can tell that from the autopsy findings. We can also tell that from the condition of the truck at the time that it was recovered. It was pristine. It was spotless. Don't tell me for 1 second, ladies and gentlemen, that Ms. Phillips can plow into Mr. Phillips with enough force to kill him with the side view mirror and it's not going to leave a single scratch. It's not going to leave any damage. Nothing on the grill, nothing on the paint, nothing to indicate that this vehicle had been involved in an accident. At some point, Mr. Phillips went from upright to down. And the state's own pathologist agreed with several possibilities entirely consistent with Ms. Phillips being innocent. He agreed that while this could be crushing, yes, it could be traumatic injury. He agreed that Mr. Phillips may have been caught in drug. We saw a picture of that belt that appeared to be clearly damaged, consistent with being caught on something in that position where he was eventually found. You saw and heard evidence about the aftermarket steps that were on the driver's side, well, both sides of the truck actually, that stuck right out. And think about this from a practical standpoint, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Phillips is running around to the side of the truck. He's about to reach that driver's side of the door, and then Ms. Phillips hits the gas. That's exactly the type of tripping injury that could cause him to fall over and get those left-sided head injuries that Dr. Reichard testified about. Left-sided exterior, left-sided subdural, he said hemorrhage instead of hematoma. And what else did Dr. Reichard say? Said that Mr. Phillips had bruises on his legs, consistent with that tripping hazard, ladies and gentlemen. He agreed that he can't rule out that Mr. Phillips was running after and jumped or tried to jump on or tried to hold on. He agreed that he couldn't rule out that Mr. Phillips fell over in the process of running over to the side of the truck. The point is, the state's own forensic pathologist testified that he can't rule out the innocent explanations for what happened on that evening. And that's a really big deal. So let's talk about the assault film. You saw the photographs. I know what I think I saw. Certainly use your own judgment on those. But in Wisconsin, all of us who drive our cars around know that unless you're washing your car regularly, you've got that kind of scummy salt film that builds up on the side of your car. And what we have on the side of the driver's side of the truck towards the back, we've got something that appears to be clearly wiped away with a couple, at least, finger-sized marks coming downwards on the body of the truck. Now, if this is consistent with where Mr. Phillips was when he tripped or when he started to fall or when he tried to hang on, this is consistent with Ms. Phillips' side of the story. This is consistent with Ms. Phillips telling the truth and Ms. Phillips being innocent in this matter. I acknowledge that could be anything else too, but I bring it up to show that this is a piece of evidence that was right in front of the state the entire time, and they just skipped over it. They refused to acknowledge it. We don't have that luxury. And I want to talk a little bit about the fiber on the drive shaft. So let's assume that we don't have all of these issues with the fact that the truck had been driven outside of protocol and we have no idea what kind of contamination did or did not occur at that point. Let's ignore the fact that this cotton fiber could be from Mr. Phillips's jeans or from
Bug Dugger, thank you for gifted membership. It went to Susie. Susie, congratulations. Welcome to the green side. And Bug Dugger, thank you. And y'all, I'm not drinking. I cut my finger. I've been bleeding and I've cut my finger open. And so I had to tape it so that it would stop bleeding. So I can't type very well. I'm not drinking. I just can't type because my finger is taped up. I'm trying.
From any other source of cotton anywhere in the world, and that Ms. Hank had no idea when it was deposited and by what method. But let's assume that it was from Mr. Phillips. The fact that it's there isn't important. It's where the fiber was that's important. It's at the very back end of the drive shaft weight, consistent with whatever happening outside of Ms. Phillips' field of vision. And if the state can't disprove an innocent version of events, then it can't prove its case at all. The state can't disprove these cases. They cannot show you that what Ms. Phillips told you happened in the course of this night didn't happen. And you know what? Do I know exactly what happened? No. But the difference here is that it's not my obligation to prove anything to you. It's the state's version, or it's the state's obligation to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that she's not right. And one of the more frustrating things about this, ladies and gentlemen, was this ability to corroborate, discredit, or confirm the version of events by the data that was available to them readily. You know, we heard the testimony on why the sheriff's department didn't pursue this data, but ladies and gentlemen, that's nonsense. You saw the filings, you saw the emails. They said, we recommend that you download it. Worst case scenario, Trooper Marquardt loses an hour of his time and they don't get any data out of that. But even in the case of the telematics, they expected that data to exist for months. The type of data that could either credit, confirm, or discredit exactly what happened here. Ladies and gentlemen, had they gone through that step, had they done their job and collected that data, there's a pretty good chance that none of us would even be sitting here right now. Because that data, in particular, the front-facing hazard detection, would have told us exactly how that injury occurred. And what the state seems to be suggesting in this case is that you convict on bad feelings alone. That it starts with this assumption of guilt, that Ms. Phillips must have been angry and not scared, that Ms. Phillips must have had no good reason to behave in the way that she did. And they're asking you to assume the worst and fill in the blanks. And effectively what the state's asking you to do is vengeance. You know what? Vengeance is easy. The basic human response that all of us experience. Eye for an eye. That we see somebody that we love, that we've lost, and we want there to be a bad guy. We want there to be somebody to blame. Because it's so much easier to strike out in anger than focus on our own feelings of loss and grief after losing a loved one like this. But you all promised you wouldn't do vengeance. You promised you'd do justice instead. Justice is more difficult than vengeance. Justice requires you to look at the facts instead of the feelings. Justice requires you to make difficult decisions. And I'll be the first to tell you, justice doesn't always feel good. Nevertheless, that's what each and every one of you swore that you would do. And I told you from the beginning of this case that it's okay to have empathy for Mark. It's okay to have empathy for his family. Mark isn't somebody who was 100% pure evil. Human beings are much more complicated than that. We're not some one-dimensional cartoon characters that can either be classified as hero or villain. And I have no doubt that in his life, Mark was a good dad, a loving brother, a son, a good friend, the life of the party. But you know what else I don't doubt? That when Mark was drunk, he was an abuser. And that was the Mark Phillips that confronted Lori on the last night of his life. Which leads us to the why. Assuming that you conclude the state has met the other elements, you have to ask, was this reasonable under the circumstances or not? And we're not viewing this in a bubble. We're viewing this from Lori's perspective at the time that she acted. And in my mind, the very definition of reasonable doubt existed the instant that the state's witnesses acknowledged that they would never tell a victim in Ms. Phillips' position to simply stay there and find out what abuse is coming next. Now, the state didn't want to answer questions about what 911 dispatchers might say, but use your common sense, ladies and gentlemen. You really think that any law enforcement officer or dispatcher would tell somebody calling saying, help, my husband's coming to hurt me, help, that they would say, you can't take off because that might put him in danger and we don't want that. So you should probably just nonsense. Ladies and gentlemen, the state used the example of a green light turning yellow and turning to red as an example of assessment of risk. And, you know, if this were an ordinary traffic case about whether or not somebody caused an accident at a four-way intersection, yep, that'd be a fair comparison. But in this case, if the light turns red when you haven't properly assessed the risk, it's not going to jump out to your side of the car and strangle you. Those were the consequences in Ms. Phillips' case. That's what she had to decide in a period of just seconds, whether or not she would stay or go. And in this case, I think that the fact that there's a history of domestic abuse was both acknowledged by the state and corroborated by the evidence. This is something that happened in private. It happened in public. You heard from Mr. Gierock. He had the audacity, and I'm not going to say that word myself, to scream that at her and pull her off of a bar stool. You heard from Ms. Phillips about that terrifying moment when Mark broke into her apartment and strangled her in the middle of the night. You heard from the others at the dive bar about how upset and how out of control Mark was, and you saw that footage for yourself, flailing his arms, pounding his hands, getting right into Ms. Phillips' face and screaming at her. He was out of control. And on that night, Lori had never seen him in that state before. She'd never been more scared of him. On that night, Mr. Phillips strangled her. We know this because of her contemporaneous text messages to Hannah. We know this because investigator Leinfelder testified 3+ years ago about the fact that he did observe an injury around her neck area. We know this because of the photographs that Lori submitted of her injuries throughout the course of this case. And we know this based in the context of Mark's behavior throughout that entire evening. Something that was observed by Ms. Klinsky, by Mr. Stevens, by Ms. Phillips, by the video surveillance system itself. And we can't ignore those photos of Lori's injuries the next day. And this is just one of the things that's just mind-blowing to me, that there was a description of a domestic incident leading up to this, and there was no effort to say, let's document your injuries. Let's take some pictures of this. Let's take you in to go to a forensic nurse to make sure that everything is documented and taken care of. That was left to Ms. Phillips' friends, who were shocked to see all of the bruises on her that each and every one of you saw after the fact. Bruises that corroborate her injuries, that corroborate the pain that she described in her breast. Bruises that corroborate what Lori talked about when she was forced down into that car. And where was Lori when Mark was in this condition? At the end of the evening, he's inside of a truck, slammed up against the truck, dragged in there hard enough to leave a bruise on her bicep, punching the window. And ladies and gentlemen, I disagree with the state's contention that punching a window will necessarily leave injuries that'll be noted in an autopsy, but that's neither here nor there. And she's locked in this truck, and where is he bringing her? He's bringing her back to rural home. Nobody's going to hear her scream for help. Nobody's there to protect her. If she called 911, ladies and gentlemen, how likely is it that she's even going to get a ringtone before Mark's already at her door? Lori is on her own at that point, and she's with Mark, who's visibly drunk. How do we know he's drunk? His blood alcohol concentration was a 0.149. Now, we don't know exactly where he was at the time of his death, but that was the blood content at the time of autopsy. That's legally drunk. That's well over the legal limit to be driving. And in this point in time, when her husband is drunk, enraged, taking her to this isolated location, he charges at her in a matter of seconds and forces her into that decision. I want you to think about that, ladies and gentlemen. How would you like to make the most important decision of your life and be given only 3 or 4 seconds to do it? For the sake of comparison, most NFL quarterbacks get more time in the pocket than Mark Phillips gave Lori that evening. And you know what? She better be right when she decides. Because if she's wrong the one way, well, now she's on trial for homicide. But if she's wrong the other way, ladies and gentlemen, we might still be here. Only the title of this action wouldn't be the state of Wisconsin versus Lori Phillips. It'd be the state of Wisconsin versus Mark. And when Lori reacted, that was the very definition of instinct. Fight or flight. This wasn't a conscious thought process. This was a reaction. This is something that's ingrained in your very DNA as a basis for our survival. And the state's trying to fault her for that. It's not unreasonable, ladies and gentlemen, to follow those basic human instincts. It's not unreasonable, ladies and gentlemen, to get yourself to safety. It's not unreasonable to tell anyone in that position that they need to look out for themselves first, rather than taking care to make sure that they're not doing harm to their abuser. And if you believe that one reasonable option under those circumstances was for Lori to flee her husband, then your decision's just been made very easy, because that's the very definition of reasonable doubt in this case, and the only proper verdict is not guilty. That brings us to the final prong of the state's burden here, and that's whether or not Ms. Phillips was personally aware of her conduct creating a substantial and unreasonable risk of Mark dying. And I think it's important to reiterate that this is not a burden of what should she have known. It's a burden of what she actually knew. And all of us agreed at the beginning of this case that when you're in an accident, you're not thinking about what the gradient of the tire was on the back if you're going over a snowbank, or how fast the vehicle is spinning or yawing in one direction. You're thinking about how hard your heart is pounding out of your chest. You're thinking about how you're having a near-death experience. And in a case like this, the evidence shows overwhelmingly that Lori had no idea that Mark might have been injured when she fled from him. We see this in her text messages back and forth with Ms. Klinsky. We see this in her contemporaneous remark about that faulty text message coming in about happy hour, where Lori's like, Mark just texted some friends about going out for drinks, typical, or whatever the text message said. We see this in Lori's text messages to Mark, telling him that marriage may be over, that she's not going to Bismarck with him. She's not sending these text messages, ladies and gentlemen, if she has any reason to believe that her husband is on the side of the driveway dying. The same thing can be said of what she said to Ms. Klinsky. And to me, this is one of the linchpins that tells us exactly what Lori was thinking. She was still scared of him. She was still scared at the prospect of abuse because when they offered her a safe place to stay in Winona, she said, no, Mark would freak if he found out that I went to Winona. You all heard from Lori. Mark didn't let her go there alone. She had exes there. And Lori's indication in response to that text message tells you all you need to know about whether or not she believed that Mark had been injured at that point. The same can be said for her search for a hotel and a place to stay. If Lori's intention here was to run him off the road and leave him there to die and then come back and stage a scene after the fact, then why on earth is she looking for a hotel? Why on earth is she trying to find someplace else to stay? If that were truly her intent, why not go back there and clean up the scene? The fact that she's looking for a hotel tells us that Lori's telling the truth. She didn't feel safe going back. She didn't want to go back because she had every reason to believe that her husband was drunk and furious and still there. And in that context, her Google searches also tell us a great deal about what happened. Aside from looking for a hotel, what is Lori Googling? Physical abuse. And physical abuse, quit or quote, however you want to remember that. She's Googling that, ladies and gentlemen, because she was trying to figure out exactly what happened to her. She wanted Mark to have some sense of exactly what happened to her. And that's exactly why she sent him that text with the quote from the domestic violence resource, that she wanted him to reflect on it. She figured he'd reflect on it. Think, man, I could lose my marriage over this. She wasn't sending that to somebody that she believed to be dying or dead. And the camera views of Lori turning on or arming and disarming the cameras is also consistent with that state of mind. You heard Lori's explanation. You heard she wanted to see if Mark came after her in the Subaru or if he went out to another bar. You heard that, yes, she acknowledged that she wanted to see if Mark followed through on that threat or comment to go bring some other women back to the house, which is why she's looking at all the camera feeds, including the one over the hot tub. And when she comes back, she turns it off because she doesn't want it to trigger her passed out husband, who might realize that Lori had arrived and come back for round two. The fact that she turned it back on is also consistent with the years of abuse that Lori suffered, that was something Mark expected as well. And she turns it back on at, I believe, just shy of 5 a.m. in the morning when she was on and off sleeping upstairs. That's consistent with Lori's story. That's not nefarious, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to talk a little bit about the snowbank here. I told you that a picture is worth 1,000 words at the beginning of this trial. And hopefully the photos that you've seen have proven my point. But if there's anything that I want you to pay attention to with this question of whether or not Lori would have known, should have known, could have known that Mark was out there when she returned in the middle of the night at 2 a.m. in the pitch dark, it's Sergeant Valencia's squad car video. This was before a sheet was ever placed over Mark, and we showed it to you frame by frame by frame. Mark Phillips wasn't visible in any of them. This was a circumstance where he was right there in the snowbank, under circumstances where unless you look right over 90 degrees in a direction that you're not traveling, you're going to miss him. Particularly when you hear that Ms. Phillips came up by way of West Salem. It wouldn't have been coming from the west, like Sergeant Valencia, where he could see Mr. Phillips' body in the twilight. She was coming from the other direction where he wouldn't have been visible, coming up the driveway under circumstances where he was perfectly concealed in that snowbank. And we know for a fact that Mark had likely ended up in that snowbank initially after the accident, and that he had been there for almost the entire time because his body heat had melted the snowbank all the way down to the grass level. And then as he cooled, he actually refroze in that position. I think the evidence is fairly clear that Mark had been in that position from the original point. And it's entirely plausible under the circumstances here, in a truck that she'd only driven a few times before, much higher vehicle, that she wouldn't look in a direction that the direction of travel would be as she happened to pull in to that portico between the house and the man cave. And
Thank you,
in order for
Ian.
the state's theory to make sense, that this was an act of jealousy and Ms. Phillips knew when she was combing the cameras, hoping that something bad hadn't happened, all of this prior evidence would have to be an act. Her text messages, her responses to Hannah, physical evidence in the home, all of that would have to be a ruse concocted by somebody who, despite being accused of committing a crime of passion, would have to have an awfully good understanding of Wisconsin criminal recklessness law in order to come up with her story and come up with her version of events and fake all of these text messages and comments throughout the night. Ladies and gentlemen, the simplest explanation is usually the true one. The true explanation in this case is that Lori Phillips didn't know that Mark was injured.
Occam's
And
razor.
in order to prove otherwise, the state would also have to prove to you that her reactions on those video surveillance systems from the home were also faked. You all saw that. If that was an act, then let's get this woman a statue. Because, ladies and gentlemen, that was the reaction of somebody who saw her husband for the first time dead on the side of the driveway. She didn't fake that. She didn't fake her panic 911 call. And she certainly didn't fake it with the 3 officers who interacted with Ms. Phillips that day. Sergeant Valencia, Investigator Leinfelder, and Deputy Stollinger, all of whom described her as extraordinarily upset. So upset she couldn't stop shaking, distraught. The reason that Lori was so distraught in those videos, in that 911 call, in front of the officers, is because she was telling the truth. She had just experienced the worst moment of her life, finding this man that she had a complicated relationship, but a man that she loved, nevertheless, dead on the side of the driveway. And if that's what the evidence suggests, then ladies and gentlemen, the state can't possibly prove that she had the required knowledge at the time that she left the driveway. Knowledge that she was risking Mr. Phillips's life. So where does that leave us? I'm gonna go back to the deck of cards, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, I told you that proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You're not comparing one side of the story to the other. You're comparing it to yourself. And in fact, you're comparing it to see if all the cards are back in the deck. So is there reasonable doubt in this case? Absolutely. There's a corroborated history of physical abuse. There's Mark's behavior in the bar, captured by witnesses and videos. There's his blood alcohol concentration of 149. Dr. Reichard's agreement that this accident could have happened in a way consistent with Ms. Phillips's innocence. Mark's perfect concealment behind that snowbank. Lori's video reaction in 911 call. The corroboration of all of Lori's movements after the fact and her cooperation with law enforcement in providing her phone and camera login information. And that fight or flight instinct that each and every one of us can understand. And you know what? I am a true believer in our system of justice here in the United States. And that I believe that a group of 12 people selected randomly out of the voting rolls, that's how we found you're all good citizens, can come to a better conclusion than any one of us could individually. And I respect the fact that in the course of your deliberations, the 12 of you might be able to take some of these cards and put them back up on the deck. But before you reach the result that the state is asking for, they've all got to be there. And they're a long ways away from that.
What happened? Video is not available? What happened? They took the video down while we're in the middle of watching it. Oh, but our other one, okay, so this one starts in 45 minutes. Our new trial. No, 53 minutes. I didn't come here to math. I don't know what happened to the other one. Let's see. Let's see. What happened? That's really weird. Let's see. Dang it. Now I'm trying to type it in and I can't type anything. Yeah, day 5 is just gone. They took it down. Okay, well, dang, I can't type.
Give the verdict.
All right, well, we'll watch the verdict.
To Terry and she'll hand it over.
And thank you for the super sticker. This is a separate video of just the verdict, but but the other one, gone. Gone.
State of Wisconsin versus Lori Phillips, Lacrosse County case number 20 CF 364. Verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant, Lori Phillips, not guilty. Signed by the juror foreperson, dated this 10th day of November 2023.
Members of the jury, as to count one, is that your verdict? I just need you to say yes in unison if that's correct.
Yes.
Right. Would either party like me to poll the jury?
No.
No, Your Honor.
With that, members of the jury, you are now completed your service. You've been having 5 hard days here. Sorry the food came late, but this has been a difficult trial. I understand that. I will talk to you once we're done, and we'll talk about how we go from here. I do need to inform you, or I can inform you, you do not have to answer questions about the case with anyone other than the court. There is no requirement that you maintain secrecy concerning what happened in the jury room, but you do not have to discuss the case with anyone or
Y'all are
answer
so
any
funny.
questions about it. You are, and I do give one a little bit more advice, which is if you are willing to talk to somebody like the attorneys, sometimes they want to know what happened. You're always welcome to talk about your experience. I'd ask you not to talk about the other jurors and let them say what they would like. Otherwise, I do thank you so much for this whole week. It's been a very difficult week, very difficult to end here, and I appreciate all your attention and all your hard work. I will be right up there. Thank you again.
Not Nick guilty. Whatever. I can't type right now. It's fine.
All right. With the finding of the verdict report, will find that Ms. Phillips is acquitted at this point of the count. You're released from, I don't even believe there was a bond because of the appeal process, but the case is now concluded. Is there anything further from the state at all?
No.
Anything further from defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
One last thing is, I know this is difficult for both families here. I'd ask just for, we have court officers here. If the family, and I know there's a large part of the family for Mr. Phillips here, why don't we have you go out first, and then we'll have Ms. Phillips, Demoki, our family go out next. I never know what to say to everybody about something like this. This is very difficult, and now it's a time to heal, to try to figure out how we heal. I hope, I know it's been a difficult week, and actually I appreciate that you're all here, because I think this is important for the criminal justice system, for everybody to be here. So take care, everybody, be safe, all right? Thank you.
Like now we're spying. Wonder who that is. Okay. This is the eye drop murder trial verdict watch. We'll keep it down here and just keep an eye on it. That's the one that we listened to the openings for while we were waiting on Charlie Adelson's trial to start. We see you, 80s. We see you. So we've got, let's see. We've got 45 minutes until our new trial starts. 45 minutes. Yeah, the eye drop trial has taken a long time. Keep in mind, we were watching those openings while we were in jury selection for Charlie Adelson. I really wanted to cover that one, but I couldn't not cover Charlie Adelson. This is about to end. We're going to take a little break. I'm going to take Miss Priss outside. Swap laundry. Grab something to drink. See if my fingers stop bleeding. And then we start our new trial. The prosecution was so rude to Judge Dar. Who could be rude to Judge Dar? I love her. I love her. All right, so that's that one. It's over. So we have this one is the verdict watch. This one starts in 42 minutes. So I'm going to take a little break, do some stuff real quick, and then we'll come back and we'll get started, and it'll be time for new trial. Okay, taking a short. It says shirt. Short break. That's a J. It's really hard to type without this finger. New trial. Look, Marie Moss is getting her pencil sharpened. Starts at 2:15 Central. BRB. Like, it took me a lot longer to type it, but at least I got to type it. You people. All right. We'll put the little Lucy cam up. Little Lucy break cam up. All right, y'all. I will be back in just a minute. I'm going to do all that stuff. I'll be right back. Okay. Get ready. New trial. Lucy hears me singing. She's like, stop singing. Hello. Ow. I untaped my finger, and then right now it's not bleeding. For now. For the moment. But I just clicked and it hurt, so hopefully it doesn't open back up. Okay, so here we go. Ow. Okay, typing doesn't hurt, but clicking the mouse does. But see, it stopped bleeding. Oops. Ow. Ow. We have a new member. Welcome. Welcome to the family. Perfect day to join. We have a new trial. Getting started. And we're in verdict watch on this trial. This is the one, the eye drop trial. We watched the openings for this while we were waiting on jury selection in Charlie Adelson, but we did not follow the rest of it. I wonder if I should put just a little piece of tape on this so that it doesn't open back up again. Think it'll open back up? Because if it opens back up, then I'll have to do like the big tape thing, and that's annoying. I did not drop a wine glass. I ordered my mom this speaker. My mom wanted a little Bluetooth speaker. So I ordered her this one. It's a JBL, and it has like the little thing so she can clip it on her, beach bag or whatever. And it came today, so I went out there. I had it delivered here. I went out there and to get it so I could charge it for her because I'm going to give it to her this evening. And when I was opening the box, it sliced my finger open. And it finally stopped bleeding, which is nice. So I untaped it. Maybe I just need a little. What if I just do like a little piece of tape? I just need something. But I had to put like, I don't have Band-Aids. I'm at my brother's house. Of course, because they're doing my floors. So I didn't have, I don't have Band-Aids or anything here. So, but I did find tape. So I put like napkins or toilet paper or something like that. And then, and tape. Because I just needed something on it to make it stop bleeding. But that made it really hard to type. And then everybody made fun of me. But now I thought I could untape it and it'd be fine. But now it's starting to open back up. Just do a little piece of tape on it. Keep it from opening up. All right. We're going to get it together. We watched the opening for the eye drop trial. If y'all remember, for those of you who were here, some of y'all were out gallivanting these true crime streets. But for those of you that were here, it's the one that while we were in jury selection for Charlie Adelson, we watched the openings of the eye drop trial. And now it's in verdict watch. Bluetooth speakers are so handy. So me and my mom went to they're moving this camera. And now it's not. My mom and I went to the beach one day and we're laying out, and I had my little Bluetooth speaker, and so I was playing my songs, and she was like, "Oh, that's so cool." She's like, "I need one of those," and she liked mine because it was small, and she liked my playlist. So she was like, I told her I would get her one, so I ordered her one, and so she's like, "Are you gonna put all the songs I like on it?" I was like, "That's not how they work, Mama. You have to hook your phone up to it." And she's like, "Okay, but can you put my songs on the speaker?" No, Mama, you have to hook your phone up to it. So this will be fun. I'm gonna have to make her an instruction booklet. I'll get a call every time she goes to use it. Every time she goes to use it. Now, how do I do it again? How do I do it? Be like, look, press the button. It's fine. We'll get it. We'll get it. You know, her tech skills are even worse than mine. That's okay. Look at this. They're like banging into that camera. We got 13 more minutes until the feed starts for our new trial. New trial. Duct tape and toilet paper works for everything. Actually, you know, it's funny you say that. I've had a few cuts that I didn't want to go to the hospital. I don't like hospitals. Before I got cancer, I never went to hospitals other than to have my youngin'. That was the only time. I didn't like it. I hate it. I hated going to the doctor. I hated going to the hospitals. I'm a very firm believer that your body is made to heal itself. So if you drink a ton of water and eat fruits and vegetables when you're sick, you can help anything pass, especially just a ton of water. You can help pass things pretty quick. I avoid doctors, and now I can't anymore, but I always have avoided doctors and avoided hospitals. There were a few times where I had really bad cuts and stuff where things happened, and to avoid that, I would use super glue and duct tape and all kinds of stuff I'd put super glue on. I have this one, and I still have the scar. I have a few scars that probably would have been less intense if I had actually gone and gotten stitches rather than doing it myself. But look, my brother may be the doctor in the family, but I did all right. I super glued my foot. I had a coffee mug flying at my face, so I did like that, to protect myself, whatever. So I have that's what this scar right here is from, and so it that one was really bad, and it's right there. Anytime I would move my hand, it would open back up, and well, it's right there and right there actually. But and then same with right here. I have a defensive wound right there too. It's like a scar you can see. And the ones on the hands though are crappy because anytime you move your hand, it opens back up. So those are the worst. But I the ones on my hand, I ended up, it was so backwoods hillbilly, but it worked. It worked. I put I can't remember what it was I did on this one. I remember on this one it was like a pencil. I put a pencil right here and taped around it so that I wouldn't, move my hand. I taped it really tight. But it worked. I can't remember what I used on this one. I did something on this one to keep me from, because then every time you move like this, it would open it back up again. But it worked. And I use super glue on my foot. I have one on my foot, on my heel, or Achilles tendon or whatever. Crazy the stuff you do to avoid having to go to the doctor.
I've got my old hickory stick. I'm sitting. Let's see if the jury can see it all. I thought I used to old hickory stick. I know. So, Paul, do you swear?
Yes, we're square, Dr. Jake. That's the only slide I have to look.
He ain't wearing his old robe.
Drew, are you gonna have
Judge.
anything?
Judge robe.
Yeah.
My sound is cutting in and out. Like me or the court? Is it still doing it? Oh, some people are saying it's fine. Some people are saying it's cutting out. It was doing that the other day too. Some people were hearing me cut out and some people were hearing it fine. Hold on. Let me refresh real quick. BRB. Okay, see if that helps any. I don't know. It's weird not seeing the judge in a robe. Keep talking so we can see. I'm talking. I'm talking. I'm talking. Is my volume going out? Will somebody remind me to put my laundry in the dryer in a little bit? Still cutting out? Let me check my audio here.
For openings and then tell Claire if you don't want to.
What about now?
All right, when I come back, Eric, we'll probably go in about 5 minutes. Good for me.
Judge Darrow's back up there. Is Judge Darrow back already? They're like less than 2 hours. Oh. See, some of y'all are saying I'm cutting out, and I'm cutting out for some of you and not for some of you. It did that the other day too. So weird. Yeah, Judge Darrow up here. This is the case that they're in verdict watch up here. So we just have it. We're just watching them in verdict watch. Since we listened to the opening statements, I figured we'll watch it again. It still cuts out. I don't know why. And see some of y'all. Okay, if I'm cutting out for you, just refresh your YouTube because some of you are saying that I am and some of you are saying that I'm not. And it did this the other day. I love Judge Starr too. She's awesome. I'm watching to see what they have going on here, but maybe a question. I had the volume on it so that when the volume comes on, we'll be able to hear what they're saying. She doesn't, they don't have their audio on right now. Whose court? What? We have this one is the eye drop trial. And then we have the new trial that's on the bigger screen down here that's getting ready to get started. This judge is pretty, Veronica. She's one of my favorites, and she's so patient. Very patient. What time is it? It's 2:15. I need to swap my laundry at 3 o'clock. Somebody wants to help me remember. Jury has a question, apparently. They've been deliberating for almost 2 hours. She should be sainted for dealing with Darryl Brooks. Could you imagine She did. I mean, I wish I had more patience. I wish I had more patience, but she has. I mean, like I think about the things that he was doing and the way that he acted towards her, and I know my sassy pants would have come on, and I'd have gotten snippy. It's admirable how much patience she had. But she's also, you know, she's not like a pushover. She's still firm. Tiffany Carr says, do we think guilty or not guilty on the eye drop trial? I haven't watched the whole thing yet, so I don't really know. But from what I've seen, well, I don't know. Because I haven't seen the whole thing. What do y'all think? For those of you who watched it. Yeah, I really wanted to watch it. I wanted to cover that one, but there's just no way to do both. Now he's got his robe on. Oh no. Oops. It's always a ton of trials at once or none at all.
So when I introduce you, I should put on the screen.
Yes, sir.
Again, we're waiting for, I think Claire was trying to turn all the jurors here. Not yet, we're waiting. She was gonna confirm and come back. So you want us to just? Oh, yes, I'm sorry, you did, Mr. Brammer? Yes. Yeah, Mr. Brammer, I'm sorry.
They haven't really turned on their volume yet. I think it's just a jury question. Jury had a question. It was handled by the judge off the record. And deliberation continues. Nothing other than what we went over this morning. Just basically him and his girlfriend, I think he was, 60 and she was 61 or vice versa?
We are. Bring the jury.
Bring the jury. They had a kind of tumultuous relationship, I guess. She was missing for 2 weeks, and they found her body like dumped over a bridge, and she had a safe that had $1,500, and on the day that she was reported missing, he just so happened to deposit $1,500 into his bank account. He was originally charged with abuse of a corpse and theft, or however they worded it, whatever the actual charge was. And then they added on the second-degree murder charges.
On the record, there's one question. I know we don't have Attorney Kukler, but
here's the question.
All other appearances are the same. Juror number 24 is our fourth person.
Oh, they cut the
Answer
sound.
the question for count 2 and count 3 that follows the if, quote, guilty, quote, verdict listing. My proposed answer
Pause that
is
for 1
as
second.
follows. Answer the question only if you find the defendant guilty. Any purpose of doing so are matters for the court alone to decide. And I've shown that to the attorneys, and Attorney Kukler's walking in. But for the record, Attorney Nikolai, do you agree with the court's response?
Yes.
Attorney Galaviz?
Yes.
All right.
That was it. I feel like this is how I do on this is how I do on football days when I have like multiple TVs and screens. That's how I feel like I'm going right now. The victim, thank you, Eddie. The victim was 60. I couldn't remember. One was 60 and one was 61.
We scan everything in. You'll have it shortly.
Please be seated, folks. We're back on record after our lunch and recess. And this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to provide you with a number of preliminary instructions. Finish with those instructions, I'll ask the county attorney to read the trial information, and then you'll hear opening statements from both the state and the defendant. At this point, I'm going to give you my preliminary instructions, and I'd ask you to give me the full attention. Members of the jury, excuse me, throughout the course of this trial, we'll be hearing witnesses testify about events that form the basis of this case and exhibits may be received as evidence. Since you, as the jury, are the judge of the facts, to better enable you to understand the evidence and testimony as it is received and to apply it to the law, at this time, I will provide you preliminary instructions on certain matters. Instruction number 1. Personal prejudice have no place in court. You must set aside and disregard any personal feelings of bias or prejudice which you may have based on sex, race, religion, national origin, age, or disability. You must decide this case only on the basis of the evidence which is admitted in the law, as I explain it to you. My duty is to tell you what the law is. Your duty is to accept and apply this law. Your duty is to decide all fact questions. Do not be influenced by any personal likes or dislikes, sympathy, bias, prejudice, or emotions. The trial information charges the defendant, Ivan Samuel Brammer, hereafter referred to as the defendant, with the crimes of murder in the second degree, abuse of a corpse, and theft in the second degree. Instruction number 3. The trial information is the document that formally charges the defendant with a crime. It is merely the method by which the defendant is brought into court for trial. It is not evidence. Instruction number 4. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. The plea of not guilty is a complete denial of all of the charges and places the burden on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Whenever I instruct you, the state must prove something. It must be by evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. Instruction number 5. The defendant is presumed innocent and not guilty. This presumption of innocence requires you to put aside all suspicion which you might have that arises from the arrest, charge, or the present situation of the defendant. The presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial unless the evidence establishes guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Instruction number 6. The burden is on the state to prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is one that fairly and naturally arises from the evidence or lack of evidence produced by the state. If, after a full and fair consideration of all of the evidence, you are firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt, then you have no reasonable doubt, and you should find the defendant guilty. But if, after a full and fair consideration of all of the evidence or lack of the evidence produced by the state, you are not firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt, then you have a reasonable doubt, and you should find the defendant not guilty. Instruction number 7. You shall base your verdict only upon the evidence in these instructions. Evidence is testimony in person or by videotape deposition, exhibits that are received by the court. You may examine the exhibits closely, but be careful not to alter or destroy them. Stipulations, which are agreements between the attorneys. Facts may be proved by direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or a combination of both. Sometimes during a trial, references are made to pretrial statements and reports, witnesses' depositions, or other miscellaneous items. Only those things formally offered and received by the court are available to you during your deliberations. Documents or items read from or referred to which were not offered and received in evidence are not available to you. The following are not evidence: statements, arguments, questions, and comments by the lawyers, objections and rulings on objections, any testimony I tell you to disregard, anything you saw or heard about this case outside the courtroom. Instruction number 8. You will hear testimony from persons described as experts, persons who have become experts in the field because of their education and experience may give their opinion on matters in that field and the reasons for their opinion. Consider expert testimony just like any other evidence or testimony. You may accept it or reject it. You may give it as much weight as you think it deserves, considering the witness's education and experience. and all the other evidence in the case. Instruction number 9. In considering the evidence, make deductions and reach conclusions according to reason and common sense. Facts may be proved by direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or both. Direct evidence is evidence from a witness who claims actual knowledge of a fact, such as an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is evidence about a chain of facts which show a defendant is guilty or not guilty. The law makes no distinction between direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Give all of the evidence the weight and value you think is entitled to receive. Instruction number 10. Decide the facts from the evidence. Consider the evidence using your observations, common sense, and experience. Try to reconcile any conflicts in the evidence. But if you cannot, accept the evidence you find more believable. In determining the facts, you may have to decide what testimony you believe. You may believe all, part, or none of any witness's testimony. There are many factors which you may consider in deciding what testimony to believe. For example, whether the testimony is reasonable and consistent with other evidence you believe, whether a witness has made inconsistent statements, the witness's appearance, conduct, age, intelligence, memory, and knowledge of the facts, and the witness's interest in the trial, his or her motive, candor, bias, and prejudice. Instruction number 11. You must decide this case based solely on the evidence received in this courtroom. This means that during the trial, you are not to do any independent research about this case, about the issues presented, and about the persons involved in this case. In other words, you must not consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet,
Nurse forgot, thank you for
websites,
getting 5
blogs,
memberships.
or use any other electronic tools to obtain information about this case or to help you decide this case.
Marie Moss, you're back in green.
Do
It's
not
just
try
me.
to find out information from any source outside the confines of this courtroom.
Carol O'Neill, keep up the
You
chatter.
are not to
Eddie,
Google the lawyers, the parties, the witnesses, or
thank
even
you,
me
Marie Moss.
until
Thank you, Nurse
after
forgot.
you've reached a verdict.
Thank
You
you.
must not talk to anyone about this case. I know many of you use smartphones, iPhones, the internet, or other tools of technology. You may not use any of these devices to communicate through email, text messaging, on Twitter, through a blog, internet chat room, or by way of any other social networking websites, including Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to understand why these rules are so important. Your decision must be based solely on the testimony and other evidence presented in this courtroom. And as I stated to you, the admonition following your oath, our law does not permit jurors to converse among themselves about the case until all of the evidence is submitted and you're instructed to begin your deliberations. These rules are designed to help guarantee a fair trial. And our law sets forth serious consequences if these rules are not followed. Failure to follow these rules may jeopardize the results of this trial, causing the matter to be retried, and or you could be held in contempt. Consider your parent, child, sibling, or close friend was a litigant. You would want all jurors to follow the rules. Please join me in protecting the process. At this point, in a few minutes, I'm going to turn to Mr. Wilbur, who's going to read the trial information, and then he'll be followed by Mr. Forney making opening statements, and then when he's done, Mr. Munger's going to make an opening statement. The opening statement is an opportunity for the attorneys to let you know what they believe the issues are and what evidence they think will be received. Please remember that their statements and their arguments that they'll make to close the case, that's not evidence. I just gave you that preliminary instruction. But their statements at this point in openings is an opportunity to give you an outline of what they think the the evidence will be. Sometimes evidence comes in out of chronological order. It's an opportunity for them to help you navigate through the evidence. I'd ask you that you give all counsel your attention. Mr. Wilders, read the trial information, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. In the District Court of Pottawatomie County, Iowa, at Council Bluffs, State of Iowa versus Ivan Samuel Brammer, case number FECR 171749. Trial information. Comes now the County Attorney of Pottawatomie County, State of Iowa, and in the name and by the authority of the State of Iowa, accuses Ivan Samuel Brammer of the crimes of count 1, murder in the second degree, count 2, abuse of corpse, hide or bury, count 3, theft, second degree, committed as follows. For that the said Ivan Samuel Brammer, on or about the 13th day of February, 2023, in the said County of Pottawatomie, State of Iowa, count 1, did with malice aforethought, kill Ilene Gowan. Count 2, did abuse a human corpse by hiding or burying it with the intent to conceal a crime, or fail to disclose the known location of a human corpse with the intent to conceal a crime. Count 3, did take possession or control of the property of another, the property having value in excess of $1,500, but not exceeding $10,000, with the intent to deprive the other thereof, against the peace and dignity of the State of Iowa, and contrary to statutes and cases made and provided in violation of sections, or count 1, 707.1 and 707.3, count 2, 708.14 sub 1B, 708.14 sub 2, and 903B sub point 2, and count 3, 714.1 subsection 1, 714.2 subsection 2, all of the 2022 Code of Iowa, true information. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty to all 3 charges. Thank you.
Mr. Forney?
Thank you, Judge. May it please court.
Counsel?
Counselor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Her name is Ilene Gowan. She was 60 years old. She was a daughter. She was a sister. She was a mother. And she was a grandmother. Ilene went missing for about 2 weeks until her body was found. She was found about approximately 8 miles north of Council Bluffs in a remote area, an area that's commonly known for people dumping their trash. There she lay. She was dumped, just like the trash that lay next to her. She was wearing the exact same clothes that she was wearing 2 weeks prior on the day she went missing, on Monday, February 13th, 2020. This case is about jealousy. It's about anger. It's about control. It's about a man who for 2 weeks had no concern about Ilene being missing. Why? Because he already knew she was dead. Ilene and the defendant had a very complicated relationship. It was volatile at times. It involved alcohol sometimes. They had verbal disagreements. We will have witnesses in the way of family, friends, co-workers. They will all testify to that. It was a complicated relationship. But this time it was a little bit different because when they broke up this time, she was staying with another man. And you have to understand they were an on and off relationship for a year and a half.
A week before Eileen's disappearance, the defendant and Ilene had broken up again. They were no longer living together, and Ilene was staying temporarily at a friend's house. His name was Mike Brockman. He's an individual that Ilene knew from the bar called Sugars. Sugars will be brought up throughout this trial. One reason why is because Ilene is seen leaving Sugars at 8:30 in the morning with the defendant in his truck from Sugars parking lot. And that was on February 13th, 2023. Sugars is located right over here off Kingsville Boulevard. Mike Brockman's house, or residence, is located right up here, just north up on Railroad Highway. That's about 2.5 miles. You see, Mike knew that there was a little bit of drama going on between Ilene and the defendant. He was nice enough that he was going to allow her to stay there for a while. She ended up staying there with him that weekend before she disappeared. But Mike Brockman also knew that there was drama. And Mike told Ilene that she couldn't stay there anymore. She just couldn't. He didn't want to be part of it. So the plan was for, on Monday morning, the 13th, Mike Brockman was to drop Ilene off at 5:30 in the morning. She has an early cleaning shift, which she does at the bar. And then later in the evening, when Mike is back from his job, he wanted Ilene to come back and pick her stuff up. Now, when I say her stuff, I'm talking about literally stuff that would fit in a 2x2 box. It wasn't much. So both the defendant and Ilene worked at Sugars. The defendant was a dishwasher, and Ilene worked the early morning cleaning shift, and she also would pick up shifts in the afternoon as well. So on that February 13th, Mike Brockman does drop Ilene off at Sugars. So Mike Brockman drives from his house down here to Sugars, drops her off at around 5 o'clock to 5:30 in that time frame. Then he drives off to his work, which is in Omaha. At the end of Ilene's cleaning shift, which was somewhere around 8 o'clock, she calls her daughter, Nicole. Nicole will come and she will testify in court. She called her daughter, Nicole, adult daughter, at 8:06 a.m. And that was the very last conversation Nicole had with her mom. Ilene also talked to the defendant. She messaged him, and then there was a phone conversation about that same time with the defendant. And Ilene asked the defendant to come pick her up from Sugars. Even though they were broken up, they had this on and off relationship going on. So he does. He does exactly that. He comes to Sugars at 8:30 in the morning, and we will have video from Sugars showing the defendant arriving at 8:30 in his dark blue Ford F-150 pickup truck. Ilene can be seen as a passenger leaving in his truck from the video at 8:32 a.m. Ilene was supposed to come back and work an afternoon shift at 2 o'clock. But she didn't show. And that was unusual. The owner of Sugars, her name is Megan Preston, and she will testify that Ilene was a reliable worker. She will testify that she's the type of worker that if she wasn't going to show up, she would text or call to let her know. She will also testify that they were in good communication. They texted often. It was a pretty good relationship in terms of boss and employee. They had good communication. Moreover, her family will testify that she had good communication with her family members as well. She was the type of person that would contact her family members, whether it be a call or a text, especially Nicole. Nicole, one of her adult daughters, she will testify that she talked to her mom every day. So Megan, Eileen's boss, is working at Sugars. And she's trying to get a hold of Ilene because she's covering that shift, and she needs Ilene to come pick up her 2 o'clock shift because her boss is actually working the shift before. So she sends a message, text message, and calls Ilene, nothing. 2:20, she sends a message to her. And finally, at about 2:44 p.m. in the afternoon, Megan receives a message back from Eileen's phone. But there was something different about this message. The message was odd to her. It did not sound like Ilene. They had established a good communication with text messages, and there's something about that message that just wasn't right. Now, the defendant, he didn't work on February 13th. He didn't work on February 14th. And he was scheduled to work on February 15th. But he failed to show on February 15th. And in fact, when law enforcement was interviewing him, his first interview was on February 15th. And he will even state in the interview that he didn't call in and he was probably fired. And that was unusual behavior for him. For nearly 2 weeks, law enforcement is investigating this case. It's a missing person. They're doing everything they can to find Ilene. In those 2 weeks, officers were interviewing many people. They interviewed family. They interviewed friends. They interviewed coworkers. Law enforcement canvassed the area. They were trying to pull video from businesses, local businesses, from the intersection cameras with the public works. They were doing everything to try to figure out where she went that day. They were trying to find Ilene. They even applied for search warrants for people to try to get their phone information so they could get something back and try to get a lead on where she was, where she went on the 13th. But before getting all that information back, there was something about the defendant. There was something abundantly clear about the defendant. That each and every time law enforcement talked to the defendant, his stories changed a little bit. And as law enforcement started getting some of the facts back, it starts getting some of the information back from their investigation, they start figuring out these stories aren't lining up. In fact, we'll talk February 15th, his first interview with Sergeant Roberts. The defendant says he picked up Ilene, 8:30 at Sugars in the morning. He drove to Mike Brockman's house, which, as you know, is only about 2.5 miles away. Never sees her again. Goes back to his apartment. His apartment is Cottonwood Apartments. So they're over here. So he picks her up at Sugars, 8:30, 2.5 miles up to Mike Brockman's house, drops her off, drives back down, goes down Broadway, and goes to his apartments, Cottonwood Apartments.
Oh, we have a call for in every
nothing
trial.
else about
Every
any other
trial.
stops or anything else. Now, he does also talk about that when he dropped her off, he went back to his apartment, and strangely later that morning he got some messages from her, and then he heard some knocking on the window, and he thinks it was Ilene, but he didn't answer. The fact is that when we were starting to get the surveillance camera information back, we knew that on the 15th, that story was not true. Fast forward, February 17th, 2 days later. Now keep in mind, the 15th is only 2 days after she goes missing. Only 2 days after he saw her. And he's leaving out all this information. The second time he was interviewed was February 17th, which is another 2 days. So we're 4 days out now. Well, defendant's version changes. Now his story is that there's more detail, and now he goes to Sugars. So he picks her up at Sugar's, Ilene, and then decides to drive over to Dudley Court. Dudley Court is the residence of Eileen's mom. She lives in an apartment there in Dudley Court. So the defendant says he takes her over to Dudley Court to see her mom. She goes into Dudley Court, gets a black safe that she keeps at her mom's, and another personal item, I think a purse. And then they're there for about 5 or 10 minutes at Dudley Courts. And then he drives back and drops her off at Mike Brockman's restaurant or residence, and never sees her again after that. Now, at this time, officers already know that he's not telling the truth again because they've received information that he was actually heading west out on 36th and Broadway like he's going over to Omaha. And they confronted him about that. And he denied it. Said he never went home. Didn't remember going home. Keep in mind, this is now 4 days removed from the day that she was missing. Law enforcement may have learned some truthful facts about that interview, but the fact of the matter is his version of the truth was not correct. It was untrue. February 24th, another interview with law enforcement. After being arrested on a looting case, the defendant agrees to discuss Ilene with the detective. Now he admits to going to Omaha. He says, yep, I went to Omaha to get some cigarettes. Moreover, he says he ends up stopping at Carter Lake. Carter Lake is right here. It's in Potawatomi County, it's right here. He says that he stopped at Carter Lake, in his words, for a little bit of fun with Ilene. Then he says he takes her back down Broadway and drops her off at Mike Brockman's residence. The law enforcement knew he was lying again because now we're getting more information back. Now we're getting information that the defendant was Clear Mountain Trainer, which is 14 miles away from Council Bluffs, never mentions anything about training. Yet another version that's untrue. The defendant continually changed his story as he learned that law enforcement had video of him in certain locations. He was changing his statement to conform to what law enforcement knew. The video evidence in this case will demonstrate that none of the defendant's versions of the story of what happened on February 13th were correct. There was some truth to it, but it was just bits and pieces of truth. The evidence is the truth in this case. The state will present the route the defendant took that morning on February 13th, 2023. You'll see the locations, you'll see the times. You'll see video, you'll see photos of them together in a couple different locations. You will see the exact clothes that she's wearing that morning. The distinct pattern on her green sweater, her jeans, her coat, her shoes. You will also see a black safe. You will see a video of her walking down Dudley Court with a black safe. You will also see a video of her at Burger King drive-thru. It'll be the drive-thru window. There was a video there.
Carol, happy
And
anniversary.
this is at 10:30 in the morning. And this is February 13th, 2023. And you see Ilene in the passenger side. And she doesn't move the entire time. Her motionless body is sitting in the passenger side, and she's in a very awkwardly stiff position the entire time. You will see that on video. You will learn just how untruthful the defendant was with his interviews. Now, the defense may offer some evidence about Mike Brockman or something about it could have been Mike who was potentially the one related with this investigation, but law enforcement thoroughly looked at Mike Brockman. In fact, Mike Brockman is going to testify We expect he'll testify tomorrow morning. Mike Brockman the law enforcement interviewed Mike Brockman, did a phone dump, talked to his employer. Mike Brockman was working all day, February 13th, and all day on February 14th. Now, I anticipate the defense will probably bring in some evidence about alcohol, that she was drunk or was going through withdrawals, but you can see from the videos, there'll be two very distinct videos where you will see Ilene walking that morning. One of them will be at 8:30 in the morning when she walks into Sugars. So she went outside for some reason and walked back in Sugars, and you will see her walk. It's a normal walk. It's not a long clip, but you can see her walking. But the better video is Dudley Court. Dudley Court is at 8:51 a.m., and you will see her walk down the hallway carrying her safe, walking right down the hallway like a normal person. She has a normal gait. She has normal balance. And it will disprove this defendant's theory if they're going to claim that there's some kind of alcohol related to her death. She was not intoxicated on February 13th. The autopsy report will show that. You will see compelling evidence, phone evidence from the state's case. Special Agent Hout, he works with the FBI. The cell phone records from the network provider tell the story. And you're going to see that. You're going to see that evidence. Special Agent Hout from the FBI will testify that both Ilene's phone and the defendant's phone
Happy anniversary, Sonia.
not only were traveling together that morning, which we'd expect them to, but they were traveling together in the afternoon as well. And they were traveling together the next day. Moreover, there will be evidence that will show you that not only were the phones traveling together, because these phones are connecting with the cell phone tower, and they're connecting to the network on the cell phone tower, but there will also be evidence that later in the day on the 13th, that these phones in certain situations are being manually shut off and turned on at the same time. The defendant's own granddaughter, Emily, she resides in Cottonwood with her grandfather, the defendant. Her name is Emily. It's his own granddaughter. She will testify that she believes she saw her grandpa, the defendant, with Ilene's phone after she disappeared. And she will be able to testify as to what the phone looked like. She's going to testify that it was distinct. It was a pink casing, and she knew it. And she will testify to that. The defendant will have no explanation for why he would have it.
Your Honor, may we get you may.
Happy anniversary to y'all. That I was trying not to talk over him. Oops. We did pause him for a minute though, so I can see if we can get us caught up. Because I paused him for a minute while we were listening to the question. Now we're live again. I'm about to go put my clothes in the dryer.
Evidence of
Y'all are
suspicious
awesome.
and unusual behavior that the state will offer as evidence that you're going to see. And I will just list them. Number one, the defendant didn't show up for work on the 15th. And it was unlikely for him, or unlike him, to not show up for work. Number two, he crushed his F-150 pickup truck for $750. Evidence will show that it was likely worth around $5,000 to $6,000. The defendant pawned a sentimental studded diamond earring that was given to him by Ilene. Evidence will also show that the defendant deposited $1,200 cash, the amount thought to be in the safe, 2 days after her disappearance on the February 15th. Number five, there will be evidence that he eluded law enforcement, that law enforcement chased him with lights and sirens as he sped off into Omaha. Number six, Emily, his own granddaughter, called law enforcement because he was making suicidal statements. And so law enforcement had to go meet with him and take him over to the hospital to make sure that he was safe.
Ricky Watson, thank you.
The defendant also, when he returns from training at 12:59 p.m., parks his truck and starts taking items out of his truck and dumping them in the trash.
That looks very guilty, huh? Thank you, Virginia Little.
Lastly, you will hear from two medical experts regarding the autopsy of Ilene. First, you will hear from Dr. Cruz. She will testify that Ilene had 8 blunt force impact contusions to the head, a laceration in her left front scalp, multiple contusions on her torso, a fracture of her front upper tooth, and multiple blunt force blows to her extremities. Dr. Cruz will also testify that the body had decomposed enough that it made the autopsy more difficult. I'll give you an example. Her right eye was missing due to the fact that animals had scavenged on her face.
That's awful.
Dr. Cruz will testify that Ilene's body just didn't tell her enough to give her opinion on whether there was a cause or manner of death. However, the second expert, Dr. Michael Bodden, is a renowned pathologist. He will testify. He reviewed the autopsy, and he will give an opinion that there is a cause and manner of death. He will testify that the injuries, the trauma, contusions, abrasions, all that evidence was evidence of an altercation before she died. Dr. Byde's opinion is, he will say that the cause of death was traumatic asphyxia due to neck compression and manner of death, homicide. At the conclusion of the evidence, it will be clear that the state has proven this case beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant murdered Ilene. He took $1,200 of her cash and her phone, hid and moved her deceased body to a remote location, dumped her in the ditch like she was a piece of trash. At the end of this case, I'm going to ask you to hold the defendant accountable for his actions. You will be firmly convinced that the state proved this case beyond a reasonable doubt. I ask you to find the defendant guilty on all charges.
Okay, the getting rid of his truck and having it crushed looks really guilty.
Hey, please report. Counsel? Counsel. The 5 W's. You might remember this from 8th grade English class. Who, what, where, when, and why. Those are the questions that you need to be thinking of throughout this case. Because the state, like an 8th grade essay, is going to try to paint you a picture, try to tell you a story about what happened to Ilene Gowan. However, unlike 8th grade English, this is not just a story. This is something the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. We talked about what beyond a reasonable doubt meant during jury selection. I feel that you all know what that means. So let's start off with the who. Pretty simple. We have the alleged victim, Ilene Gowan. And I'm calling her alleged victim, not because I'm trying to seem blasé about it, but the fact is, we don't know how she died. It could have been an accident, it could have been another cause. So that's why I'm calling her the alleged victim, Ilene Gowan. We have the defendant, Ivan Samuel Brammer. Mr. Brammer goes by Sam, and he is who the state of Iowa has charged with these allegations. What? The state has charged Mr. Brammer with murder in the 2nd degree, abuse of a corpse, hiding a corpse, and theft in the 2nd degree. The state has elements it needs to prove on all 3 of these charges, and they each have individual elements. But that is what the state needs to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt. Where? The state showed you their nice map of all the points of interest that they have on this case from Monday, February 13, 2023. We have video evidence of Mr. Brammer picking up Ms. Gowan at Sugars at around 8:30 in the morning. They have cameras and video tracking them all through the town of Council Bluffs and then they lose them as they are getting into Omaha. There's going to be some testimony that you're going to hear that they were in the Carter Lake, Omaha area, probably picking up some cigarettes because they're the cheapest in the area. Then we have cameras getting this dark blue truck coming back into town from the 480 interchange. We have them stopping at Burger King. We have them driving past a bank with some cameras at the ATM so you can see the truck driving by. The state had nearly everything that they needed to track Mr. Brammer and Ms. Gowan throughout town.
You see her down here
But
again.
what they can't tell you is how she died and where she died. They're going to tell you, oh, she must have been killed on Railroad Highway. Or according to the state, just in his opening statement, she was motionless and not moving at the Burger King drive-thru. This is the Burger King drive-thru that is the first Burger King coming into town on West Broadway, heading west. The state is going to want you to believe, through their evidence, that she was killed sometime between 8:30 and 10:30 in the morning, driven all around town on a Monday morning where there are plenty of cars that you'll see on camera driving by, and then taken to Mike Brockman's residence, and then taken all the way back through town, and then, if you don't remember from the map, you'll see later, the crime scene, as they're calling it, is up north by the Old Mormon Bridge. This is where she was allegedly dumped. You are never going to see any evidence of Mr. Brammer heading towards the Old Mormon Ridge Road to dump that body, as the state would like you to believe. When? The state's allegations, again, all stem from February 13th, 2023. You're going to hear testimony that some people may have seen Ms. Gowan at Sam's Club. You're going to hear on February 14th. You're going to hear testimony that some people may have seen her at the food pantry on February 14th. You're going to hear that some people may have even thought she was in Louisiana at a mental health ward. These are all incidents that occurred after the state's allegation that this happened on February 13th. Why? You heard the state say that this is a volatile relationship. You're going to hear testimony that Sam was the one who told Ilene to move out of his apartment, his granddaughter's apartment. He wasn't the one who was kicked out. He wasn't the one that was upset about her leaving the apartment. He was the one who asked her to leave. You're going to hear testimony that Ms. Gowan was a little bit dramatic and that she was trying to get a rise out of Sam at different points, especially when she was staying at Mike Brockman's house. I want you to pay close attention to what Sam did in response to these provocations, or maybe a little less than a provocation by Ilene, but in her attempt to start some drama. Finally, and I'm not sure when they added this to the 5 W's, but I think when I was in school, there was a 6th W that was not even a W, and that was how. How did this all occur?
That's an H.
We have the Iowa State
Back on the
Medical
record.
Examiner's Office
The
that is going to
jury
come in and
at
testify.
2:58 p.m. Did have another question. May we please have exhibit number 98, 118, 117, 134, 7 through 20, 130, 131, 23 through 32. And I went through Madam Clerk's lovely exhibit list, highlighted it, showed that to the parties, and then Madam Clerk pulled all the exhibits, and the parties have had an opportunity to review them. Any objections sending all of this back to the jury from the state?
No.
From the defense?
No.
All right, I will simply write C attached.
And they're going to tell all 13 of you that it is her expert opinion that she does not know how Ilene Gowan died, and she does not know what caused her death. She's not going to be able to tell you when she died. This is a person who will testify that she's performed thousands of autopsies and works in an office that performs thousands of autopsies across the state. Unhappy with this information, Ms. Gowan's family contacts Dr. Michael
We're in
Bond.
recess, we'll let you know.
And
when we
you'll
have
hear
the
Mr.
next
Bodden or
communication
Dr. Bodden
from the
testify, and you'll get to weigh what Mr. Bodden has, or I apologize, Dr. Bodden has against the Iowa State Medical Examiner's Office. And I want you to pay very close attention to what Dr. Bodden has to say, as compared to what the Iowa State Medical Examiner has to say, Dr. Kelly Cruz. The state can talk about waking up to freshly fallen snow, or it's a puzzle with a few missing pieces, but you can tell what the picture is. But that's not what the court of law is about. They're here telling you a story. And the story with the 5 W's, who, what, where, when, and why, they can't prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt. And that is their burden. And most importantly, they cannot tell you how Ilene Gowan died. It certainly could not have been by murder. So when you go back into that jury room, after hearing all the evidence throughout this week, I feel confident that you will come back with the only just verdict, that Ivan Samuel Brammer is not guilty of all charges. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the opening statements by counsel. It's been 3:15. You've been working hard with me all morning and now in the afternoon. And at this point, I think it's best if we take an afternoon recess and then return tomorrow morning to begin hearing testimony. So we'll be in recess from today, or from here in a few moments, until approximately 9:15 tomorrow morning. I'd ask that you all return to the courthouse around 9 o'clock. And so if I wrap up a couple of the things I need to unrelated to this case, then we'll be able to get going right at 9:15 or shortly thereafter. As I have stated before, you're going to be going home, and they're going to ask you, so what did you do in court today? And you're going to have to tell a significant other or family member that, I can't talk about it. Because Davidson said I couldn't visit with you about anything. That'll be each night to go home. So please remember that admonition. Keep an open mind. I thank you for not bringing any big gulps, so you've got any water bottles or going. It's November, so we have temperature changes. It was pretty warm in this courtroom this morning. It's quite warm now. Tomorrow it'll be warm again. It could also get chilly. So wear some layers and
Quit whining.
so with that, we'll be in recess until 9:15 tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Please rise.
Wah, wah, wah. I don't stop whining. I'll take you back out in a minute. I figured they would at least get some of the witnesses today, at least one or two, but guess not.
Please be seated, folks. We're on the record out of the presence of the jury. The court wants to make some brief record on the sidebar. I'll state my summary and my ruling, and then I'll allow both counsel an opportunity to whatever they can choose. The one sidebar we had during opening statements requested by Mr. Munger. At sidebar, he voiced an objection. In his view, the prosecutor in his opening statement was burden switching, and Mr. Forney responded that I believe the statements were appropriate and they were not burden switching. The objection was overruled. However, the court advised Mr. Forney that it was the court's opinion the statements were approaching what could be viewed as burden switching, and any further statements must be avoided, or he'd risk another objection that may be made without sidebar. And the court then ruled and would be admonished to the jury. The court also, for concluding the sidebar, further advised Mr. Forney that the court believed that his opening was, if it had crossed the line, was approaching crossing the line to argue, and that should be avoided. That summary of the court's sidebar, the court's ruling, statements of counsel, beginning with the prosecution, Mr. Wilbur, Mr. Forney, any additional comments concerning the sidebar?
I believe you accurately summarized the discussion. It's the sidebar. I would just certainly note, I probably think the defense might have approached argument during their opening statement as well. I think probably that's fair commentary based on the state's opening statement. I don't have any objection to it. Just noting, I certainly heard some things that I would have said might have approached the same.
Thank you. Mr. Munger?
Judge, I believe that you summarized the sidebar appropriately. At this point in time, remedial measures, we are not asking for mistrial, but I believe a cautionary instructions to the jury would be appropriate, stating that something to the effect that the defense has no burden of proof in this case, and that any statements regarding any anticipated argument by the defense not be considered by the jury. The court's made its ruling on burden shifting, so I have nothing further on that.
Counsel, with respect to your request for further admonition, the court actually considered it as you all were returning to your seats, but I remind counsel, I had already provided this jury with preliminary instructions, which include the burden of proof, and those instructions are very straightforward, and I'll be providing those very instructions at the close of this case, as you all are well aware. I'd also note that as part of my instructions, I'll be reminding them that statements made by counsel are not evidence, and that they need to, in fact, there's further instruction that actually states what is not evidence. One of those comments is statements made by the attorney. So I'm ruling now that I'm denying your motion for further admonition because I've already instructed the jury on those two very same and important points, and I'll be instructing them again. If there's something that comes up in the trial on either some type of burden switching or some other inappropriate comment, I may sua sponte offer my own further admonition from time to time. I do that based on how the evidence comes in, the statement by counsel, maybe a speaking objection. Counsel might be with those. So, unless there's anything further by either party, I'll turn to the state any further.
I just know, Your Honor, I think I was crystal clear during jury selection that anything that has to be proven in this case has to be proven by us, the state. The defense has no burden to prove anything. I don't put any witnesses on. I don't put any exhibits on. I don't even have to cross-examine a witness. I don't think I could have been clearer about that. So that, in combination with the court's instruction before trial, and I trust afterwards, I have no objection to an additional instruction, but I believe that the court has adequately set forth the law as far as the jury's concerned already.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Munger, anything else?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, good enough. Record made. We're off the record. We'll be in recess until tomorrow.
Okay.
I might ask council to meet in chambers to talk about logistics. Right now. Tuesday, and I'm gonna come back out and rip some of this stuff. So that you stuff here. No, I get
I'll explain it. See if there's any
Hi, how are you? Good.
hot mic.
Are you locked out?
Hot mic.
Oh, a little earlier. I'm gonna do some work here and I'll be back in a minute.
Ma'am,
Oh, those slamming doors are awful.
this speaker wasn't on, and I'm trying to get I don't want to shoot a mic over people speaking. I was wondering anyway if we can find out why, if that speaker was on, or if we could turn it up, or
I don't know, you might have to ask Clara,
Clara.
the girl with the long hair.
Yeah, I'll speak.
I thought you were, into our mic system, you're not?
No, they won't let me.
Oh, I thought you were.
Well, that's what the court order said. Nothing will be allowed to gain any audio from the court area. If I can get into the mic system, I'd be happier.
I thought that's what it was.
Uh-huh.
I guess ask her.
We'd be happy too.
Because I asked her, I was like, do you have an XLR? Because that makes my life so much easier.
Ours too.
Oh, so you're just using that to try
Yeah,
to
well,
get
right now,
sound?
what I was going to do is what I did in lacrosse is I angled it up towards the speaker because she said I could have a mic on there, but I couldn't get anything in there. And I'll talk to her again, but it said just nothing that would be able to record anything from the table. So she's making it sound like they're worried about
Oh, I see.
the lawyers, the counsel.
But if they turn their things off, you don't
That's
get
what
it.
I'm used to.
Yeah, I thought I understood the judge say you were in the mic system, so I'll check with him.
If not, if I can be, please let me know because I would
I'll go
definitely.
ask him right now and then I'll come back.
Okay.
We'll wait right here. Go get Carol with the long hair. We'll just wait right here. Okay, so the objection was, they're saying, of course, we know that in a trial, they have the burden of proof is on the state or the prosecution. So the objection was they're saying that they were shifting.
Okay, I'm gonna walk up in here.
I just had one question.
Yeah.
This speaker, because we're trying to.
You know what? Yeah, so here's what happened is the judge didn't have it on up there. He had his on, so I let them know that we need to have those on in the morning. I'm gonna test them because I'll get here.
But I can
before
have it
everybody.
pointed here, right?
I think so.
Because the lady that's the stenographer,
Yeah.
she mentioned she thought we were in the mic system,
We're
but
not.
I told her we
So
couldn't.
you should. So if I turn this on, you should be able to hear sound there.
Oh, yeah.
But even then, you should be able to. I mean, if I turn it on, you should be able to hear it pretty well back there as well.
That's what I was hoping.
You know what I'm saying?
So I was just wondering if you could keep talking and I could do this, I could set the.
You're just testing it. Is that what you're trying to do?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I don't know if it would make that weird noise.
Oh, it won't.
Oh, okay.
It's going out through my audio.
Yeah, we're testing
We're
it.
testing it.
We're testing it.
Oh, okay. We're testing the audio.
Let's do a poll.
Real simply, just talking your passion out.
We're going to do a poll. If you think that's Carol with the long hair. Okay, well, so the objection was that they're saying that they were shifting the blame. So it's like instead of saying, and which can lead to a mistrial if in certain situations. So it's like if, okay, let's use Charlie Adelson, for example. Since they didn't call any other witnesses, they don't have to. They don't even have to present a defense. It can, like, the entire burden falls all on the state. So let's say if Georgia got up there and she was like, well, if this is really what happened, then why didn't Donna and Harvey come and testify in his defense? Why didn't Wendy come and testify in his defense? Why was she only a state's witness? And that would be like an example of shifting the burden of proof onto the it automatically sent us over to the new one. Putting the burden of proof onto the defense as opposed to the prosecution. The reason that can lead to a mistrial is if the jurors hear that we always hear that term, you can't unring that bell. So like if they hear that and then they start thinking like, why didn't they come testify in his defense if that's the case? Like, why didn't they, come say whatever or do whatever, So if they present that as an option and then the jury starts thinking, oh, well, that makes sense. Like, that's how it should be, right? But that's not how it should be because that's not the way that the court system works. So them saying anything that could potentially shift the burden of proof onto the defense as opposed to them having to prove it themselves is an objection. They're not allowed to do it. So, if that makes sense. That's what they were arguing about. And he said he's not going to ask for a mistrial in this case, but he wants it made clear that make him keep an eye on it and whatever he said. But that's what that was. Not very many objections in opening statements. Actually, can I think of any objections in opening statements? I don't know that I can. Nurse for God gifted a membership. Thank you, Nurse for God. Let's see, it went to Fanny Pack. Fanny Pack, you look good in green. Welcome. Glad to have you. Thank you so much. Nurse for God, thank you, I appreciate it. And ML gifted a membership. ML, and it went to Emily Suzanne. Emily Suzanne, you look good in green. ML, thank you for your support. I appreciate it. Appreciate it so much. Y'all are the best. All right, so what did the prosecutor say exactly? Well, let's see. Not much. I don't remember exactly what he said. We'll go back and look if we can. Or maybe it's not available.
Certain situations are being manually shut off and turned on at the same time.
This is about the part where, right before they do their sidebar.
The defendant's own granddaughter, Emily, she resides in Cottonwood with her grandfather. Her name is Emily. It's his own granddaughter. You may.
Oh.
Emily, she resides in Cottonwood with her grandfather. Her name is Emily. It's his own granddaughter.
Oops. Okay, let's see. This is right before.
She will testify that she believes she saw her grandpa, the defendant, with Eileen's phone after she disappeared. And she will be able to testify as to what the phone looked like. She's going to testify that it was distinct. It was a pink casing, and she knew it. And she will testify to that. The defendant will have no explanation for why he had it.
Okay, well, there you go. The defendant will have no explanation as to why he had it. So,
You may.
there you go. So him saying that the defendant will have no explanation is shifting the blame onto him having to explain why he had it instead of them just using the evidence against him. So, there you go. Makes sense? Makes sense. All right, so I'm going to go swap my laundry since we're done for the day. I will make a, let me look. I'll make a stream for tomorrow. We're going to start they're going to be 9 a.m. Central tomorrow. So that is what we will do. That is what we will plan on. Let me see my, let's see. Oh, nope. Nope, not working. Okay, never mind. I was going to try to send us, not working. Okay, so tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central is when we will start, because he's going to have them getting here, not here. Nobody will be here. They'll be there, not here. It'd be silly for them to be here. I'm in Florida. They will be there at 9 a.m., and then he says they're going to get started about 9:15. So we will start at 9 a.m. Central. And go from there, see what happens. We will do for those of y'all who missed it today, it's pretty short. So we'll do like a little recap right before we started, or right before we get started, and for any of the background of this and what we went over here. So 9 o'clock should be fine. So sound good? Sound good. I'll make the stream as soon as I swap over laundry. I'll come make a stream. So it'll be up in just a few minutes if y'all want to hit notify me so you can make sure that we get notified. But we will start at 9 a.m. Central Time. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me today. It's good to be back. Even though it's a Monday, we had a good Monday together, guys. We had a good Monday together. So I'm just glad. I'm glad to be back. I'm glad y'all are back. All right, y'all. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the support. Please, if you haven't hit the like button, please do so. And make sure you hit subscribe if you haven't, so that way you can chat with us and be our best friends. I appreciate y'all so much. I will see you bright and early in the morning. If it's nice out, maybe we'll look for pelicans on the dock before we get started. So, all right. I love y'all. See you tomorrow.